Я проверяю интернет. Задержки нет. Давайте посмотрим, сколько подряд можно будет смотреть. Скажем, 2 минуты стрима будет работать нормально. Я там кое-что попереключал по настройкам. Попробовал Силсонга, Hollow Knight, Wasteland 2. Как тебе этот Baldur's Gate 3 не пробовал? Приятный, но не понял, зайдет или нет. Раньше не было опыта с метроидваниями. Второй не прошел. Тогда, я думаю, третий стоит попробовать как отдельную игру хотя бы, потому что он сильно отличается от той старой второй. Слушайте, ну вроде нормально. Дайте сигнал, если что-то будет еще. Может, сейчас будет нормально. Хрен его знает. Были 2D
Поступила
аркады.
ненадежная информация.
Пока вроде оу. *2D аркады? Это какие, например, 2D аркады? Аркады сейчас уже... Ты имеешь в виду старые игры какие-то аркадные? Аркады сейчас вообще не в ходу. Активирую тепловизор. Дэнди Сега. Ясно. Так, все, вернулись. Отвлекся от чата, привлекся к гайду.
The simulation and the view. Some of these things are organized as assembly definitions, and this is very important because it means the dependencies are set in a clean hierarchy. So the simulation, it does not depend on Unity view things. So it does not depend on Unity stuff that should be only for presenting the game to the player. It should depend only on the quantum simulation and the online aspects of it. So it organizes things that way for you. And so that's where we're going to be writing code for our simulation. And view is where you can put your scripts that are going to be, let's say, for controlling animation, for controlling UI, or those things to help you present the game to the player. We're going to do a lot of things into these two folders as we go, but I just wanted to give a quick head start on what that is. So we didn't do anything yet. We just installed all the packages and everything. But if we press play here, we're already running Quantum from this base demo scene here, and it comes with this stats UI that help you understand what's going on. So you see which quantum tick frame is being simulated, how much memory you're using in terms of entities and in terms of the dynamic heap for collections that we have in Quantum, and how long it's taking the actual simulation to take place. Very, very, very fast in this case here. But this is running a local game here, but what comes with this scene? What is that? There are some shortcuts. So if you create a new scene, I think there is a way to prepare a scene setup here. Yeah. You can, for example, create a new quantum scene, or you can add all the, let's say, basic building blocks of quantum to a scene. So you have these shortcuts here from tools, quantum setup, basic building. For example, I think there is a way to prepare a scene setup here. Yeah. You can, for example, create a new quantum scene, or you can add all the, let's say, basic building blocks of quantum to a scene.
Сразу хочу проверить, как оно работает с этим, без перезагрузки домена. Будет ли работать? Надеюсь, что будет. Давайте проверим. Не пробовал Думы. Я и старый не пробовал. Не моя тема. С шутерами. В детстве, помню, в Quake 2 играл. На старом компе нашел там. Батя привез с работы. Я начал копаться в файликах, нифига, там сколько игр нашлось. Я офигел, что, 3D игра? На этом старом компе же не тянут 3D игры. А Quake пошел. StarCraft гонял. И до сих пор нету ощущения, что ты понимаешь, какие игры тебе нравятся. Как будто ты описываешь, мне нравятся старые игры, те, в которые я уже играл. И из новых, наверное, будут нравиться те, которые сильно похожи на старые. Вот типа Hollow Knight или типа того. Что хочу проверить. Запускали те? Перезагрузку домена выключалите? Уже. Да, все окей. Перезагрузка домена не обязательно. Хорошо. Дум не пошел. Буквально не тянет комп? Или какая-то особенность?
So you have these shortcuts here from Tools, Quantum, Setup, but this one here that comes with the SDK has everything in it already, and I'm going to just briefly comment on each one of these building blocks. So this is just a standard Unity camera, nothing added here. We're going to control it if we're doing a character-based game or whatever, but this is not really related to Quantum, and it's just a Unity standard camera. Same way, there's a light here, but then we have a few Quantum things. So the Quantum Entity View Updater is it's just a Unity script that if you have a Quantum game running, it will register itself for some callbacks to be able to spawn views, which is game objects that match the entities in Quantum if your entities were prepared to have a view. And this automates the process of keeping these visually updated from the simulation, and it spawns them, it despawns them correctly, it interpolates them visually correctly, and it's going to call all the view framework callbacks that we're going to talk about later. These all happen from this guy here. You just have to have one instance of this in your scene, and it's good. There are a few interesting things. So Quantum 3 comes with a pooling for entity views out of the box. So I think I can just add this guy here, Quantum Entity View Pool, together with the Entity View Updater if you want to use it. By default, we don't have this guy here because when people are prototyping, spawning by instantiating the game object views is fine. But because reusing game objects require you to initialize everything from our callbacks, which is what we are going to do here. So I'm going to add the pool. But remember, this is optional. You do not have to have an Entity View Pool, although we recommend you having this thing, and it comes built in now with the new version of Quantum 3. The actual entry point for Quantum running simulation from a Unity scene, especially on a local game, is having a Quantum runner. And the Quantum debug runner is a very convenient way to start Quantum directly from a local scene if you're running offline. When you run online, it runs from the main.
Старые шутеры были вдумчивыми, стратегическими, а новые с эффектами, мультиками и прочим раздражающим. Я помню, что старый Serious Sam был с кучей эффектов довольно ярких. Там даже можно было включить, чтобы цветочки выпадали. И вдумчивым, стратегическим я его тоже не могу вписать. Бегаешь из стороны в сторону, стреляешь. Постоянно куча врагов, ты бегаешь и бегаешь. Тоже именно вдумчивый шутер, это с чем он ассоциируется? Там была какая-то игра, я помню, какой-то хак. Ну, как называется игра, не помню. Еще новую делали версию. Там реально ходишь, что-то думаешь, какие-то загадки решаешь. Это шутер, но прям, ну, какой-то такой продуманный. Типа ты попал в какую-то виртуальную реальность. Вот, наверное, он вдумчивый. Халва вторая, пожалуй, да, там загадок хватает. Халву я согласен. Первая вдумчивой, наверное, не казалась.
And this one here is irrelevant, but it's a very convenient way to prototype just pressing play directly on the scene, and this happens because of this guy here. And when running online, it's going to be started from the menu, but it's a similar runner like this. We have these scripts to help you deal with that. So we moved a few, people coming from Quantum 2.1, we moved a few settings directly to the runner, like which delta time type to use. It's convenient to use engine delta time and not our internal clocks because it allows you to pause Unity and then step through the frames, mostly one at a time here. So you can step through the simulation and see how things go. So it's convenient to use that. And there are a few other things we're going to play around on this script as we add more things. But let's move on to the next topic, or to the next entry here. So the Quantum map is a convenient Unity script to help you bake stuff that is put onto the scene into the Quantum assets. And what I mean here is if you add a lot of, let's say, non-movable colliders using the Quantum corresponding physics scripts for that, like mesh collider for a terrain or for environment meshes or some boxes and some other things. But not only that, also entities that you create.
Значит, Софокл, дело не в мультяшности. Какой-то другой элемент является раздражающим.
Directly as prototypes inside the scene when you press save, or depending on the options you have enabled, you may want to manually click here. It saves the data in the deterministic format, and for you to understand normally the concept of what a Unity scene is in Quantum is a map. So it is Quantum asset, which is a topic we're going to cover later today, but the point here is that this guy is here to
This guy. Он их называет гаями,
it
забавно.
saves the data in the script.
Пропустил про карту, давай еще раз.
Add more things. But let's move on to the next topic, or to the next entry here. So the Quantum map is a convenient Unity script to help you bake stuff that is put onto the scene into the Quantum assets. And what I mean here is if you add a lot of, let's say, non-movable colliders using the Quantum corresponding physics scripts for that, like mesh collider for a terrain or for environment meshes or some boxes and some other things. But not only that, also entities that you create directly as prototypes inside the scene. When you press save, or depending on the options you have enabled, you may want to manually click here. It saves the data in the deterministic format. And for you to understand, normally the concept of what a Unity scene is in Quantum is a map. So it is Quantum asset, which is a topic we're going to cover later today. But the point here is that this guy is here to allow us to add these things directly to the scene, and it's going to bake the quantum data that's necessary to run. Then quantum stats, totally optional. It is actually this guy you see here on the left, which is showing the summary of the...
Интересно, как нужно будет потом карту рисовать игрокам, передавать, пока непонятно. Тут и можно запечь.
So this is totally optional. You can just delete this guy here and it will be fine. Or you can disable it if you want to. But it has some convenient things. So for example, you can mark it to not start enabled. So the way it works is it is there, it is collecting the data for you, but it's not showing right away. But if you click here, then it shows. So it's very convenient. You always have this here in your scenes. It doesn't have to be right away showing all the time, but it is convenient in any case. And finally, it comes pre-built with a demo Unity script that subscribes to where input should be pulled from, grabbing the input from the local Unity instance and sent to the server and everything. Actually, it's sent to the quantum simulation for local prediction and also to the server when running online. And we'll dive into this guy soon, so we'll open this script. So this discovers all the default game objects you get when you either open this existing scene or if you...
Как тебе Souls, Софокл? То, что ты описываешь про RPG, в которых нужно думать и идти без маркеров и слушать NPC. Вот как раз вчера у меня такой опыт был.
Say add quantum to a scene. It will basically add all these objects for you, so you have a minimal stuff that lets quantum run from here. So let's move on to the next topic. So as I showed, if I press play here, quantum is running, but nothing is going on. There's nothing happening because we actually do not have any entity, so there's nothing.
Souls не пытался. Почему?
Dynamic going on here.
Это вот RPG, где нужно думать и знать и понимать, куда идти.
So there are a few, of course, normally you're going to add your own components and your own things combined with the pre-existing stuff, but there are some convenient stuff for prototyping. So,
ты уже описывал выше про жанры, типа нужно описывать душность, соусовость. Видно, у тебя уже есть какое-то такое представление о том, что там будет. Ведь на босс 3 часа, не знаю. Я с кайфом вот так играл в Elden Ring, что-то там 7 часов бил босса, ну, около того. С бомжатским вооружением. Если правильно прокачаться, то бить будешь не 3 часа его. Но игра позволяет тебе без прокачки убивать сильных боссов, но долго. И это прикольно. Уважение к игроку. Так тебя не заставляют бить боссов, которые не соответствуют твоему уровню. Ты сам можешь решить их пытаться бить, и это увлекательная часть. Когда ты бросаешь вызов игре, которая говорит, что тебе еще сюда рано, а ты говоришь, нет, мне не рано, и пошел сам воевать. Там честная сложность. Ну, по крайней мере, то, что вчера было. У меня было пара моментов неприятных. Но в целом, иди, куда игра может тебе предложить пойти. И там есть пара мест, куда идти не стоит. Там слишком высокий уровень. Тебя об этом не предупредят. Но ты это сам можешь и выяснить как раз.
With the context menu here, you get the quantum option, and I'll just do some 3D stuff here. So what I'm going to do in this case, I'm going to create a sphere entity, which I'm going to call
sphere entity here.
So what I'm going to do in this case, I'm going to create a you get the quantum option.
3D, okay.
I'll just do some 3D stuff here. So what I'm going to do in this case, I'm going to create a
без тупого автолейблинга. Ты все еще описываешь Dark Souls.
Sphere entity, which I'm going to call this guy my character because we're going to evolve this guy to be a character at some point. And so let's go to scene, centralize on this guy. So when you make this, when you create this quantum entity this way here, it actually is creating a lot of stuff. It's creating this Unity game object that has a sphere to be rendered, and it marks this guy with this entity prototype. So when you make this, when you create this quantum entity this way here, it actually is creating a lot of stuff. It's creating this Unity game object that has a sphere to be rendered, and it marks this guy with this entity prototype script that is the one that is used to bake the data that you set here to be actually spawned as an entity in quantum, but which is what's going to go on this quantum entity prototype script here. We're going to do a lot of things in it soon, but it also comes with this entity view script, which is the one that matches the view updater I talked about.
Lies of P. Душная. В нее я не играл. Наверное, что-то похожее.
Earlier, which means that when we press play, if this entity moves around, this guy's going to be moved around as well because it has an entity view. You can have quantum entities totally without a view if you want to. So you can bake them still as a game object prototype that can be a prefab or not. But in many cases, you want moving entities to have a visual representation on that. So it's very common to
error correction rate min, rate max.
Have an entity view, and this is the default stuff you get. So
Телепорт. Там есть настройка, насколько телепорт можно настроить, да,
sphere prototype. It
максимально.
comes with it will come with the quantum pre-built transform component, 3D one in this case. It will come with a physics collider. You can modify the properties of the collider here and all that. So, for example, if I modify the radius of the sphere collider, you will have a larger radius collider here. But I don't want to do that. I want it matching the visual of the sphere, but you can modify it here. Can play around with the custom tag or the layer to use. You can set up the callbacks for it, but I'm not going to dive too much into that for now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add also a rigid body component to it just by clicking here, having all the default options. So a lot of stuff on physics you can set. We can talk about that later, but the point is just to add a body because a collider with a transform, it's just there, even though it's an entity that you can manually move. But when you add a rigid body, it means it will fall with gravity. It's going to bounce on things if you have things to bounce on. But I'm just going to keep everything as default for now. And that's enough for us to test. I'll just move it up a little bit, and I'll see that my camera is actually taking a look at it here. And now, if I press play, this thing is falling. And I can still step, but it is falling because it has gravity, and it is actually a physics body. But of course, it's falling because there is nothing it's falling forever because there's nothing for it to fall on. So let's add one more thing. So I'm going to add a static box collider. I think I can just... make it big enough, something like 20.
И он сейчас запечется?
It's not necessary. I think it is actually.
Да давай уже.
Yeah, it is a scale collider, the quantum static collider, this blue gizmo here as well. So it's okay, it's enough to do it that way. So if we press play again, now this thing is not gonna fall forever. It's actually gonna stop here. I think it's not bouncing because I think the material properties of this, the default material stuff is not bouncing. So let me add one to this guy perhaps. So where's my material? I think yeah, it's here. So I have the default config physics material. Yeah, it has 0 restitution. So let me add a little bit of restitution here on this default guy and see how that goes down. And yeah, now it bounces a bit. Okay, that's good. I have average because I'm not sure the other guy. Let me see if max works here better. I'm not sure. Maybe the static is... Yeah, static has the same. So it is in this case, this is what 0.5 gives us anyway. Okay, so we have something actually running. This is all running inside Quantum. And so this static collider is just a part of the environment here. It is not going to move. You can add a few things to it, so you can have a different material. You can make it toggleable. So statics, you can still turn them on and off dynamically, but you cannot move them around. So what is the advantage of statics? They are statics, you can still turn them on and off dynamically, but you cannot move them around. So
коллайдеры, которые можно только включать-выключать, но их не нужно пересчитывать. И не надо
пересчитывать. They are much faster performance-wise from the physics engine perspective. So having things that do not move, it's a good point for environment because it basically flags them to never move into the physics engine, and that allows them to be pre-baked into the broad phase data. The character, which is an entity, we can never mark them as always static because you can always move around with the transform. So, but the point I wanted to get to now is that once you have an entity prototype like this, you can also turn it into a... Notice that it is something that is available, that must be available to the simulation. So I'm going to make this thing... let me create a folder here, and I'm going to call it prototypes. So I can drag and drop and turn this guy into a prefab. So here it is, and it is the Unity game object part of it, and the quantum asset that's generated for it. You don't have to look at this here, but it has this QID and so on. This is what it's been serialized as a Unity asset here. And making it a prefab or a prefab variation, of course, comes with all the benefits of Unity. Guys, please let me know if my ugly face is in the middle of stuff that you guys should be seeing. So,
Чел не нравится сам себе,
I
ugly
think I
face.
didn't miss anything from the previous stuff based on where I was here, but I'm gonna move myself to the.
Мы тут что, по психологии разбираемся, что ли?
I'm gonna show the contents here. I think it works better. Okay, so we're gonna use entity prototypes all the way to the end of the course. So for now, basically, I made this character be a entity prototype by dragging and dropping it here, but we'll make more uses of this, and I'll explain all the other topics about this. But the point is that an entity prototype is basically baked data about all the components an entity has, and on this particular example here, it's coming with a transform, a physics collider, a physics body, but we're going to modify this guy to actually use a character controller. But I want to talk about that soon. But my point for now is that even custom components you create, you can add them here. And what an entity prototype is just a saved, a baked version of a composition of your entity that can be created on the fly as instances. So you can create multiple instances of this prototype. In this case, we have it as a prefab prototype here, and it's also already part of the scene. So when you press play, it's been added to the scene automatically, and I could have many copies of it here, but we can also spawn these dynamically, and we're gonna get to this point soon. So let's go back to the topics
Если кислое молоко не нужно, выкинь его.
here and see what else you can do. Okay, so once we have a basic entity prototype done here, let's start talking about how you define custom data using Quantum's domain-specific language, and we're gonna in particular create a component to link
И организм такой мурашками, да, интересно. Подтверждает.
But to do that, we're going to modify this guy here to, instead of having a physics body, I don't want to do physics body-based physics, although I could. You want to do a character controller-based.
А зачем он бади выключил? Бади, потому что это... потому что... Не понял. Почему он бади выключил?
Character entity to the player who's going to control that entity. But to
Body
do that,
типа
we're going to modify
динамик?
this guy here to, instead of having a physics body, I don't want to do
Physics body это,
physics
видимо,
body-based
динамика.
physics, although I could. You want to do a character controller-based. So character controller needs a default configuration for it. So let's take a look at how this guy looks. So the character controller is kind of dislocated here. So okay, because this sphere. Oh yeah, okay. So the default config of it had this offset here. I'm going to remove the offset and keep everything else the same. So I want to talk a little bit about this default character controller, because this is one of the very, very few topics that we're going to do here just for convenience, but there will be a better version once this goes live and all. So I'm using here the Quantum Legacy character controller. That was the base character controller example for people coming from in Quantum 1, 2, 2.1, etc. And it's still possible to use it on 3.0 for legacy reasons, so people migrating projects. But you guys can either right now, after this basic course, take a look at my other stream where I built a 3D character controller based on a capsule shape, or just wait for the character controller add-on that we're building for Quantum that will use a much nicer capsule-shaped character controller, similar to the add-ons that you have in Fusion, also based on shape overlaps. So, but for the purpose of understanding Quantum and understanding how to use custom components and all those things, this is enough. This one here is enough. It's also super easy to prototype with. But the point is that if you have questions, oh, I want to use a capsule and not a sphere for character control, how do I do that? And so there are more complete examples for that particular topic. The point here is to understand Quantum, and this is easier to prototype with. It comes with SDK. You just use this one for now while you're learning. And of course, you can move to the capsule-based, more advanced version for when you're going to build something.
С анимациями интересно. Как выглядит анимация в этом пошаговом?
Stop falling now when we press play, because the character controller does not run automatically. It needs your own code to move it. So it will only move if you start asking it to move. And for that, we're going to have to add a few things that will make we go full circle
input
and
polling,
actual custom logic, players controlling things, and so on. So let me again, so I don't lose myself here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about Quantum custom components and domain-specific language. So I have this character here, but I want this guy with a character controller. We'll need a system to move it, but I also want to have this guy controlled by one specific player. So if I have 10 players in the game, I want to make sure that each one of these is controlled by different players. How do we do that? So we need to add data to the entity to do that, and we'll do that with a custom component. So we have here in our simulation, I'm going to create a new folder here where I'm going to add my QTN files. So QTN with a typo on this N thing, it's from Quantum, but it should have been an M perhaps, or QNT. But this is history. We started with this file at this file extension since a long time, and we'll just keep it like that. So there is now in Quantum 3 a lot of convenient stuff for you to create systems, to create things you need, but including a QTN file. And I'm just going to have here, I'm going to create a QTN file that I'm going to call it player link. You guys will understand why. And helps you understand. Is to generate C# complicated stuff to have super sense, because we can generate stuff very easily for you. So to create a C# struct and make it available as a Quantum component with all the editor goodies to have you drag and drop stuff and so on for prototypes, just start creating component. I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to call it player link, and you end it like this, and you just add data you want here. So you can add any of the supported types. So I forgot to show one thing here. So if you go to documentation, let's get into Quantum.
Я туда еще не ходил, я в интро ходил.
So if you go to the manual here, there is a lot of stuff for you to take a look at, and of course we do have an entry about DSL, and it lets you know how you can define components, basic structs, or other types of things. And even if you want to define them yourself manually, it allows you, although I highly do not recommend you to do this because it's not really an advantage. Just let us generate this boilerplate stuff. Although I highly do not.
Потому что на C# да, нужно все фигачить. Field offset,
Not
да,
recommended you do this
boilerplate
because it's
конфига.
not really an advantage. Just let us generate this boilerplate stuff. About dynamic collections that we may touch here. And all the way, I wanted to show here, so you have all these types which can be part of these predict rollback data structures, and these are the valid types you can use. And of course, all of the custom struct types you also define, they're valid to become composed out of these here. So you take a look at the doc, it's your friend, and it shows you some stuff. But let's work here on our player link. What I'm interested in here is to add I could just add an integer number to represent my player index, because that also works fine. But we have a special type called player ref. I'll call it player. And it's very convenient because this guy becomes internally one-based, meaning that the default value of it is a non-valid player. And only if you assign it with a valid either index or player ref, it casts to and from int automatically the correct way. It can only be a valid player if you assign a value to it. So 0 means no player. Essentially, it's very convenient to use it like that. So I'll just add this thing called player link. And we'll soon talk about, we'll need input to actually be able to control this from a player, but we'll get to this next. So let's do these three things in sequence here. So now we have this component. I come here. Quantum already code generated the C# part. Unity had to recompile a few things because the Quantum code changed. And now I have one more possible component type here, in this case player link, that I can add here. So the player link has this player field that can either be not assigned or we can pre-assign a value for it here. So Quantum, by default, it comes with for 6 players. You can add very quickly. You can increase this up to 128 in Quantum 3, up to 64 in Quantum 2. But we can touch on that topic later. It's also documented. But the point is that we now have our custom component in here, and our entity has that. That's what I'm going to do for now. So I do have a player link, and it works. So if I press play, this will still run fine, but the guy is still not following anymore. So this thing is still moving there. And the reason why, it's because, as I said before, we need a custom code, a system, to actually update this entity and make it move, because a character controller only moves one step at a time if you tell it so. So then we'll go back to our simulation folder. So my face is in the middle here, but I selected from the Quantum user simulation folder. You can see from here, assets, Quantum user simulation. And we're going to create a subfolder here for systems.
Снова на битрейт, еще раз.
Entity, in our entity, you can possible field that can either be not assigned or we can pre-assign a value for it here. So Quantum, by default, it comes with for 6 players. You can add not assigned or we can field that can either be not assigned or we can pre-assign a value for it here. So
Это разве так выглядит у
by
меня?
default.
Это разве так выглядит у меня? Где эта штука находится? Да, то же самое. То есть можно сразу им игроков назвать.
It comes with for 6 players. You can add very quickly. You can increase this up to 128 in Quantum 3, up to 64 in Quantum 2. But we can touch on that topic later. It's also documented. But the point is that we now have our custom component in here, and our entity has that. That's what I'm going to do for now. So I do have a player link. And it works. So if I press play, this will still run fine, but the guy is still not following anymore. So this thing is still moving there. And the reason why, it's because, as I said before, we need a custom code, a system, to actually update this entity and make it move, because a character controller only moves one step at a time if you tell it so. So then we'll go back to our simulation folder. So my face is in the middle here, but I selected from the Quantum user simulation folder. You can see from here, assets, Quantum user simulation. And we're going to create a subfolder here for systems. And I'm going to again use the convenience of a Quantum system filter template. I'm going to call it movement system.
System filter? So система с фильтром по этим, я понял. Что там еще есть? Quantum System filter. Input script, сцена, Polygon collider, entity prototype, binary data, пока не знаю. Что это? Binary data, это мы карты будем, видимо, передавать.
System filter template. I'm going to call it movement system.
Это все ты смотришь сейчас, Зошка, в основном не на Unity, а на фреймворк Quantum. Это свой игровой движок, который использует Unity для визуальной части.
This generates some basic plumbing for us, so it creates this class called.
Ну и Unity здесь, конечно, все еще для, в качестве интерфейса.
Name you chose, which inherits from system main thread filter, which is a very convenient way of doing a system in an entity component system like Quantum. So what a filter system in particular, this is running from a single thread. We can move to a multi-thread one when we cover advanced topics. Far into this later, but basically, a filter system lets you define a struct telling which components you want your entities to have, then you will filter very efficiently inside Quantum ZCS only the entities that have that composition. At least that it can have other components as well, but the ones you're interested in must be in these entities. And then you will call this method called update here for each one of the specific entities that match this filter. And you're going to have all the data you need for each one of these entities from this filter, this reference filter struct here, which is this type here. So you must have a public field with the entity ref, which it's an index to the entity in the entity's buffer, plus a version. So it automatizes that if you destroy an entity and another one is created, it can reuse the same index, but it will never be the same because the version is going to be different. So you cannot really reuse entity refs. The old one is not valid anymore. But we're interested in filtering some components out of these entities. So I'm interested here in my movement system in components that have the transform 3D component. I'm going to call it transform. I'm not interested if they have a collider or not. So maybe a character controller does not have a collider, and other CCs, character controllers, can pass through this particular person. So I don't care about that. I only care that they must have a transform 3D, and they must have, in this case, a character controller 3D. So I'll call it case C. So then I can try to move this character controller.
Это механизм для того, чтобы создавать мультиплеерные игры, основанные на одновременной симуляции на всех компьютерах с передачей только лишь инпутов. С возможностью роллбэкаться, как в файтингах. Может, ты знаешь, как в файтингах неткод работает по теме роллбэков. Вот здесь даже есть заготовка под файтинг, которую можно использовать. Have you learned Japanese? No, I haven't.
Player controlling this
character
or not. So ideally you would have a component that basically contains what should be the direction the character is trying to move towards, and some buttons that are pressed or not about should he jump or not. Because then you could either have another system copy input from a real player or generate input if that's a bot, if it's an AI as part of the simulation itself. But we're not going to cover that here. You have that in the documentation about bot SDK, how to use this, how to do this with the right patterns. We're doing a simple version here. So I'm going to filter entities that also have the player link components, and I'm going to call it link. So now that I finished my struct, I'm saying to Quantum, hey, we're interested in the entities that have these components here. There are actually other options for filter systems that I wanted to point to. So let me show a bit here. So in systems game logic here, let's say filter systems. Do we have special system type? So we explain here what main thread filter does, but in the end it is based on filters. And the thing is that there is a way, it's actually on the component filter documentation that I find the stuff I need. Yeah. So when you filter something on a filter system like that, there is also some interesting things that you can do, which is we want entities with those components, but you can also mark your filter to say, and I want to make sure the entities do not have this component.
Without есть. Generic filter can contain up to 8 components. If you need to more specific by creating without any component filters, any component set create component set. Что такое component set? Component set filters. Without any.
So you can have with, without, and any meaning it can have any of these, but not both at the same time, for example, or something like that. So there are variations of how you filter. We're doing the very basic one, which is we don't want entities like this. And the point is that there are ways for you to override and give you, and even on the systems like this, you can say, hey, I want entities with those components in the filter structure.
Yes, you can speak Russian. Тут вот кто интересовался сегодня, что, как игра двигается. Может, сейчас они все еще в онлайне, чтобы у тебя узнать. Тут не уверен.
But without these here. So you can specify all that with these overrides here. But I'm not going to do that. We're going to use just the basic one. So now we know that these entities are going to have at least these 3 components. And not only that, our system is going to be filling in the pointers for these. So you can then do something. I have to check where the method is. I think it's on filter.kcc. Then we can just call move on the KCC. And it needs at least the frame as a parameter, which is a parameter that we get here. It's still called f. Maybe we should change this to frame. Then we need to know, okay, who's the self entity, because a component does not know in which entity it has inside the data of it. In our internal data structures, we have that, but we don't expose that directly as part of the component data because it would be redundant. So, but it is exactly the entity parameter that we had here. And we need to say, we're moving a certain direction. I'm just going to, for now, say we're not trying to to move in any particular direction. I just want to make sure my character controller moves. And all the other parameters are optional, so we can stop for now here. So with this one line of code, we can make our character move.
В смысле, а дефолт
But
это куда
not by
будет?
just pressing play. If I press play here, you will not move yet.
Ну да.
And the reason why is, although this entity matches the filter, it has a transform 3D, it has a character controller, it has a character controller 3D, and it has a player link component. It has all the required components, but it's not matching. And the reason why is, our system that we just created is not running. We did not tell Quantum that you want to run that system. So previously in Quantum up to 2.1, you had a code called the system setup, a class called system setup that allows you to selectively say which systems you want to run, including the default stuff. But in Quantum 3, we decided to come back with an idea of making this be dynamically selected as an asset, like what is the list of instances you want to run your systems, which types of systems you want to run, and so on. So, and it's called system config asset, and there is a default version and a sample version of it here. I think it's only the default version for now. So I'm going to modify the default one here, but ideally you should create this own asset yourself. And essentially, it is this Quantum asset called system config. That means that you could, for example, I could go here, create Quantum. I think there shall be a system config as an asset here. I don't see it. I have to check internally, but I'm not going to worry about that for now because I'll just use the default one here. And here it shows all the systems that are already prepared to run. And this is, so for example, one thing that matters here is that the third element here. So this guy is the Quantum 3D physics system. This is why the character was falling before. It's because there is this, the Quantum 3D physics is running. It starts from this system here called physics system 3D, which is built in. You could, for example, disable and remove the stuff that you don't need. So and define Quantum to use only the ones you need. So I think, so let me take a look at the ones we need. So for this demo, I don't want to mess too much with what we have here. So I'm going to keep the entity prototype system because this is the one that it spawns things that come from a map, like these guys on the scene here. I'm going to keep the player connected system because it has nice callbacks for when a player connects, when a player disconnects, and so on and so forth. It triggers these signals. I'm going to keep the 3D navigation system, and I'm going to keep the calling system 3D because they are useful. I'm not going to remove for now the 2D stuff because I'm going to maybe replace them with something else that we need here, but they're harmless at this moment, so I'll keep them here. But I'm going to place my movement system here. Or perhaps actually I should just run my system as an eighth element here. That should be better. So if I go to Quantum, which is the namespace we added our stuff to, so you see our movement system is here. So I just adding it to this collection here, which is flagged to be used from here. Our guy is now gonna move and stay in the ground because there is now a ground for it to stay, and it's actually having its move method called. Cool. But we're not controlling it.
Типа move все еще гравитацию учитывает, наверное, его внутреннюю.
Where we are. So we added the system, implemented the code for it, some basic stuff based on a filter that knows which entities we need to update with it. You can have as many of those, not infinite number. I think we support up to 128 or 256 simultaneous systems on each instance of a game, but have a bunch. And so we did this basic stuff. So now we need to actually have one specific player control that. And to do that, we're going to have to do input, and we're going to have to understand how the player dynamic loop works in Quantum. So let's cover that now. So I showed that we have Quantum debug input here, which is doing the polling, but I want to explain a few things. So whenever you, especially when running online, but also offline, when you start Quantum, you are running Quantum without any player. There's no concept of a player yet. It is running, as we say, as a spectator, always in Quantum 3. This is different than Quantum 2.1, where when you start Quantum on a client, you already say, it's running, as we say, as a spectator, always in Quantum 3. This is different than Quantum 2.1, where when you start Quantum on a client, you already tell it how many local players you want to have. In Quantum 3, this is not the case. You start Quantum, it's running in spectating mode. What you can do is you can dynamically add a player. And that means you can send a set of data, we call it runtime player, with the player selection for its loadout or something like that. That's going to go through the server and back. It's important because this is subject then to webhooks if you have webhooks set, so you can validate stuff with your backend. It's serialized as JSON and so on. But this happens also on the local game. So to actually have one local player being added to have input polled, that will happen from this script here in our demo here. You need to tell Quantum to actually have more than one local player. And you essentially, when Quantum starts, you can call Quantum game or Quantum session.add player via code. You can take a look at how this is done from the runner here. But it's convenient for tests to say, I'm going to have one local player, and you can fill in some data in here. I'm going to show where this data comes from, what is in here. And the runner is going to add this guy for this local client when this client starts. If it's online, the same thing is going to be done from the menu, and we're going to show where this is on the menu, so you can have multiple clients spawn their own entities. But the point is, you have that. So every time you say, you tell Quantum after Quantum starts that you want to add one local player, it's going to go through the server. If it's online, the server is going to validate that's fine. It's going to assign a player ref and index within the up to 60 to the 128 to this client. So saying this client controls this player, and then that comes as part of the input stream, and everybody's going to have a callback and is going to know that this guy's joined the game, and we're going to spawn a character for it. We're going to do that from the same system we already implemented. But the interesting thing is that you can have multiple local players from the same client. So,
О, критикант, ты еще на связи? Здесь?
for example, if you're doing a couch game offline, like a local part of your game, like that you can play offline, split screen, you can just have multiple local players playing, and you're going to have the input polling callback called twice. But the same thing can also be done online. So you can have two players playing from one machine against another player in one machine, against two other players in another machine, and this can even be in different platforms. So for example, there can be people playing alone from a mobile phone inside the same games, where people from PC are playing split screen, some are playing alone, and any console. So you can have any combination like this, because adding and removing players is a dynamic thing per client now. So once these concepts are explained, so let's take a look at what this class is. So this class is called runtime player. I think it will be part of the, yeah, it comes here. So there's a runtime player.user, which is when you install Quantum for the first time, it already gives you access to this thing here, which lets you add some custom data you want here. So I want to have some FP, my something, whatever you want in here. I think you need to grab the photodeterministic thing. And once you do that, runtime player Quantum will have your something here. So it's a number you can add, but I'm not going to use that for anything. We have your something, whatever you want in here. I think you need to grab the photodeterministic thing, something, whatever you want in here. I think you need to grab the photodeterministic thing. And once you do that, runtime player Quantum will have your something here. So it's a number you can add, but I'm not going to use that for anything. We made the default version of runtime player already have an asset ref to a specific entity prototype, because you may want to spawn a character based on that, and a nickname, because this is a common pattern we use. But of course, you can you add your own stuff to runtime player. Notice that people coming from Quantum 2 notice that you do not have anymore to write custom serialization here, because runtime player is serialized as JSON. This is very important because it goes through the network, and it optionally can be used via webhooks to be validated with your backend before being accepted into Quantum for online. So this is very, very important. So you don't have to write with your backend before being accepted into Quantum for online. So this is very, very important. So you don't have to write serialization. It's going to be baked as JSON online when you do it, and decoded back when it comes back as part of the input stream. So I just wanted to show this class, but we're not really going to need to do a lot about it. What we're going to actually do about it is, whenever a player is added, and that is part of the that a runtime player was sent, there is a signal that gets called, and then we have the concept of signals. So what are signals? So signals are method implementations that you can call from one system to another. They are called immediately as soon as you call them. So they're not deferred to be called when that system runs. They are called on every system that implements the interface corresponding to it, and that is currently enabled. And there are many default signals in Quantum, including collision callbacks and the signals for when a player is added or removed or things like that. But you can also add your custom signals, so you can find the documentation for those. Where are signals? So this is components. So in systems, you're going to have the documentation about signals, how you define your own custom signals, which is not the topic right now. What we want to do is we want to use iSignal on. Let's take a look at the ones we have here. Signal. So we used to have this own player data set, which was because sending runtime player was something you could do multiple times in Quantum 2.1. In Quantum 3, you can only do that, so this signal is deprecated. But it's still popping up here. But we have the player connected and own local player, own player added and own player connected. So it's the own player added is the one we're looking for. Own player connected just tells the player was connected. The player added has one more interesting thing for us here. So when we implement this system, we know in which frame this player was added to the simulation, so we can spawn an entity for it. We get a reference to what is this player ref, what is the player index that's being controlled here. And this first time is interesting because, say a player connects, send this one time, and then next time this guy disconnects and connects back. If it's the same client reconnecting, the server is going to try to reassign the same player index to this guy. And in this case, the guy can again add his local player, and he would send again the runtime player data. But you have a differentiation here because it's not the first time this guy's connecting to a game. So this is new. So you know that it's the same game client reconnecting, getting the same player index, but it's the second time. So you can avoid, for example, spawning the entity multiple times. Also because this is guaranteed to only be called once per player index, as long as it's not a player index being reused. So if it's first time player index is called, this comes. If it's the same client who reconnected and sent again, this is called the second time, but this is going to be false. And if it's the same player index, but it's another client who the plugin had to assign reuse as player index because there was not enough free ones, then it would be called with this true again. But that's a rare case. Normally, this basically covers more cases for you, especially for people coming from Quantum 2. But what we're going to do here is we're going to do two things. We're going to grab what is the prototype that's so what is the runtime player data? So runtime player. Remember the class I talked about, runtime player that I just showed, that whenever a player is added, that contains the loadout of a player. So what is the instance of this guy that was just added? You get that from frame.getPlayerData for the player that was just added. So this is an instance of the class runtime player that you just saw. So then runtime player dot, you will have my something number that we added, will have the asset ref or an entity prototype of the
player data, это все runtime player.
Which is what we're going to actually use here. But point is, you have access to that. And what we're going to actually do is we're going to do frame.create, which is a way to create an entity. You can just create an entity without anything, and then you manually add components to it, setting data yourself, or you can just pass a reference to an entity prototype, and it would spawn exactly as the prototype is defined on the prefab. And that's what we're going to do here. So we're going to spawn the character prototype as this. We'll do a few more things later, but for now, it suffices to do this. And basically, we're going to now, we have to link this here, otherwise it would have a null. It would not exist, not a null, but it would be an invalid asset ref here. But I'm going to add this reference to that prefab we created before. Remember that the basics of it here. I'm not sure this is the right one though. Yeah, this is still one with the physics body because we forgot to. This has now the character controller and. Oh, because this is override. Yeah, apply also. It does not match the prefab anymore. Unity, it's the new version of Unity. This is slightly different. On the previous version, it was here on the right. So this is the latest LTS. So applying the modifications we did here to the main one. So now the prefab actually has the modifications. And the point here is now that I'm not interested in this one anymore. I'm not interested in this one that is on the scene. I'm going to disable it, save again. This is not going to exist. Now we're going to spawn one dynamically based on this here. So we're going to still see it, but it will be spawned.
Компоненты можно будет и в
Here it is, and it's not the one that is disabled. That one is still here. So this is the one that was spawned dynamically from the code we just added. So this is the code we added. We grabbed the data from runtime player data, decided to spawn this. But we need to do a few more things. So I want to make sure that when we spawn multiple players, they do not spawn in the same place. And I also want to manually assign who should control this guy, which lets us check a few interesting APIs from the frame. So from the frame, we have a lot of APIs for how to deal with components. So you can get a copy of a component. You can add an instance of a component to an entity that doesn't have it, or you can just try to set overriding the contents of a certain component into an entity and a few other things. You can also check has to check if an entity has or not a component. But I like to always use the most convenient way to handle certain things. And in this case, you know what? I could add the player link by default to the prefab, which is what we had before, but I'm going to do it slightly different. So I was thinking about just modifying the value, but I'm going to use that for that. I'm still going to demonstrate that API with the transform to position it correctly, but I'm going to do differently here for the prototype. So I'm going to remove the player link from here. I don't want to have the, but you know what? I could add the player link by default to the prefab, which is what we had before, but I'm going to do it slightly different. So I was thinking about just modifying the value, but I'm going to use that for that. I'm still going to demonstrate that API with the transform to position it correctly, but I'm going to do differently here for the prototype. So I'm going to remove the player link from here. I don't want to have the player link by default on the prototype. I don't need that. So I'm going to change that on the prefab. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add the player link on the fly on the prefab. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add the player link on the fly. So what we're going to do is var link equals new player link, and we're going to make player be our player. So just standard C# syntax here for a new instance of a struct. This is a non-allocating, non-garbage collectible allocation here because this is being allocated in the stack of the method. This is a struct quantum component, assigning the player to it, and then I'm going to do frame.add. I don't need this. I just need to pass in. Oh, I forgot to. So I need here var entity equals. So create always returns the entity ref, a reference to an entity. So I can add to this entity the link component, and this is enough for it to know, of course it's generic, so to know that we're adding the type T, which is the type player link, and it will add the one with this value. So I'm adding this component dynamically. So this in Quantum is very, very efficient. You can do this at any moment. And But I'm going to show another way to modify existing components, which is always my favorite, which is to use frame.unsafe. Unsafe here just means we grabbed all the APIs that deal with pointers, we grouped them into this API object here called frame.unsafe. I'm going to try to get a pointer, which is basically it checks if, so it has to be inside an if. So if try to get a pointer to a particular component type. So it will check that there is a certain component type into this entity, and if there is, it gives me a pointer to it. So the component I'm interested in is transform 3D. I'm checking if, oh, sorry, not filter, it's entity. I'm confusing with the update. So on my entity that I just created, I check if it has a transform 3D, out var t. So let's call it transform. So this is just C# syntax for an out variable. So I'm setting the pointer to a variable here, which is a pointer to a transform 3D. I'm just using var because the type is implicit from here, so this is easier to handle. So now I have a pointer to my existing transform on this entity that was just created, and I can modify, for example, its position. And I'm going to do it with a new vector. I'm going to move them on the x-axis based on the player. So if it's player 0, it's going to be 0. If it's going to be player 1, it's going to be 2. Player 2 is going to be 4, and so on and so forth on the x-axis. I'm going to place them on the y-axis around position. To meet 2 is going to be player. So if it's player 0, it's going to be 0. If it's going to be player 1, it's going to be 2. Player 2 is going to be 4, and so on and so forth on the x-axis. I'm going to place them on the y-axis around position 2 meters and z 0. You can use integer numbers in place of fp because it casts you fp with the exact values correctly. So that's what I wanted to do. So I'm both here demonstrating how you add a component and how you get a pointer to an existing one. You also have a f.try get, which just gets a copy, but you normally don't want to work on copies because it's a struct. You're not working on a reference. To work on a reference on this CSS, you get a pointer to it. So now it's a struct. You're not working on a reference.
Это стракты, поэтому мы работаем не с референсами. Ну да. То есть, если работать ссылкой на структуру, то можно ее значение менять, а не получать. Прикол.
To work on a reference on this CSS, you get a pointer to it. So now we're going to actually spawn it dynamically like before, but we'll add the player link component to it, and we will modify its transform based on which player is doing that. So still working, but maybe you guys noticed it was a slightly different position because it was not so high. And let me take a look at the stuff. So we covered this here, but we need to make this move to finish the topic. But before we make it move, I'm going to try something. If I make my local characters, I want to have 2 characters instead of 1. So they're spawning the same entity prototype, and if I press play here now, we have 2 copies of it. We're still not controlling them, but we have 2 copies. One is assigned to player index 0, 1, first one, then on to the second. They're both controlled by this game client. This is just a local game in this case, but it's here. So let's fix a few things here. So I want to make sure my camera is not so far behind. So something like 5. Maybe I want to... Oh, minus 5. Minus 5. I want to put it around 4, and I want to rotate it down like 30 degrees. I think that's slightly better for what I'm intending here. Yeah, it's kind of easier to see things here. So this guy's centered, the other one is slightly to the right. Because we're going to add controls now. So we covered the concept of player and the callbacks and all. So now let's take a look at how input works. So from the perspective of the quantum simulation, one very, very, very important aspect is Quantum does not know about Unity. You cannot query Unity's input from here. If you do, you're querying local input. It doesn't make any sense for a simulation that's about an online game. So what you do with Quantum is, you create a struct that we call conveniently input, and you add data to it, which is what is the input you want to represent about one particular player. It's the direction he's trying to move towards, perhaps a few buttons for jumping and those kind of things. Or shooting if you're doing shooting, or grabbing stuff if you're looting stuff. So you add that to that struct to have live control input. We also have a concept called commands that is worth taking a look at the docs. So all these have their own entries in the docs. So let me see. So just input itself here has whole entry in the manual about it, including how to do optimized versions of these things and so on. But and there is also commands, which are, let's say, more. Commands are like more complex inputs that you want to use occasionally as variable types of things you want to send to the simulation. Input is more like the common direct type of control that you're going to get live in your game all the time. And I'm mentioning both right away here because in commands are also predicted differently than in Quantum 2. So you can use either, but it still makes, if you're doing direct control, like moving with WASD and clicking to jump, or jumping with a space or
Все понимаю, что говорят, да, почти все.
Happening on a mobile game. This is normal input. If you're selecting things, if you are clicking somewhere to go, you're talking about using commands. So that's what you should do. But this is going to be direct input for this character. We're not setting it up for navigation, so we'll do it like that. But again, we'll generate, I mean, I'm going to reuse the same QTN file as before. We could create a separate QTN file, but I'm just going to do it like this. So input, it's a special keyword in Quantum, so you just say input, and then you add the data you want to. I'm going to add two things here. I'm going to add an FP vector to direction. So there's a more efficient...
Через Яндекс.Переводчик не варик.
Encoding a direction, encoding with
Это для этого Яндекс нужно
this is
качать.
enough for prototyping, and that's what I'm going to use for now. And I'm going to add a button for jumping. And that's it. That's what I need. I need the direction and I need jump. And if I have these two, just letting Quantum generate the code, compiled.
Сегодня у меня не зритель-ориентированный стрим. Сегодня у меня вот пара видосиков больших.
I'm going to go back to my system here, and now I shall have that input. And essentially, my direction of movement here can be... Oh, I need to grab the input for the player now. So let's do something like FP... So I already
потом
have
можно в котиков поиграть. Я вчера играл в Genix. Покажу вам, что там происходит.
Prикольно. We always have this player link. I'll show later a different way of doing it. But let's say, so var input equals frame dot get player input. So there is a convenient method for that. And I just pass in filter dot link the player ref for the player that's controlling this entity. This gives me access to the input.
У меня автомата почему-то на Edge Яндекс каждый раз ставится браузером стандартным. Какой-то вредонос сидит яндексовский и ставит постоянно, не пойму, в чем дело.
Exactly.
Вроде все удалил.
A pointer to a copy of this, which is the input corresponding to the particular player that's controlling this entity. And then I can
отпустил что-то проехало. Давайте еще раз.
Gives me access to the input. This is going to be exactly input. So there is a convenient method for that. And I just have this something like FP. Let's say, so var input equals frame dot get player input. So there is a convenient method for that, and I just pass in filter dot link the player ref for the player that's controlling this entity. This gives me access to the input. This is going to be exactly a pointer to a copy of this, which is the input corresponding to the particular player that's controlling this entity. And then I can switch this direction here by, I don't want to do like that. That feels wrong always to me. So I'm going to use direction equals input direction, because I always like to protect against somebody trying to do a speed hack.
Direction или direction? Direction? Он сказал direction. По-моему, direction, да, все-таки? Неужели direction? Он же как бы...
Direction.
Direction, да, он, видимо, привык говорить direction. Тоже сленговый какой-то.
Especially when you're moving diagonally, you want to make sure you're not using the two values as one and so on. So
Видели, я разбираюсь лучше, чем... Кто он там? Я забыл. Сеньор Дев Фотона. Жаль, что не в фотоне, а в английском. Жаль, что не во всем, а только в одном слове. Но это уже мелочи.
This is already FP vector 2. Yeah, direction dot magnitude is larger than 1.
Вот так.
Then I say the...
Для RF на русском языке российский софт. Но я-то ничего не подписывал, у меня на Edge все запрыгивает. О, снова глючит, да? Эти мегабиты у меня отлетают. Как у вас со стримом сейчас? Что-то вот опять просадочка какая-то жесткая случилась. Если сейчас я перезагружу, посмотрю на свой стрим, как оно будет. Алло, проверка. Алло. У меня задержки нет. Значит, если что, можно обновить. Что-то прям скачет иногда.
Direction equals direction dot normalized. So max is always 1 here.
YouTube. С каким качеством у меня сейчас стрим на ютубе? Тоже вопросики есть. А он-то не стримит вообще. Он не стримится нифига на ютубе. На паузу ставит. YouTube is receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. YouTube, говорит, что-то не хватает. Качество пур плохое. Алло, проверка. YouTube, говорит, что-то не хватает. Качество пур плохое. Реально качество пур плохое. Не хватает ему для качественного стриминга. А почему так? Пропуск кадров даже есть. Кадры скипаются.
Was pressed.
Что, снова звонить
I'm gonna
нужно
call
куда-то? Что-то перезагружать.
filter, KCC, jump, and frame, and you press the frame, ignore grounded, no. So I just need this.
То 5 мегабит, то 50
So
мегабит.
a note about this here, since nobody's
нужно
asking
всего
questions.
6.
Should you use just jump was pressed or jump dots is down? So it's up to how your gameplay is. So, but one point, we're gonna soon inject the Unity input data into this input struct. So the point I'm trying to get to is that the input state machine telling was it pressed at this frame or was it pressed only or is it being pressed since a few frames but it's still being pressed, and was it released, which is this is the first frame where it's not being pressed. So we compute these state machines for you even in an online game, and this works very, very stably, including with local prediction. So it's very, very important that you use this, and you never send Unity booleans for one frame only. There is a very common anti-pattern if you try to do that on Unity. We're going to comment when we go to the Unity side of the code, but it's very important that you use the state machine from here. And where do you use is down? So if we use is down,
По умолчанию получай русский язык, даже если ты потомственный немец, проживающий в
the jump stuff still has this option of I'm talking too much about this legacy character controller, but essentially it has this thing that it checks the current jumping or grounded state, and it does not keep adding up and jumping up forever. It's up to, so only if you spec ignore grounded to true. By default, it will not ignore the grounded state, meaning that if you try to call jump while in the air, it's not going to jump again. So because we're not telling you to ignore that, passing is down basically means that every time you touch the ground, it will immediately jump again. If you use was, if you use was pressed, it means that it will jump only when you press, and if you keep pressing the button, it will not jump again even when you go back to jump. You have to release and press again to do it. So it becomes something about your game. And some jump, not it meaning that if you try to call jump, ignore grounded to
Vertical impulse to KCC.
True. By default, you will not ignore the grounded state, meaning that if you try to call jump while in the air, it's not going to jump again. So because we're not telling you to ignore that, passing is down basically means that every time you touch the ground, it will immediately jump again. If you use was, if you use was pressed, it means that it will jump only when you press, and if you keep pressing the button, it will not jump again even when you go back to jump. You have to release and press again to do it. So it becomes something about your game. And sometimes it is important to have this because you may have an extra variable with a cooldown to allow people to. It is important to have release and press only when you press. If you use was pressed, it
Was released, was pressed.
means that you will jump only when you press, and if you keep pressing the button, you will not jump again even when you go back to jump. You have to release and press again to do it. So it becomes something about your game. And sometimes it is important to have this because you may have an extra variable with a cooldown
Наверное, тогда не was pressed, наоборот, не была нажата, только если.
to allow people to do double jumping. So that's why you sometimes use the ignore jumping internally and control the state machine of the times or when you allow to jump or not internally. But the button state machine, you let quantum control. So that's what you do. So I'll keep it like this just for the sake of simplicity here. But it could be, I mean, if you just want to use the current state, you could just do it like this. It also works. But I'll do it like this. Could be, I mean, if you just want to use
А что такое сам по себе jump?
the current state, you could just do it like
Это от
this. It also
инпута.
works. For the sake you sometimes so it
А input он уже
basically means on the
получил
ground.
где-то.
And whereas you talk by default, you would not down.
А
I'm
input
gonna
на jump он уже
for the P of
написал, да?
this,
Вот он.
which
Это
is the
button,
input
окей.
door. The direction is I'm gonna pass in the x value on the 2D as x and the y value on 2D as the z because it's a top-down kind of. In the x value on the 2D as z needs the 3D version, so I'm gonna use
X, all, Y.
I'm gonna pass in the x value on the 2D as x and the y value on 2D as the z because it's a top-down kind of movement thing. So that's what I'm gonna pass here. But I'm gonna do one more thing, which is even before moving. I'm gonna do if my input, then we have this jump was pressed. I'm gonna call filter KCC jump and frame, and you press the frame, ignore grounded, no. So I just need this. So a note about this here, since nobody's asking questions. Should you use just jump was pressed or jump dots is down? So it's up to how your gameplay is. So, but one point, we're gonna soon inject the Unity input data into this input struct. So the point I'm trying to get to is that the input state machine telling was it pressed at this frame or was it pressed only or is it being pressed since a few frames, but it's still...
Фреймворк поверх Unity, да. Это Photon Quantum, который является отдельным как бы игровым движком, использующим Unity для визуала и для
being
инпутов.
pressed. And was it released, this is the first frame where it's not being pressed. So we compute
Единственное,
these
если
statements for you, even in an online game, and this works very, very stably, including with local prediction. So it's very, very important that you use this. And you never send Unity booleans for one frame only. There is a very common anti-pattern if you try to do that on Unity. We're going to comment when we go to the Unity side of the code, but it's very important that you use the state machine from here. And whereas you use is down, so if we use is down, the jump stuff still has this option of, I'm talking too much about this legacy character controller, but essentially it has this thing that it checks the current jumping or grounded state, and it does not keep adding up and jumping up forever. It's up to, so only if you spec ignore grounded to true. By default, you would not ignore the grounded state, meaning that if you try to call jump while in the air, it's not going to jump again. So because we're not telling you to ignore that, passing is down basically means that every time you touch the ground, it will immediately jump again. If you use was, oh sorry. If you use was pressed, it means that you will jump only when you press, and if you keep pressing the button, you will not jump again, even when you go back to jump. You have to release and press again to do it. So it becomes something about your game. And sometimes it is important to have this because you may have an extra variable with a cooldown to allow people to do double jumping. So that's why you sometimes use the ignore jumping internally and control the state machine of the times or when you allow to jump or not internally. But the button state machine, you let quantum control. So that's what you do. So I'll keep it like this just for the sake of simplicity here. But it could be, I mean, if I just want to use the current state, I could just do it like this. It also works. But I'll do it like this. And this is what I need to move the character and also jump. So if you press play here, it would still not work. So they're here, but I'm pressing like left, right here. Nothing is going on. Nothing is working because we did not do the Unity side of things, which we're going to do now. But let me take a look at the question we have. So let me answer the question here. Bad Banana, yes, Quantum is the game engine. Unity is just a glorified view if you're using Quantum. But the point is, check the features. You cannot do determinism within Unity. You cannot have replays like the way Quantum does. You cannot have any of these amazing predict rollback physics things using the default Unity stuff. You have to do your own thing, build your own engine, or you use one like Quantum to do these things if this is what you need. And this has nothing to do with FPS. Actually, in FPS, we normally recommend to use Fusion, which uses more internal Unity things. This is actually more if you're doing something else. If you're doing a game that's very twitchy in physics and you need all these little interactive things to happen as fast as possible and feel like local physics, that's where normally you use Quantum. And yeah, it is implementing everything in Quantum. That's how it works. That's how it always has been for the past 7 years, and that's how you have to, and it's not even possible to implement. So let's write a script here. So this is just a demo script, but the point is, this script here is going to be called on every client for the local players that client is controlling. So if we have 10 players, each 10 game clients connected to a game, each one of them controlling one player. Poll input is going to be called once per frame in each one of those machines, and in the callbacks you even have, in this data here, we tell you what is the local player's lot of the player being polled input for here, so for each one of them. But the point is that we call locally for the players you control locally, so we use locally on the prediction and it sends up to the server input on behalf of that player. You normally don't need to know which player this is being called for, because normally you have one player per client in most cases, and it's always going to be about your local player that you're going to have this call. The point is that you have to fulfill the data for the input here, and what we're going to do is we're just going to query the regular input, Unity input in this case, and pass whatever is the current things that people are pressing, buttons, directions, and so on, and throw that into the Quantum struct, and that's what we're going to collect on the other side. So I'm not going to bother if this is the first or the second player. We're going to later do that. So, because we're controlling 2 players here. Because when we go online, this will not matter. We're just going to have 1 player per machine anyway. So, which is what we're going to do next. But let's start here with...
Sure, online
this will not matter. We're just going to have 1 player per machine anyway. So, which is what we're going to do next. But let's start here with... I'm going to get float x equals unity engine.input.get axis horizontal. Just the Unity standard input stuff that gives me a -1 + 1 value. I'm going to do the same with a vertical one to grab a y value. So vertical. And I'm going to get boolean bool jump equals unity engine.input.get button. I think we have a jump button, if I'm not mistaken. I will check if that exists, really, I'm not sure. If not, we added one.
Последние минут 10 не пролагивал стрим нормально. Я вот сейчас выключил гудгейм и все остальное. Теперь стримлю только на YouTube и на Twitch.
fixed point vector. We're just going to do at
перегружается.
2fp. This can only be done on inputs. Y.2fp. You can never use floating point numbers inside the simulation, but when converting inputs to be never use floating point numbers.
Вроде норм, хорошо.
And e.jump. I.jump equals jump.
Такой кайфарик в этой системе с ECS-ками. Я не знаю, насколько кайфово может быть еще и... А, Критиканс, ты еще на связи здесь? Я же к тебе хотел обратиться по этой части.
Grab this directly here, it's easier, so we don't have to do this. Let's confirm this exists on the default axis. I don't remember.
Я, видимо,
if that is part of the original input manager access fire. Yeah, there is a jump thing, so that should work. So let's press play, and bang, we have jumps, and I can actually control. But I'm controlling both at the same time, which is okay. Why that? It's because both are local players controlled by this.
Сколько? Не, я по этой части хотел обратиться к тебе на тему что вот прикольный здесь движок. И, наверное, еще прикольнее было бы, чтобы нейросеть сама все это делала. Ты мне вот первую дозу дал курсора, ты мне будешь вторую давать? Или вторая уже платная доза? Курсора вколоть мне.
I'm not gonna log stuff, but this method is being called twice per new quantum tick, one for each one of the players. And
у меня вроде еще зависимость пока не развилась. Нужно же давать новичку бесплатно, пока у него зависимости не будет, чтобы он сам начинал покупать. Все так?
You know which one of the local players this is being called for. So, for example, if you're talking about a couch game that you have a local split screen, you can differentiate between being the first or the second local player and acquire input from different controllers. Of course, maybe I should have never even talked about this right now because you normally in online you're not going to need to do that. You normally have only one player per machine. So if I do this, I'm not going to be doing input for the second of my local player, which you don't have to do. I'm gonna delete this code now. I just wanted to show because I started already. So now I'm ignoring the second player when input spalled for it. So I still push it with this guy, but I do not control it directly at this moment. But this should not be the case because this is what you need to control input for your local players. If you have more than one, you're gonna have to grab from different controllers, let's say. But when running online with multiple players, the standard stuff works. Was just demonstrating that you can have multiple local players. But
Так, а если в онлайне несколько игроков играют, так нельзя? Непонятно. Уже натыкаюсь на вакансии вейп-кодер C-Sharp. Реально? Так и называется?
I'm going to go back to only one local player because we're going to test this online now.
Мы вам нейросети отплатим, вы только посидите, поделайте вид, что вы живой человек.
Just take a look at the question here.
Понятное дело, там реально же надо все это ревьюить, смотреть, что все нормально. Человек все еще необходимость.
Okay, yeah, we do have a lot of documentation since we started this a long time ago, and there's a nice community growing. Because
Давай по делу.
We'll move on to the next topic, which is going to be how do we test this online now? Already on this about the stuff. Into the it's the same. This is a pre-built menu that is a script. Since it's very good for prototyping and sharing, you're going to have to take a look at how it works and do a few modifications to it. But what I'm going to do here is that it has the same stuff about the quantum configurations and system here at the end. So I'm making sure default simulation config to use. What is the default system configuration to use? So remember that we added our system here at the end. So I'm making sure I'm setting to the quantum menu when running online to use the same settings as I used there. And again, you need to say how many local players you want this automatic system to add. Of course, you could add it with your own code. I'm going to say I want to have one.
Нужна будет помощь от тебя доработать плеер веб, чтобы можно было к нему подключать по ссылке видео и настроить платную аренду плеера. Так, давай разберемся. Плеер веб, чтобы можно было к ним подключать по ссылке видео и настроить платную аренду плеера. Настроить платную аренду плеера. А что это значит? О каком плеере речь, уточни? По ссылке подключать видео и настроить платную аренду плеера. Это не что-то, в чем я разбираюсь. Мысль я понял. Если вдруг нужна доза, нужно поработать за дозу. Это уже похоже.兄弟再乾一杯. 俺はチンチが大好きなんだよ.
One local player per machine that joins the game, and I need to set that so it will spawn the character that is set from here. So
Платная аренда плеера.
it's all saved. Let's save the project and all. Let me take a look. Okay, nothing new here. So if we press play here, I wanted to comment on this here. So this menu comes with a lot of convenient stuff ready here. So it allows, if you're playtesting and testing and creating builds to test with your co-developers or friends or whatever, it's
VVC плеер.
Бали.
Я помню его. Так. И ты хочешь, чтобы сюда можно было кинуть ссылку на видео? Ты хочешь, чтобы сайты могли использовать этот плеер для того, чтобы показывать видео? Это ведь значит, что и видео должно быть законвертировано под VVC конвертер. Я понял мысль, я с этим не готов разбираться. Звучит как что-то ужасно геморное. Понял, что ты сейчас этим занимаешься.
it's a very, very nice online menu that allows you, for example, to...
Посмотри, сейчас видео показывает, посмотрю. Только...
Бали.
Вот.
Бали. Бали. Какие у вас ассоциации с этим словом? Вечно зеленый остров с бескрайними
Как будто
пляжами,
нас
нетронутая природа,
обманули.
вулканы и водопады, дружелюбные местные жители и атмосфера гармонии и покоя.
Понял, работаешь над сервисом.
lock to use only a certain region, to fine-tune how many players you want on each specific match, what visual frame rate you want to run, and so on. And if you want the build to be full screen, well, this is already on the settings. It allows you even to change graphic quality and also. It's very nice. And it also comes with a party menu, which is super cool because it lets someone create a room, and if you do that, it's going to show copyable by clicking room party. It's a small 6-character UID that you can share on Discord, and other people can just paste here and join. So it's very, very convenient. But we're going to just test with quick play. So this is now running online, and the lighting. I'll comment on the lighting. So that's someone quality, and also if you do that, it's going to show copyable by clicking room party. It's a small 6-character UID that you can share on Discord, and other people can just paste here and join. So it's very, very convenient. But we're going to just test with quick play. So this is now running online, and the lighting. I'll comment on the lighting. The lighting is Unity, it's not.
Бесплатный софт, чтобы играть с друзьями в игру, которую ты делаешь. Как офигенно.
I'm not going to fix it, but I'll say how you fix it. So this is the same, but this is actually now running online. Sometimes it barely shows that we're predicting. It's because the network ping is running so low that it's almost not predicting, but here and there it predicts an extra tick. So it's the same code, everything the same, but it's now running online, and we can actually make a build and test together. I'm just going to take a look at the question here before I go. So it depends. The answer to your question.
Я вайп-кодер. Зошка, я тоже вайп-кодер, походу. Мы заразились. Меня критикант подсадил на вайп-кодер. Но пока что вроде нет необходимости, но приятно.
Asking if you can turn a consistent metaverse quantum.
Если кто-то хочет, чтобы я был сильный вайп-кодер, кидайте бабки на подписку, я продлю курсор себе на вайп-кодер.
Deterministic game engine, like deterministic predict rollback game engine. There are very specific.
Это самая платная подписка с $20 на перегон стрим.
This for this type of netcode, which is very twitchy, normally physics-based, fast-paced multiplayer that you have a lot of interactions going on with physics objects that fly around, and we have a lot of objects moving around like a real-time strategy game, which is another spectrum of the game stuff that you do using determinism. So there are very specific cases for where you use determinism. Maybe from what you're coming from, it's better for you to take a look at Fusion, because from what you described, what you're trying to do might be much better done with Fusion in player-hosted mode. So this is very specific to a specific way harder. No, quite the contrary. Quantum's matchmaking is specific to a specific way of doing it. And that because this is
вопроса. Should I create a large metaverse with
Quantum? This is very specific to a specific way of doing it. And you asked if we're pushing matchmaking to be harder. No, quite the contrary. Quantum's matchmaking is photon real time. You have 100% the same features as you have in Punt2. It's 100% the same API for matchmaking. All properties and room properties for filtering, all that is the same here. What I'm demonstrating here with this menu is a simple way for you to not have to do that. You just press play here and use this one, but it's totally optional. You can write your own matchmaking stuff just like you can in Punt. So no, matchmaking, this doesn't go into it. It's actually agnostic. You can use whatever matchmaking you can do with photon real time. It's just for the matchmaking, it's just photon real time here as well. But let's go ahead here and just create a build. I want to run windowed, whatever is the result. Either to build side by side or just have build it versus editor here. Let's see how big oh yeah, that's enough here. So then let's see if that goes fine. Oh, the second one got much smaller. We found in background movements that I don't want to have to. So where is the run in background? Oh, I forgot where that is. I guess I can just search.
Это еще и в вебе можно все
Oh, it's not letting me.
закидывать и играть. А Unity теперь
It is, but
веб-билды
it's
у
not
себя
showing
держит,
where that is.
держать
It's
можно.
no resolution.
Что тоже
Oh yeah, yeah,
удобно.
of course. Running background. It's already here. Okay, good. It was right there. So trouble so sizable. I can make them bigger, so it's easier for you guys to see. So I think if I just press quick play on both, they should join the same. Yeah, the same here. So okay. So we have this guy controlling one, this guy controlling the other here. So as easy as that, you can test multiplayer and disconnect this guy, quit. So apart from setting the same stuff in the menu here to make sure the client would have the same data for the runtime player is adding and the system config to be the same, we didn't have to change anything on our code to have the network version running. So nothing changed on our gameplay scene, it's the same. Nothing changed on our code here. So this code for inputs, grabbing the input on Unity to run online or local is the same. The movement system code that's actually making the movement of the characters is the same, doesn't matter. Everything is the same, we didn't change a thing. Local, online runs the same. And more importantly, you don't need to know that data is being synchronized. I mean, if game state is being synchronized or not. Everything that's inside the frame is going to stay in sync because of determinism is being used. But then a common question is, does Quantum accept late joining or reconnecting? Yes, out of the box. If you have someone late join and the room is still visible to matchmaking or open for reconnects, a game client can join and mid-game, and what's going to happen is when it joins the quantum simulation, one of the other clients is going to be elected as the source of a snapshot. The snapshot's going to be transferred for the current verified game state. The late joiner receives that, and from that on, continues using inputs like every deterministic game. So late joins are automatic. You don't have to write special code for it. There are a couple of things you must be aware of, but not in terms of the callbacks. This is in the docs about back connection and late joining, but not really anything in the game simulation code. I'm taking a look here at my internal things to check if people are but nothing really important at the moment, so let's continue here. Okay, so recapitulating here, we just tested online, everything worked fine. So let's move on to the next topic. Overview of config settings. So there's a bunch of stuff here that Quantum allows you to take a look. So there's some stuff here. So I'll go one by one here from this tool here explaining what they are. So find config. So what is Photon server settings config? As the name says, this basically tells which app ID you're using, what kind of whitelisting regions you have, and so you can set here what is the app ID it's being used for Quantum. It's just Photon real time in the end for this, and so all the expected stuff for Photon real time, so which protocol to use, and all the authentication and stuff that you can think about is available here. So this lets you tell what is the app ID and the online region if you want to log to that you're using and so on. When developing, for example, with a custom server plugin for custom logic running on our server, you can test this with a local server as well. So it would be there's so this local name server or local master server option here basically is a quick way for setting this all to use a local server. But normally we use cloud. You're running online here. So that's for Photon server settings. So next config. So Quantum editor settings. So these are non-related to the simulation. It just allows you to set how Quantum handles the editor, like how especially this thing about baking asset data, because by default we do that when you save the scene, when you enter play mode, or when you build. For prototyping we have all these on, but you may want to disable or only partially bake some stuff when these happen, because as the project grows, maybe baking the whole data for the whole project into the Quantum assets may take some time, a few seconds, and you may want to have these disabled for quick testing, and you want to do it manually. So you have control of all these things here, and there are doc entries about these in particular. But this is what the editor settings are. So the gizmo settings let you control colors and which gizmos to draw for all the different things like physics, navmesh, and other aspects of the Quantum simulation stuff and Quantum editor stuff for debugging purposes. It's kind of straightforward to understand what gizmos settings are for, so not too many comments on that. So now let's go to the default stuff. So the Quantum default configs, it's a hub, it's an asset that is a hub for all of the important configs that are related that Quantum needs. So I'll comment on these here, but first.
Плеер, что я делаю, можно будет и в разработке игр использовать на канвасе, видеоигр, представь, какая экономия на ассетах. Какая? В видеоиграх уже есть плеер. Ну, в Unity, по крайней мере, есть стандартный. Его тоже в вебе можно использовать. В чем здесь экономия?
I'm going to take a look at the one.
Там можно тоже загружать видосики прямо из этого. По ссылкам.
We still have. So default config is the hub, and the important ones we're going to talk about are session config, simulation config, and runtime config, which is not a hub entry, but I'm going to talk about it as well. The others we're going to go through from here, but I'm going to start with these two here, which are more important. But I'm going to do them because they exist.
По части VVC, я когда гуглил про VVC-конвертер, забавно вышло. Не гуглил, общался с нейросетью про это. Я ничего не говорил про VVC-формат, и он объясняет мне про VVC-конвертер, и в конце пишет: хочешь, я объясню тебе, почему VVC это мусор? Ну, типа VVC-формат. Я говорю, давай. И он мне объяснил, что VVC, он на бумаге вроде там более оптимальный, но никто им не пользуется и не будет пользоваться, как уже случилось с H264 или еще каким-то там форматом. В общем, формат технически вроде чуть лучше, на 10%, 15%, но популярности он уже не сыскал, и он никак не победит актуальные форматы.
So we have these things from here as well. These are basically some of the quantum components or pre-built systems require components to point to certain assets, which is a feature of quantum. You can have data in components, but read-only data you can have in this concept called assets, which is documented here. Assets. So there is a complete documentation about what assets, which is a feature of quantum. You can have data in components, but read-only data you can have in this concept called assets, which is documented here. Assets. So there is a complete documentation about what assets are, which are these read-only data containers that you can have your custom ones, or there's a bunch of pre-built ones in Quantum. So these here, like the default configuration for a 3D character controller, a default configuration of the Quantum Nav Mesh agent, a default physics material for Quantum, these or the default asset that tells you which systems to run in Quantum. We already played around with this, so you can access these quickly from these hubs here. But there are two very, very important config settings in Quantum. So we talked about the Photon server settings. We're going to talk about now session config. So session config is a config that Quantum uses to actually run, to control how the simulation, timing and everything.
Уже победил один загвоздку только в конвекторе, который тоже я разрабатываю. Видел? Разрабатываешь. А в чем загвоздка? Эти видео, ну, уже хранятся в удобном формате.
Runs in Quantum.
Ну, эти, в смысле, все в интернете.
So here's where you set what is the simulation rate Quantum should run at. Do you want to run Quantum at 30 Hz on a mobile game, even though the rendering is going to be full at 60 or 90 Hz, depending on the monitor, and both movement and animations are going to feel fluid to that because of the interpolation we do. The actual ticks of the simulation are going to happen at this rate here. So normally we default at 60 for PC console stuff, but you can run 30 Hz simulation in certain heavy games, or especially for mobile and WebGL games, 30 is recommended. You can force strict lockstep mode, which is we never predict stuff, but this is rarely necessary. Only a very, very few game types would ever use this. So lockstep mode, which is we never predict stuff, but this is rarely necessary. Only
Never predict stuff.
very, very few game types would ever use this. So it's very rare that people use that. Checksumming, we do have a fully fledged checksum system that keeps checking the whole game state and creating a number based on the values and comparing that with the server. This is for development purposes. So every 60 frames, it's doing this and sending it to the server. You can configure the interval here. If you set to 0, which is what you should use in production, it doesn't use any checksumming. Because this stops the game when it finds a desync and tries to dump the frame data and show a diff of where things desynced, so you can debug what is wrong with your code that caused the desync. So there are common sources for writing non-deterministic code. We'll link those into our docs and explain why. But this...
Это много-много мест на диске, и после того век. Да, видел. И это проблема. Если на диске нет столько места, то видео уже не сконвертируешь. Если бы оно делилось на кусочки и по частям превращалось бы в век, наверное, это бы решило проблему и за собой бы сразу убирало. Тогда бы не требовалось много места на диске.
Allows you to do that. There's a lot of, so every entry here has an explanation of what it does. So Quantum 3 added input data compression. That's turned on by default. This greatly reduces the amount of bandwidth used. You have a baseline bandwidth and it rarely goes above that because most of the time people are keeping the same input for a few frames. Even when they change, it's occasionally only. So that means it's going to use a very, very low bandwidth, both up and down. Beyond the base bandwidth, essentially. And a lot of other settings for how the Quantum automatic adjustment of inputs happens. You don't have to play around with these. The defaults work really great. But if you want a full explanation, you can take a look at this or look at the docs. But the point is that...
Как только пойму, как из AV1 в век, все пойдет по маслу. В любом случае же нужно промежуточный формат стандартный хранить. Из формата в формат такое вообще можно? Наверное, все равно придется вперед.
session config
С одного языка на другой переводить. Нужен какой-то промежуточный. Ну, в смысле, язык и формата. Хотя, может, и нет, хрен
is
знает.
something that
С русского на английский сразу можно переводить.
drives how the
Если
quantum
говорить про
simulation
языки в
runs,
целом.
and this is enforced by the server. So there is an interesting point about it here. So when you create a quantum game and you're starting from the clients, the first client that's starting quantum
А идея делить на части не вариант? Брать видео, дробить его на части, и кусочки в RAW, и потом, пока один кусочек обработали, старый потом удалили, новый кусочек появился. Много места туда не потребуется.
is sending up the serialized version of this. But this means that if when other clients join, they're going to use the one that's already set on the server. It doesn't matter what they have locally, that's going to be dumped down from the server to the client, and the client's going to behave with the one that's running online, I mean, configuration-wise. That's important for consistency, so everybody runs with the same settings, but it also allows you to control from the server. So there are two ways for you to control this from the server. There is a way for you to set this as a JSON thing on our server on the dashboard, so all games have the same settings on your app ID. Or you can use webhooks to dynamically, for each room that gets created, you can
Какой ты
tell back
тактичный.
us what are the settings you want to use for that
Стрим я делал, так что-то пошло не по маслу. Не получилось, да?
particular game. So you can do that for this setting here. But that's what session config is. It controls how Quantum runs. Then the other config, which is part of the default configs. So simulation config is a bunch of
Снова у меня интернет отваливается. Почему-то. До 3000.
settings
Звук будет отставать. Тоже вопрос, наверное, технический.
for how
Почему
specific
отстает?
systems in Quantum, like the entity buffers and things, so you have some configurations. How the physics engine runs, and you have a lot of options here that if you take a look at the documentation for physics in particular, you're going to have explanation of these settings and these optimization options and so on. Same for NavMesh. How systems in Quantum, like the entity buffers and things, so you have some configurations. How the physics engine, like the entity buffers and things, so you have some configurations. How the physics engine runs, and you have a lot of options here that if you take a look at the documentation for physics in particular, you're going to have explanation of these settings and these optimization options and so on. Same for NavMesh system in general. And
Сейчас не было пролага на стриме.
but the most important thing to know about simulation config is that the simulation config is an asset, like all these many different things that are Quantum assets. So it is a local file. This one is not sent up to the network. What we do is, when Quantum starts, it sends a reference to what is the simulation config being used for this game. Just similarly to session config that sent the actual values, this one here, it sends the reference to it. And where does the reference to it goes? It goes on the runner.
Был.
So the runner has one config file, one class called runtime config that allows you to pass exactly the reference to what is a collection of systems you want to run on this particular game, and the simulation config you want to use for physics and for NavMesh on this game in particular.
Не часто хотя бы появляется, когда последний раз был до этого.
It also tells which quantum scene or map would be used by default here. And actually, you can add custom data to this config. So if you want to have something like, oh, I want to have different game modes in the game, maybe runtime config is the object you want to pass in custom options for you. So where is that then? So runtime config, much like the runtime player class that is per player, like to choose its loadout, you have a config here that allows you to do something like, oh, my public int game mode. It can be an enum instead of that. So it can be an enum instead of an int here. And I'm just using int as an example. So go back to Unity here and we take a look at the runner here. So you can have game mode being set somewhere as a player selection or something like that. But this whole class here is serialized as JSON, and again, it's something you can control via webhooks. So you can have full control from your backend to what data goes in here. And one interesting thing that comes from here is the seed for the default random number generator that's part of the Quantum frame. This comes on this as part of this config. So if you have a webhook, you can control the seed that goes. Nobody can control the actual initial seed of a game, so the random stuff can be totally different every time. There are other ways to control
Может, из-за торрента?
random number
Он что-то
generator.
раздает. Жестко. Слушай, а может быть... Нет, сейчас выключил, все равно проваливается. Ой, отвлекся.
Say direction equal input. So, but it's that the simulation config is an asset which quantum scene or map would be used by default. Oh, I want to in custom runtime per player, like to choose its loadout. You have a config here that allows you to do something like, oh, my public int game mode. It can be of So you can have game mode being set somewhere as a player selection or something like that. But this whole class here is serialized as JSON, and again, it's something you can control via webhooks. So you can have full control from your backend to what data goes in here. And one interesting thing that comes from here is the seed for the default random number generator that's part of the quantum frame. This comes on this as part of this config. So if you have a webhook, you can control the seed that goes. Nobody can control the actual initial seed of a game, so the random stuff can be totally different every time. There are other ways to control random number generator anyway. But so when running from the menu, the same object is here, the runtime config. So if you look at the demo, the code on this demo menu, you see that it just serializes this as JSON and sends it up. And this is what you can do. Also, you can have your custom data set in here, like the game mode from your custom menu, and have your own decisions. Okay, so this is an overview of all these different config settings. Again, there are comments on that in all the samples and the manual entries, but I wanted to have this small section of the stream talking about this concept. And as I said, we're going to mark these as chapters, and people can come back to these parts and take a look at them later. So moving a bit to assets, I want to talk a little bit about assets here. So let me just quickly check again here if there is anybody who wanted to. Okay, nothing of. So assets. So as I said, normally when you do, so let's go back to simulation here. Let's create a folder. I'll do it for assets, asset types. I'll do something like this. So normally when we're adding data to our game state, so you create a lot of components and you add a lot of data to this thing. So, but adding data directly in components is kind of like, it always goes into, hello William. So hello. Adding data directly to components means that this data always goes into rollbackable memory. So it's always predict rollback memory. And sometimes you don't need, sometimes you have specs for a character saying what are the initial values a certain character has. Of course, you can have that on the entity prototype, which is in itself an asset, but sometimes you have custom data that is read-only, that you can offload to something that does not roll back. The reason for this is to make sure your game state that is rollbackable and mutable is as small as possible, because that means your rollbacks move less memory around, so the mem copy instances, the mem that we call, happen faster, but also that if someone is late joining, we only transfer this mutable part of the data. So you should never blow up too much the size of components. There's always data that you can offload to be read-only in assets. And there is another benefit on this. So let's take a look at how you use assets here. So remind me to comment on some attributes, although that's not necessarily important. So to create a quantum asset, what you do is, let me see if I don't think we added, yeah, we didn't add anything here. So I'll just create a regular Unity C# file here, and I'm going to call it character spec. It's the name I chose.
Spec, типа specification, особенности.
And it's not going to be a Unity monobehavior. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make this guy be part of the namespace quantum. Let's move this guy here. And this guy is not going to be a monobehavior. This guy is going to be an asset object. We're also going to make it partial, because quantum is going to co-generate a lot of plumbing on this guy for us. by inheriting from asset object and marking it as partial, that's gonna happen for us. I'm just gonna add a couple of things I know I might need. So something like that. So this is gonna be my asset, and let's start by adding some public stuff here, like so my FP. Let's say this is my base power, whatever. As a default value of 10 or something like that. So just adding a quick example here. So I create this class, and I can say here assets, and then we use the class name. So telling Quantum to code generate this the other part here by marking it like this. So this is my empty base stuff just with the base power thing. And then what I can now do is I can do asset ref for my character spec. So I'm adding this to the player link. No, I'm going to create a separate character because my player link is coming from, it's being added dynamically. So I'm going to use one that I do it from component. And this is good. Let's do it like that. So my character stats component is going to have this, or current power, or
Так а зачем ему
so
этот
add an
сатреф,
FP,
если он не
my
меняется?
character stats component.
А сатреф типа
It's
не
going to
будет
have
меняться,
this
да?
because the other important thing is I'm going to add an FP power or current power or whatever it is. This is gonna be a mutable variable. This one is not. This one is going to be read-only. But I'm going to demonstrate a couple of things in here when you do this with an asset, so you guys understand why this is an interesting case. So let's reopen this guy here, and let's add that character stats that we just created. So because we have this spec linked type safely here as an asset ref to the type character spec, we cannot drag and drop any ordinary asset. It can only be an asset which is an instance of character spec. So I'm gonna create here another folder for asset instances because we have the asset types, which is just going to be my code, and I added one for the actual instances. So when you go here, create Quantum, you see that character spec shows up here because we code generate also the Unity, so I'll call it a special, ordinary, or basic character. Basic character spec, which is an instance of character spec. So this is a Quantum asset now, and we can modify the base power to be some other value. So let's say this is going to be 20 in this guy. All good, right? But what happens now is that I can now drag and drop it here because it's of the right type. It actually, as expected, you can just select it from here. And let's say I'm going to use that to add code. So I could add let's do a clean system for that. That's a better way of doing it. So let's say we do, oh no, not that. We have a much better way of doing that now. So create Quantum system filter, character system. All right. Let's go to the implementation. This, okay, so this is stats. So this is a system that only I'm going to do it, but I'm not gonna. Let's say this is gonna be custom stats logic goes here. Whatever you're doing that has custom stats logic goes here on an entity by entity basis. But what I'm interested in is I signal on component added for the component character stats. So if we implement that, so we get this callback every time an entity is created and has this component from the prototype, or when it's added via code that you do yourself. The point is that you get the initial values already in it here and on this entity, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to feed in the initial, so I'm going to get this spec, but that's just a reference, an asset ref, a soft ref. I need to get the actual asset from here, and you can do that. Assets, get the actual, that's just a reference, an asset ref, a soft ref. I need to get the actual asset from here, and you can do that.
А что не так?
Assets.
Ну, сейчас пытается разрешить, да? Get asset, что-то такое.
Let's find asset type. I think I don't need that because the type is type safe. So yeah, this is already type safe. So I actually got now the instance, and this is interesting because this is dynamically loading this asset the first time this is called. So next time the same spec is used, this is cached already, and this call is very, very fast. It doesn't load from disk again, so it loads only one time. But now we have spec.base power, and what I can use is I can use this to initialize my component.
Почему он пишет unsafe код? Потому что здесь идет работа с указателями. Почему идет работа с указателями? Потому что здесь идет получение данных из структур без копирования структур. Для этого нужно через указатели обращаться к структуре.
Power equals my base.
Потому что все данные здесь хранятся в структурах из-за ECS особенностей. И доступ к ним через указатели, без копирования.
Well, something like that. Think about it like this. So,
я даже не знал, что в C# вообще есть вот эта вот стрелочка для как в C++ и в C для обращения к данным через указатель.
I can use this to reset. I can always reset based on this as well. So, for example, but the point is,
сейчас он запускает, и у него сила такая же, как была в базовом значении.
I have base power here, but when I actually spawn it, we will have.
Увидел фигурную связь. В одном открывающая скобка на строке, в другом, на той же, что и название. Кажется, где? Обычный C#. А, вон там сверху фильтр. По-моему, в Java так пишут.
So,
у меня на автомате это перепрыгивает.
If I see here on my character, I have base power here, but when I actually spawn it, we will have this overridden. But there are a lot of little things that smell bad to me here. First is that if the power is going to come from the base power that's part of the spec, I should not see it here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use the fact that in Quantum you can selectively use some attributes like you can, for example, tell Quantum to hide in inspector so it does not show. Or you can go more radical and exclude back for out of the spec. I should not see it here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use the fact that in Quantum you can selectively use some attributes like you can, for example, there is no serialized product runtime instance of the component, but not on the prototype. So your
эти структуры, на которые указатели
designer edit the component, but not.
Вот эти структуры, смотри, есть отдельный свой язык, DSL, Domain Specific Language, у Photon Quantum. Когда ты пишешь здесь вот эти штуки, компоненты определяешь, автоматом срабатывает кодогенерация и создает C# структуры с нужными boilerplate штуками, чтобы вручную их не писать. Их можно написать вручную, но незачем. Пишешь на этом языке, они создаются, и они хранят данные в разрезе конкретных сущностей во время игры, и в каждом фрейме игры хранятся отдельные значения этих штук, чтобы, если что, можно было к ним откатываться или, наоборот, их предугадывать. Это основа ECS так, видимо,
we do not edit the power here anymore.
А вот здесь есть удобная реализация вот через автогенерируемый код. Я с
your
другими ECS библиотеками не имел дела, которые с Unity дружат. Это мне кажется супер удобно пока что.
designer
Проблем не видел, но, наверное, скоро они случатся, когда на вьюшках нужно будет какие-то таймеры делать или типа того.
can play around with the various different basic character specs, and different characters that can point to different specs. And they're going to have their power initialized by this value here. And the point is that you can have a lot of stuff that reads from these things. For example, you can have what are the base abilities of a character and the implementations of them. So this can all be done data-drivenly with collections and whatever you need on these regular C# objects, as long as these things are read-only, and they are used to modify the data in the components in runtime, but they themselves are read.
Сейчас приду в туалет. С первым видосиком уже близимся к концу, там еще второй на пару часов. Наверное, сегодня весь стрим этим, да, и будем заниматься. Вот вам пока прикольный видосик про людей в черном. Увидел его здесь рекомендованных только что. Как его включить-то? Он рекомендованный, потому что я его лайкал, видимо. Вот, смотрите, какой приколдес. Может, кто шарит? Че, вы уже кайфанули, да? Наверное, да.
Плохому игроку мятым мешает. Так там так и есть. Че, это шутка, что ли?
Не понравилось, Минусамикс? Шаришь за отсылочку? Ну, в смысле, за пародию.
Only when the game is running.
Видел оригинал?
So there are very powerful things you can do with such systems.
не понравилось.
So even if you think about regular Unity game objects,
Это мультик «Люди в черном».
so think about
Заставка оттуда.
cases where people recommend you to use
Креативно подошли
scriptable
ребята.
objects for these specs and these things. There are several tutorials doing that kind of thing. So that's what quantum assets are similar here. It's read-only stuff that you put a lot of data into, and you use your mutable
Тебе не понравилось то, что ты увидел? Или понравилось?
components.
Это ты отреагировал так около иронично, непонятно.
Kind of equivalent to Unity mono behaviors, use those more sparsely to have only data that really needs to mutate. But let's take a look at the quite powerful stuff we can do with this. So one interesting thing you can do with specs is that you can make
Это сам видел?
the game logic run
Оригинал.
from them. So you can do something like public update stats, and you make this receive a frame and receive, for example, we can actually use the
Подожди, а что он делает за апдейт статус?
some
Что-то я
more,
пропустил.
let's see,
Почему решил перейти на Quantum, а не остаться на том, на чем делал Жабов? Потому что в новой игре это будут платформерные механики. Мне важно, чтобы игроки видели одинаково друг друга, они с задержкой друг друга били, и на каждом клиенте, чтобы свой
your
обнулялся.
in these things. Think about cases
Кажется
where
лучшим
where
решением,
people recommend you to use a
что я знаю. Плакал каменным лицом, у меня теперь явно психологические травмы.
scriptable objects for this game is running. So as long as these things are read-only, and they are used to modify the data in the components in runtime, but they themselves are read-only when the game is running. So there are very powerful things you can do with such systems. So even if you think about regular Unity game objects, so think about cases where people recommend you to use scriptable objects for these specs and these things. There are several tutorials doing that kind of thing. So that's what quantum assets are similar here. It's read-only stuff that you put.
Сегодня тише, чем обычно, или видео громче. Давай посмотрим. Алло, алло. Нет, у меня порядок, кажется. Может, микрофон далековато был? Сейчас проверю еще. Хочу убедиться, что все... Ой, опять сломался весь, все.
This method here. We get For example, you can have what are the base
Всё на
abilities
максимум.
of a
Алло,
character and
алло.
the implementations of them.
Алло.
So this can all be done data-drivenly
Нормально.
with collections and whatever you need on these
Видосик
regular C# objects, as
громкий.
long as
Да.
these things are read-only and they are used to modify the data in the components in runtime, but they themselves are read-only when the game is running. So there
Вот
are
так
very
потише будет
powerful
чутка.
things you can do with such systems. So even if you think about regular Unity game objects, so think about cases where people recommend you to use scriptable objects for these specs and these things. There are several tutorials doing that kind of thing. So that's what quantum assets are similar here. It's read-only stuff that you put a lot of data into, and you use your mutable quantum
Я
component.
думаю, что я уже на 1.5 смотрю, как будто на нормальной скорости. А, нет, я же перезагружал.
It's like,
Скорость
let's say,
сбросилась.
kind of equivalent to Unity model behaviors. Use those more sparsely to have only data that really needs to mutate. But let's take a look at the quite powerful stuff we can do with this. So one interesting thing you can do with specs is that you can make
Powerful stuff.
the game logic run from them. So you can do something like public
Логику
update
через них.
stats, and you make this receive a frame and receive. For example, we can actually use the character stats. Character stats. No, what is the system?
Он
Oh, we can use
передает.
character system dot filter, a reference to the filter receiving here, ref filter. So you can add an update method here. So this is using pointers, so it has to be unsafe. It's not. Oh, okay, yeah. So
Привет, не кодекс.
so then I can do anything with the stats here on power plus equals whatever. I can modify my stats here on this update status, and the thing I can do then now is that
Кто
I
это
can go
будет
to my character
вызывать?
system, and bear with me, we're gonna get somewhere with this. So
А, у него система будет вызывать, обращаться к этой и апдейтить,
do
да?
I can go to my character system,
Прикол,
and
прикол,
bear with me,
понял.
we're gonna get somewhere with this. So what I can do now is I can again load this spec
Логику его засовывать туда
filter dot
и вызывать все еще из системы.
stats spec, and then I can do spec dot updates, not status, it should be called stats.
Status.
Anyway, ref filter. So you can call it like this, passing the filter itself to this method here,
Речь про
and here it
статусы
does something.
была.
So let's call this update stats, not status. Okay, good. We're just moving logic around. So instead of putting it on update, we're putting here. But what this allows us to do is not only it encapsulates a bit that the data is here, you're going to modify some of the stats based on the data that is part of this instance of the spec. So when you have multiple characters with different spec, it's already using the different data because the
понимаем.
update uses the localized data. But what this allows us to do is to use polymorphism, which is something that's not common to do in ECSs, but Quantum is flexible enough to let you do that. So it's
Полиморфизм.
so what you can do is you can now you can, for example, make this. Let me remember the order here. Abstract partial class.
Так.
So let me
О, в
remember.
смысле полиморфизм от наследования? Типа он сейчас будет его делать наследуемым, update stats?
Partial
И мы не знаем,
class.
какие именно там лежат штуки, да?
Special character spec.
Ага.
It's from character spec. And this guy.
Прикол. Их можно наследовать.
Let me see if I think this guy must
Только верхний, наверное, не нужно было делать абстрактом, иначе он сейчас
Anyway,
сломается у него.
serializable. I may recur to the manual to finish this, but let's see if I get it right. So what this allows me to do, so is I can use a different version of my it's not why isn't it
Страдает что-то.
update stats. This character spec has base power, and this one here has an extra update of specs here, but
Лицоферма, ты в Mugenics играл уже? Если играл, как тебе, расскажи.
I'm trying to make a
Твоя
point
тема?
of you can use
Мне зашло.
polymorphism.
Вчера
So
поиграл пару часов.
variation character
Перед
spec,
сном.
which is same thing, but it has it does not have
О, он
different
убрал
power than
сверху. Ага, виртуал.
normal one. So it does not re-implement. It uses the base one, this one. So something like this, right? The point is you can have inheritance
не
with
убрал.
polymorphism with extra data on the various different specs here. They all inherit from this base abstract spec. And your character system doesn't care. It loads the asset as if it is the super type, and it calls the method. But this is actually going to use the concrete implementation with the specific data for each one of the specific ones. And let's take a look at how this looks on Unity. I think it's going to break this one here because this one is using the abstract type, and this does not exist exactly because the abstract type
Не-не.
does not exist because it's abstract. You cannot have an instance of it. But
Так
you
я
can
ж
now
тебе и
add-
говорил, надо было не абстракт.
So if you go to
А он
quantum,
не слушал меня.
oh, I think I made a mistake. So what is the mistake I made? So character is spec. It is abstract. It did not generate for the
Зачем он
subclass.
предлагает
Just take a look at the
абстрактный?
menu here. The menu
Только смотрел немного стримы, смотреть было не очень интересно, надо
Go
самому
here.
играть
to
Согл.
see what is that I made a mistake. So polymorphism.
Интересно там
So,
именно решение
polymorphic
принимать.
abstract, virtual void update here. Serializable class using that.
Мне понравилось и смотреть, только
And we
что
only
анимации
need to
секса
have a
разные
super
есть
type.
у котов. Такое не
added.
часто в играх увидишь.
And we add as the base type. I did not even remember that this was the base.
А вот
same
какашки из Айзека много,
stuff.
не особо
So what
прикольно.
did I do wrong here?
А кошачьи приколы там про блох или что-то такое, это весело. У меня была кошка с обилкой, где дай себе по лицу на 1 урона, типа почешись, и с шансом 50% заспавнить дружественную блоху. Я обчесался раз 5-6, ни одной блохи не вылезло. Нанес себе только по
Only
лицу и все.
superclass is needed. Asset character spec.
Это темка, что там блох поковырять, говна поесть. Именно кошак, как бы со стороны кошек прикольный этот обыгрыш.
I referenced character
Потому что там
spec
много
spec.
всякого про говно. А может и не так много, может, я так заметил. Там кошки срут, еще нужно дома что-то кликать, говно убирать.
So this is public.
Это, мне кажется,
So
не
I
особо
think the
прикольная
public was
часть.
necessary.
Ну, так же, как и в
Just
Эджике,
try to
скорее,
copy exactly
отталкивающие.
as it was. So
Че, я пришел на говно смотреть в игре,
So
что
this
ли?
is the
А вот
abstract.
анимации кошек, озвучка кошек, вариации кошек, так круто все выглядит. Таскать их можно по
this is an
физике.
object and this is the one
Тоже
declared.
приятное ощущение.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, but this is only if I want to keep a specific.
Should you want to keep a reference specific to a subclass, the drive asset needs to be declared in the DSL first using asset.
Reference to the mage spec.
Че? Set import нужно писать. А?
Yeah, I don't want to use that. Yeah, asset inheritance. Anything I missed here? So they just need to be serializable. So this should be right here. This is
Should be
public
right, but-
character. So they just need to be
Может, не-
serializable.
Не
So
паблик?
this should be right here.
Без разницы.
This is public character. This one inherits. This one inherits. They're the concrete classes.
Файл отдельно, наверное, нужен тебе. Как ты будешь? Файлы раздели.
Somehow it is not
Я как этот мужик, который тут из нашей Раши, который в телек орет, давай там, мяч пинай.
to add the specific.
Обучающий сам обучает. Да,
interest
он
to that.
немного
This was
сбился.
possible into- I'll force import these, but this should not be necessary.
Так они же в одном
Because we
файле.
need
Как ты
to
ссылаться на них будешь
Reference.
в asset объектах?
It's import asset. Or asset import. Let me confirm.
Не понимаю. Мне кажется, я сейчас обосрусь все-таки. В нем я уверен больше, чем в себе в этом вопросе, но сколько я пробовал создавать разные эти в одном месте. Мне же не работает.
Import the second one.
Отдельные
This should
файлики
not be
нужны.
necessary. This should only be necessary
It
for
is
trying
not
to-
necessary, чувак.
Let's see if that
Ты
fixes
сейчас
the generation.
смотри,
So I'm gonna report this
смотрите,
to
сейчас
to
он.
see if there is a bug in this. This should be possible already.
Это не баг, не баг.
Yeah, it is. It also should show it under character spec.
Да,
because creating
блин.
for character
А
spec
как?
should not be possible anymore
Что-то
because
я,
it's
видимо,
abstract.
упускаю.
And
С одного
these
файлика как он
are possible
запускает?
because they're concrete.
Вот, ошибка.
And
Белый,
alcohol is special spec.
белые бумажки. Нет, не белая бумажка. Не понимаешь. Как он это сделал? Путь к special spec.
That it has both the base power that comes from
Особенность
superclass and the special
Фотона?
power that it
Не
adds.
знаю.
And if you have
обычно скриптволоджи ты же нельзя несколько в одном файлике хранить.
if
Там
I add the
ссылка на них
variation
есть.
character spec,
Здесь-то такого нету, видимо.
variation spec,
Это особые ассеты.
it has only the base power because it didn't add any data.
Точка namespace, класс под класс. Нет, фишка в том, что обычный scriptable object вроде как файл хавает, типа с каким скриптом он работает. А здесь этого нету, здесь свой какой-то, свой инспектор, видимо,
But
своя
it's
логика.
still a different concrete class on this particular asset. And now when I assign here, I can assign each
Ну-ка. Сейчас я хочу это проверить, теперь я что-то не понимаю, как это работать может. Вот у нас есть character status data. Если я сейчас открываю debug, он говорит, ссылается на статус data скрипт. Может, то, что они дети его, так можно. Давайте посмотрим, немножко изучим. Подожди, это код генерации отработала. А мне нужна не код генерация. Вот же она. А что он в папке? Нет, он не в папке код генерации, все окей. Я хочу посмотреть. Статус дата 2. Max Health 2, например. И что, это будет работать? Импорт error код 4. Create Quantum Asset. Статус дата, второй нету. А если мы скажем, что статус дата это ребенок в этой штуке, это вдруг все поменяет? На прошлых технологиях мультиплеера было бы сложно сделать синхронизацию в непошаговой игре. Это я использовал Photon Fusion, я его не изучал, было бы несложно. Нет, я уже делал подобное, я уже делал борчиков, мне было бы уже знакомо это все, и я знаю, какие в борчиках были проблемы. Насколько трудно там связать клиентов, там нужно писать неткод, нужно учитывать, что будет пинг, что сначала ты на клиенте схватил, ждешь, пока на сервере это случится, а здесь вообще не нужен неткод. В этой технологии неткод не используется. Все, что ты пишешь логику игры, и все. Неткод подразумевается из коробки. Потому что со всех сторон на клиентах одна и та же ситуация происходит всегда, которая синхронизируется, которая еще и предиктится, которая откатывается при необходимости, выдавая хорошие результаты. Нет, статус даты 2 нету никакой. Не понимаю. А что он тут нагенерировал? Asset. Player link. Asset import. Character spec.
Necessary for a bug in this because creating for character
Непонятно.
spec should not be possible anymore because it is abstract, and these are possible because they're concrete. And I'll call it special spec.
Я удивляет, что неткода
And
может
you
не
see
быть в
that it has
интернет-игре.
both a base power
Так же, как ты описал про борчиков. Это вот стандартная клиентская, ты передаешь данные, которые сам хочешь передавать. Здесь такой необходимости нету.
class and the special power
Ты
that
передаешь все важные данные, а потом сверху
adds, and if you have
рисуешь вьюшку. Все данные хранятся в разрезе каждого кадра
the
игры.
variation character spec,
Чтобы что-нибудь создать, ты обращаешься к кадру игры, говоришь, кадр игры создать, что на этом кадре создался этот объект, будет считаться.
it has only the base power because it didn't add any data, but it is still a different
Откатись, подкатись, он исчезнет, появится.
class on this particular asset. And now it has only the base power because it didn't add
Simulation Assets Variation Spec. Character Status Data. Видимо, я что-то упускаю. Как он в одном файлике их указывает, я не улавливаю. Думаю, что такое возможно, когда я писал Quantum, что это не ограничивает, чтобы это не ограничило идеи механик. По факту и в Fusion тебя ничего не ограничивает, ты просто больше придумываешь, как это все уместить. По производительности это супер классно работает через асинхронность. Тут есть все это встроенное, это уже ECS. ECS паттерн используется, он использует все эти штуки с структурами вместо создания объектов. И по идее это должно быть супер производительно все.
any data, but it is still a different concrete class on this particular asset. And now when I assign here, I can assign either the special
То, что он хранит данные, он хранит совсем маленькое количество данных, которые важны для игры. Он хранит именно внутриигровые данные. Не позицию каждого визуального, видимого объекта, а только важные, реально важные, как сказать, реально важные для игры, для стейта игры все эти штуки.
there's definitely something off here.
Их
So
не
it's
так
not
много на
recognizing the
самом деле.
inheritance of this correctly, because it should allow it to go
Ну и хранить их все не обязательно. Ты хранишь их только если необходимо там реплей записать или типа того. Состояние игры тоже в том числе не раскидывается, оно сразу ставится на места. Там все для этого есть слоты нужные. А вьюшка каждый кадр подтягивает эти вещи. Смотрит, какие актуальны, и рисует. Причем можно смотреть как на кадр, который пытается предсказаться, так и на кадр, который уже случился и подтвержден. Можно самому придумывать логику того, как отрисовывать то, что в игре происходит. И отрисовка никак не может зависеть, никак не может влиять на логику игры. Только в обратную сторону. И вот как делать анимации в таком случае, я пока не знаю. У меня анимации как раз на игру влияли. Я так и не понял трюк этот. А не partial. А, вот в чем прикол. Теперь я понимаю. Если я слово partial не написал, partial же дописывают код, и в partial уже они будут ложиться, и их можно будет оттуда доставать отдельными файликами, наверное, за код генерами как раз. Вот в чем прикол, да? Где статус? Вот. Все же нужно написать. А почему эти здесь не partial? Почему они не partial, не знаю. Может потому что... Asset object. У него как?
Update code here. Oh, the asset code. So the move...
Asset object, все правильно. Ну-ка. Нет, непонятно все еще. Какой-то трюк в этом есть. Зачем partial писать? Если он не partial, тоже непонятно. Почему фотоны откажутся от фьюжена из-за сложности входа в квантум? Нет, потому что квантум работает для своих задач. Так же, как и фьюжен работает для своих. Вот то, что описал Саня, наверное, как раз и отвечает на вопрос. Там есть написано, какие игры подходят лучше, какие хуже. Не во всех играх тебе нужно только инпуты передавать. Передавать инпуты, наверное, дает меньше удобства. Ты получаешь задержку на инпут. Если тебе нужно, чтобы инпут срабатывал сразу, то ты идешь в клиентский режим. Например, в шутере от первого лица, скорее всего, ты не будешь использовать квантум, потому что тебе нужно двигать мышкой моментально, чтобы сразу все поворачивалось. Хотя, может... Я тут, слушай, я не уверен, почему. Ну, в плане, я точно знаю, что вот то, что я делаю, оно только на квантуме рекомендуется делать. А какие минусы у квантума перед фьюженом? А давай посмотрим, что скажет нейросеть. Какие минусы у фотон квантум? Наверняка они есть. Перед фьюженом. Не задумывался. Я понимаю, что они разные, но не знаю ответа на вопрос, какие минусы. Жесткие требования детерминизма. Нельзя просто так использовать юнитевские штуки. Это ты правильно сказал про сложность входа, видимо, да? Придется ограничиваться. Недетерминированность рассинхроны. Сильнее разделение с Unity. Геймплейная симуляция живет в Quantum ECS. В Unity объекты в основном становятся визуализацией. В Fusion чаще можно оставаться в привычной Unity парадигме. Тоже ты правильно сказал про это. Выше порог входа и стоимость итераций. Архитектура, пайплайн, отладка рассинхронов. Почему разошлись кадры обычно сложнее, чем типичная отладка репликации. Ограничения на сторонние системы. Многие Unity Asset плагины работают с Unity. В симуляцию в лоб их не втолкнешь. Вычислительная нагрузка на клиентов. В детерминированной модели клиенты часто симулируют мир сами с подсказанием ресимом, что может быть тяжелее, чем получать состояние. Зависит от игры и конфигурации. Не для всех жанров паттернов удобен. Quantum Super там, где нужна детерминированность, RTS, файтинги, топ-даун, много сущностей. Для обычного 3D-экшена коопа шутера Fusion часто проще и быстрее доводится до продакшена. Как насчет жанра мультиплеер 2D платформер? Fusion чаще по соотношению сложность-результат. Платформер обычно держится на ощущении управления, коллизиях и быстрых итерациях. Fusion проще составить привычную Unity логику движения коллизии и быстрее довести фил. Quantum имеет конкретный минус в платформере, хотя там был написан только он для рекомендаций. Если вы хотите Unity подобную физику, ее нельзя просто перенести в детерминированную симуляцию. Придется использовать детерминированную физику, кинематику Quantum и аккуратно переписать движение коллизии. Дороже по времени и риску. Quantum может выиграть в соревновательном платформере, где важна честность античит, одинаковые исходы у всех. Нужны идеально воспроизводимые повторы и реплеи с роллбэком. Подобные штуки, стабильная симуляция на всех. Много игроков объектов в матче и важна предсказуемость сетевого поведения. Практические рекомендации. Кооп казуальный до 8 игроков, почти всегда Fusion. Быстрее, проще, дешевле разработка. Хардкор PvP, рейтинги, античит, реплей как фича, смотреть в сторону Quantum. Хардкор PvP. Вот PvP-шка меня интересует как раз. Рейтинги, античит, реплей как фича, смотреть в сторону Quantum. Закладывать переписывание движения физики под детерминизм. Сколько игроков одновременно, кооп или PvP? Насколько критичен античит? Ну да. Почему Fusion хуже в PvP без учета читов? Больше шансов на нечестной ситуации из-за сети. В Fusion вы всегда выбираете модель Authority сервер, плюс предсказания, плюс коррекции. При пинге 80-150 неизбежные моменты, когда один игрок уверен, что попал, а сервер, другой клиент уже видел другое состояние. Вот это меня в борчиках напрягало. Теперь во Fusion такого не будет. Коррекции заметнее на платформере. Резкие остановки, прыжки и столкновения Edge Cases приводят к подергиванию телепортом на пиксель 2, съеденные прыжками, разному ощущению контроля у игроков с разным пингом. Потому что там предикт идет на физику, а не предикт на инпуты. Сложнее сделать идеальную симметрию. Чтобы в PvP ощущалось одинаково для всех, нужно очень аккуратно настроить tick rate, prediction, lag, хитбоксы. В Quantum обычно встроено в модель. Все клиенты в итоге подходят к одному и тому же детерминированному кадру с ресимом, поэтому симметрия проще достигается. Плохие сети бьют сильнее. Сильнее? Packet loss, jitter в Fusion чаще превращается в видимый плывучий матч. В Quantum при плохой сети чаще будет задержка, подгрузка, но в финале симуляции менее разъезжается. Fusion неплох для PvP, требует больше инженерии, чтобы PvP выглядел честно и приятно для при реальных пингах. Угу. Физончик, чтобы симулировать, тоже будет лучше Quantum, чтобы одинаково все было, без ошибок. Fusion я уже пробовал. Может, действительно там как-то можно настроить красиво, но у меня это вызвало трудности. Попробуем теперь Quantum.
The object from the concrete class correctly, but it is treated as the superclass, the abstract class, yeah, and then it updates with the proper method and the proper data, and this call is polymorphic. So it allows you to do this, which creates very compact code. So it's very powerful to use assets when you can, and we still recommend this. So when we added entity prototypes to Quantum 2 compared to Quantum 1,
может это про выбор всего лишь, который вот здесь был. У него-то менюшка была с этим. Менюшка была старая, у меня менюшка новая, и вот эта менюшка уже не предлагает мне как раз создавать ассеты. Да, их уже здесь нету. Поэтому здесь выбирается видимо из файлов, не знаю. Map, Dynamic Map, Map. Как это работает, непонятно. Ну окей, учтем, что оно есть. Хорошо. Как-то у него это работает по-другому. Не знаю, в чем.
But they're still very, very important for these cases, and we use them extensively internally, so it's still recommended to use assets for immutable data.
Статус дата, CS. Больше ничего нету. Ладно, пока не понял.
As much as possible. Let's move on, otherwise we stop too much. Which we're gonna get to something very interesting now. It's pretty sure to me that I will not be able to touch on part 2 of the topics today. I'm gonna do a separate stream just for those, but we can still finish with this tree here now. So let me. We're not actually using the specs. Oh, actually, it's crashing because the problem is I'm trying to load a spec and I don't have a concrete spec here, and so I'm not going to try to call it here because it's null because we didn't manage to get it working. So I'm going to skip this. Although I'm going to keep the system running, I'm just not. Let me see if it let it run fine without this. It's still trying to load it, I guess. Oh yeah, it's the onAdded. Sorry, I forgot about that. So the onAdded still tries to grab the spec. So maybe the updates is still trying to just load it, and that also breaks. No, that does not break, yeah. So we're back to working, jumping.
Может, так было раньше, когда партиалы были, asset-объекты. Теперь, видимо, что-то изменилось, asset-объекты больше не партиалы, так нельзя делать.
My character is boring, it's just a sphere. Yeah, I know, I took too long to do this, but I wanted to explain every single one of the topics, right? So let's see, let's do this properly now. So I want to make this guy actually nicer visually. So what I'm going to do now is, let's create a new folder here. I'm going to call this third party. And I'm going to drag and drop something that I have, which is, I like Kenny assets a lot. And we always use this little character that he shares. Actually, this is not the original, so these are Creative Commons 0, so it's perfectly legal to use and redistribute these. Thanks, Kenny, as usual. You're great, you do great stuff. So, I took the original 3D character from Kenny, these little walkie things, and I added animation to it. So I created a skeleton, added animation to it. So it's a little bit more advanced. But the point is to get a very simple thing that moves and animates and make that our view. So instead of seeing a sphere, we're going to actually drag and drop a 3D character to use here. So it's this little guy here that actually can be animated. So let's drag and drop this guy into our character. And let's configure it correctly. So first, I'm going to disable my mesh render. I don't care about my mesh anymore. But it does have still the sphere, and my guy is inside that somewhere. It's just difficult to see at the moment. But let's, because it's also very small, I think. If I make it big enough, we can actually see it. I can also just disable gizmos and then we see it. But I want to keep the gizmos so I position it correctly. I think I have to do it something like -1. Oh, minus 0.5. No, that's still too much. 0.5. Is that it? No. I think it's 0.1 then. Yeah. Yeah, that puts it. Oh, it's not. Oh, sorry. I made a mistake here. I changed the scale at the wrong place. That's why it's not working. So I want to change the scale of this guy. 555, and then its position should be -1 or -0.5. Yeah, that's it. I think it's not 0.4 perhaps. I want to make sure it barely touches. No, it's actually 5. That matches it. We will check if this is correct. But it's so now it is that's positioned correctly. Let's use the right material. So I think I have. Okay, we have to open the materials here. So, yeah. So this looks better. So this, so let's make sure the rotation is correct. So where is our Z axis looking that way? That's good. It matches the Z of this guy. And I'm gonna add an animation controller. So I already have this base animation controller. We always use this thing for everything. Way, that's good. It matches the Z of this guy. And I'm gonna add an animation controller. This is looking that way. That's good. Matches the Z of this guy. And I'm gonna add an animation controller. So I already have this base animation controller. We always use this thing for everything. So this guy being added here, I'll make this the default. And when we make this guy here, it is here and it is animated. So it's just the idle animation because we're not doing anything with it. So we're not doing with the animation of the character. Notice that we're also not rotating the character. It's not the point of this tutorial to talk how to do rotation. You can take a look at the FPS tutorial or the 100 series tutorial. They go a lot deeper into each one of the topics you might want to do. The point here is to go over everything quantum, not the little details that you can follow other tutorials for those. So we do have it basically set up. There are no exceptions. Everything is clean. Everything is working fine. But we want to control this animation to match the speed of the character controller velocity. So when it's not moving, it will idle. When it's moving, it will actually move. The actual animator that I have on this guy. Okay, so here. So the animator itself actually already has idle and walk, and it will move to walk kind of correctly based on I don't want to use this actually. For this I don't want to use that. I want to move immediately, and it's all based on this parameter called speed. We'll just calibrate and set this speed thing here, and then it walks. Now, it's not a complex character with jumping and all that, but the point is we're going to do an approach here called reactive animation. So essentially the character controller controls how the game runs, and the character moves around and so on. And after Quantum runs all the simulation, including predictions and everything, then we take the final value of that and we apply to the animation. And so the animation controller is going to use that as the parameter to set the animation, how to run the animation. So how to do that? So the way we're going to do is we're going to add a new script here as part of the game object view, and we'll have that control the animator at the end of the simulation. But please pay attention if you're coming from Quantum 2.1 and you think you already know all this, because this here is all new. It's the new view framework stuff that we just added. This is coming on a build in the next couple of days for people who have access to nightly builds. So this thing here is new, and we're going to be polling
Давай
data,
уже, чё там?
setting the animation, so we're covering this, and I'm going to talk about events in the next few minutes to compare. But first, we're going to do this thing called view framework. So I noticed that every time I had to do a script to control the view, it was always very involved. Always had a lot of boilerplate code. I always had to grab a reference to my sibling quantum entity view to know what is the entity ref. I always needed to subscribe to the on view update callback. I always needed to have a reference to this, a reference to that. If I need to have something like a UI, I needed to grab a reference to the UI. And all this had to be done live when the view was spawned, because I needed to grab a reference to the camera. Because if it's my local player being spawned, I need to set up something on the camera and blah, blah, blah. It was always a lot of boilerplate code. And so a few developers from us, Tomasz in particular, thank you, Tomasz, he was bothered with this as well, and he created a very interesting proposal for framework here that is now being fully developed and integrated into the SDK by Jonas, our lead quantum dev. And that's what I'm going to be using here, which is a much, much cleaner way of setting up view scripts. So Unity mono behaviors that take the data from the simulation of quantum and use that to control the visual aspects of your views. I'm going to do that in this context here to set up the animation for this character, the animation speed, but you can use this for anything view related. So let's take a look at how we do that. So it's part of the view now. I'm going to do something. I'm going to create a folder that I'm going to call it scripts or view scripts, view scripts. And I'm now going to create a C# script. So I'll do this in two steps. The first step is necessary. So when using, it will all be driven by the quantum view updater. And there are two parts of it. So our scripts are going to inherit from a special mono behavior. So they get special callbacks and they have all the data set to them upon initialization, so you don't have to worry about grabbing references anymore. The most common ones will be available. We'll see which one these are. So for these view scripts, we're going to create each one that you need. But there will be a special object called view context, which is where you drag and drop your common stuff, like your camera, your UI canvas, whatever you need, you drag and drop to that guy. So I will start by creating that, because to start using the system, you have to create this one once, which is, I'm going to call it view context. I'll call it custom view context.
Что такое view context? Это то, что нужно отправить во вьюшку из объекта, да?
Just use the quantum namespace and we do I quantum entity view context. There is no need to implement anything on it. It's just something for you to have as part of your scene, that you can drag and drop the references that you need to be your view context. Normally camera, UI stuff. So I will start with that. And so as seen here, you implement this interface. So if you implement this interface, what you do is you go to your entity view updater and you can add your view context here. And then you can set it up with whatever references you need. In this case,
Custom view content. Типа это разрешение ссылок для всех-всех. Ты закидываешь сюда, и теперь все, кто требует камеру, будут сразу ее получать.
I have the camera here. So the view updater is going to find if you have an mono behavior with the context interface added to it, and you would grab it from here. So now that we have this basic thing done, we can create a lot of view scripts, and they will be much, much simpler when compared to Quantum 2 variations. We're going to now create a very, very simple script to drive this animator speed parameter from the Quantum character controller runtime. And we're going to do this with very, very few lines of code due to this view framework. So I'll create a C# script. I'm going to call it animation view or whatever is needed. Whatever is the name you want to call it. I'm going to again see.
Зачем он камеру в контекст положил?
Now, instead of inheriting from mono behavior, quantum entity view component for our custom view context. So essentially,
для custom view контекста, который там держит камеру. Вообще не понял пока.
You inherit from quantum entity view component, and then you can tag, use the type of your special view context that is used in your game. And then a lot of plumbing is done for you here. So let me just show one thing here. So there are a lot of little callbacks to override, like on activate, on deactivate, on initialize, on game change, on update view. I'm interested here on update view, because this is going to be called after the whole quantum simulation is called, and we will use this to
Привет, Аврукс.
read what is the current value of the character controller velocity of this character, and we're going to set this to the speed of the animation controller. So first, we'll need to have a reference, so public animator.
Пока все как обычно.
I'll write it like this because we're going to grab this reference automatically later. But we're going to need that, and essentially I'm going to get a copy of my CC from. Okay, so here's where the cool stuff happens. Normally you would grab quantum runner, default, game, frame, blah, blah, blah. All that is now available here. So you have predicted frame already available, get, character controller 3D, okay, entity ref. I don't have to grab a reference to, I'm comparing this with Quantum 2, right? So I don't have to grab a reference to my entity view. This is pretty, I do have a reference to this cached here if you want.
Сразу
You don't
берет
need
ту
to.
штуку,
You also have the
сюда
entity ref
засовывает,
directly.
зачем?
So you know that this, when this is called, the
А
entity
где
ref
магия
is
с камерой? Зачем тебе
from the entity
камера?
ref that this view controls. And I don't have to grab the frames from whatever. The important ones, predicted, previous, and verified frame, they're all available directly here as cached references, so it's easier for you to grab. And then, because I'll have access to my animator, I can just set float, and float's called speed, and the value of it's going to be kcc.velocity.magnitude.asFloat. Okay, so as long as we drag and drop this anim here, but we'll do that automatically later. So, we need to add that view here. So the animation view, we add it here, has this nice little tagging headline, and it needs me to drag and drop my animator.
А как через
for now.
анимации всем
And
управлять?
apply
Там
this.
типа удар, чтобы появлялся. Вот это я пока
See
не
this guy.
понял.
Now
Видимо, это еще успеется. И, видимо, через
When I
анимацию
move,
нельзя будет управлять.
it's also animating. Of course, I have to set a multiplier speed,
В
and
чем прикол с камерой был?
things are
Зачем
kind
камеру
of not
туда засунул?
matching, but we're not rotating the character correctly. But the point is, grabbing the data from the simulation to animate the character is as easy as that. So let's do a couple of other things here. So
Ну чтобы камеру и со сцены забрать на
Let's make this
вьюшку, я
private.
понял.
we don't need to set it manually, and we can use another override here because I want to comment on a couple of things. So you have on initialize, and you have overrides on activate. So what is the difference here? I want to comment on these two. So you can think about on these two as this is like the Unity on start, and this is like the on enable. Why is this important to exist separately from Unity? Because Quantum is going to call these at the right moments. So on initialize is only called once in the whole lifetime of a view. And it's important to remember that back hours ago, we talked that our view updater has an entity view pool. So views are reused. If you're creating and destroying multiple entities, the views are just disabled and enabled again. And
Встроенный объект пул есть.
when an entity is spawned for, a view is spawned for the first time, on initialize gets called. But then
Я также со своими
if the
вьюшками
entity
делал
that it's
вручную.
matching it's destroyed.
Только их
The
нужно
entity
там
view goes back to the
проблемно
pool,
было чистить.
and
Теперь не
on
проблема
deactivate
будет.
is called on it. Deactivate. Then another entity is spawned. The pool is going to reuse the existing disabled view for that new entity with the same view type. And then it will call on activate because it's being activated to match a different entity. So the point is that you can use this one to, for example, initialize the stuff that you only need to initialize once, and it can be reused. For example, a reference to the self animation, perhaps you just do it from here. So that's what I'm going to do here. Anim is going to be get component in children animator. So I only need to do this once. And I actually don't need anything specific to on activate in this case, so I'm going to delete this callback here. I just wanted to make the point.
Покажи
So
камерой,
doing it this
как
way,
ты камерой достучишься.
when you
Типа,
add that
это контекст,
to this
точка
guy,
всякая.
like the view here, you don't need to drag and drop the animation. Basically, that's it. So now we will grab it automatically, but it will still work normally. So it's still working as before. And of course, this is annoying me, so let's add something actually public here. So like a public float anim speed multiplier equals 1.5 effort. So let's use some default value here. So it's going to be this times this. And now we can calibrate it. Let's see if 1.5 default value actually helps. It's actually, no, it's not enough. It's a bit faster than that. So we can play around with the spawned one here and play with different values to make it as fast as you can. I think I'm missing something here that is not letting this actually be used. Is it actually in use?
Может, у него в аниматоре не написано, что скорость должна умножаться.
Is it being clamped or normalized somewhere?
В аниматор глянь.
Perhaps it's on my animator. I'm not gonna waste too much time on this. It should be working if I set this to pretty crazy
Зайди в
value. Let me
волк
try just
стоит.
one more time.
Сейчас я ему объясню все.
So I can go directly here. If I put this at very crazy value like 10, if I press play, Actually, it's
Стоит
not.
ходьбы. Там все умножается.
Oh,
Yes, я же говорю, он не слушает.
this it's on the animation side. So this is actually only controlling the transition. But to actually make it move faster or not, I have to control the speed of the animation itself in mechanism
Я ему
in
так
this
и
case. So I need to get a bit better here. So
Yeah.
let's get speed equals. We get this from here.
Что-то он не то делает. Не в анимейшн.
Set 0. Don't need this set times for the up. So I'll be like this. Or perhaps I do not need the speed times on the other case, but anyway, it's just about controlling the
Yeah,
anim
что-то
here. Is
другое
not really
хочет.
quantum, but let's see how it goes. Oh yeah, now much better. So now it is moving proportional to the velocity.
Теперь я не понял, что он
So
изменил?
it should be
Почему?
that is just to
Давай-ка объясняй мне.
speed equals. We get this from control the speed of the animation. This is actually only controlling the transition.
Контроль транзишн, так.
But to actually make it move faster or not, I have to control the speed of the animation itself
Speed of animation. Он не знает, что в аниматоре можно это делать?
in this case. So I need to get a bit better here. So let's get
Или
speed equals. We get this from here. Speed. Finds the no set times. Either
да,
animation.
он прям
Then
анимацию...
make this, I
А
do not
зачем?
need the speed.
Он не знает, он не знает,
It's
он
just
не
about controlling the
знает.
anim here. It's not really about quantum, but let's see how it goes. Oh yeah, now much better.
Или
So
не
now it
шарит,
is moving
походу, да.
proportional to the velocity, and idle is fixed velocity. Okay. It may be too fast now, but now you can control how the speed goes. So the default is so 0.75, maybe actually better. Yeah, this feels a bit better, and the idle works fine. You can have a different one for idle if you want. So let's say we have setup animation.
Не, ну он же
By
не... Он
reading
аниматором работает все-таки,
the
да?
simulation data as it is. There are a
Yeah,
few
как
other
бы да.
ways to do animation,
Как
right?
бы
So, in particular, we have this is it shall work as it is, but it's not been fully ported to 3, but we will. But we do have something called custom animator that allows you actually to do tick accurate animation control from get a mechanism state machine and convert it to be controlled from within the simulation and having access to that from the simulation, so you know exactly in which one you are. So you get tick accurate animations in quantum on all clients. Animation is going to match. The legs are going to be in the same positions and everything. But of course, that is not necessary for most type of games. But if you want to have super accurate animation like that, you can. And if you want to have even a tick accurate kind of hitbox, hurtbox, you can bake animation data. It gets a bit complex if you need blending stuff. And so, except for doing a fighter game, this is not. It's rarely necessary, but it is possible, right? But so there is this add-on that you can use. It's going to be ported to 3 as well. Now is that doing view stuff in Quantum 3 is much cleaner because you don't need to do the boilerplate stuff anymore. Let me take a look at the question here. Yeah, this is the new base class for view stuff, Stake. Although you can still use the old stuff. So if you create something that inherits from entity view, you still have the overridable apply transform, all that still works fine. If you inherit from entity view updater and have your custom pool, that still works with the same methods as before. The point now is that you don't have to.
Придется
You just
описывать не в
reuse the existing
анимации, не в
pool or take a
анимации
look at
тогда
the
все эти
pool
данные, а
interface
было
and
бы
implement it
удобно.
yourself using the default hook, so you don't have to inherit entity view updater for pool. And for view scripts, you can, if you start to transition your scripts to this new API, you can cut a lot of code from your views, so they're much simpler, they're much cleaner. And for people doing new games, this is going to be the default system that comes with most samples, and it's the stuff that's now on the video here. So this chapter of the video is going to be marked, and is the one that we're going to recommend people.
Надо будет посмотреть, как у них файтинг сделан.
You create one
Там же
base,
тоже наверняка эти
you create one
хердбоксы и все
base,
остальное.
view context,
Выдерживаешь так много информации, тут не то, чтобы много новой было.
in this case, I
Ну,
just
кое-какая была, но
so
мне нравится, что я
and
уже
then you-
прошел сам обучалку
you can,
и уже понимаю, о чем речь.
So if you want to do something like camera, so let me give an example.
Пока
here.
что
So if you wanna do
выдерживаю.
a camera view or something like that. Do I still have time? I don't have a lot of time anymore. But... So if you guys have questions, please ask. Answer, because I'm not going to... We do this guy as...
Simple camera fall.
in
Вот,
context. Public context. Camera in it. Plus, we're going to fix soon. But let's just do
мои
this.
камеры
and
трансфер, понятно.
cache to edit accessor is not nice. So let's like to... no.
Я
I want
закинул
to have
это
this
сюда.
guy behind the camera. No, he didn't. Because I forgot to apply this and disable this guy. So it's following the wrong guy. So we do it here. And that's part of it. So we have to fix that anyway. Now, we don't need it moving anymore. We don't see it moving anymore because, oh, I made a mistake. This should have been -4. Oh, this guy. Because it's the live one. So yeah, it should be something like that. So and of course it's kind of wonky because I'm not doing a smooth follow and so on, and because I'm not rotating the character, it's not going. But it's actually working. I'm actually following my character along now. So there is one more thing missing only. which is I should do this only for the local character. I should not do that if this is not the local character. So how do we do that? And that is a very good point for the on activate, because we want to make sure get this cold call to check. Okay, this view is now being used. Maybe used again, but I want to make sure to my entity ref. Again, stuff is cached for me. I don't have to equal quantum game. So
player is local. Game player is local.
So local equals game. Oh, one more thing that's cached is player is local. Link dot player. Oh. So one more thing that's cached, reference to the quantum game. So okay. So if local equals false.
Так может уничтожить вообще его?
So I'm going to update view only if it's my local player. So if I run this online, each one's going to be following only the local player character, not the other one. So this one's going to work the same way now. Oh, I forgot to fix this to be -4 instead. So let's apply all that. Disable this guy in the scene so don't get it. Just a new spawned one, and it's spawning correctly. So I think we can do a quick test with a build. See if it works all fine. And guys did not ask a lot, but it's fine. Discord or something like that. So a quick play, which in this case I'm following this guy, not the other. Correct. Oh, good. On this, you can still do things from Unity late update if you want to, but we actually do have an interesting one called on late update view. Basically, we call on update view on all view scripts that exist, and then we call on late update on all of them. So it's still convenient. The reason to use this is that you don't have to do any null checks, because it's guaranteed that in all of these callbacks, game is set, entity ref is set, frame predicted in this case of the other script here. So frame predicted, this is set. So all these things are set. You don't have to entity view updater. If you want to grab view game objects of other entities, you have access to the entity view updater from all of the view scripts. So it's all these cross references are preset and efficient because they're set once and they're not repeatedly set. So this scales much better. You don't have to keep grabbing these references all the time. So it's pretty handy. And where's the camera stuff? Camera fall here. Yeah. So I really liked the way this turned out. Thanks again, Jonas, who's taking care of this. Okay, so I ended up not having time to talk about events, so I'm going to move that over here to the next one, because then I'll have to do a second stream. I'm going to announce this stream tutorial. Next thing is on the demo again. And so, you guys next time.
Перерывчик на покушать, наверное. И погнали next. Еще второй видос. Хорошо, что я решил заглянуть вообще в видос и думал, что это видеотуториал по тому же самому, что я делал. Но раз я решил все проверять, а давай-ка все проверять. И пошел проверять. Это мы тоже проверим. Заодно можно будет хавать и смотреть. Пусть пока вот здесь времечко идет. А я за это время успею принести еды. Скоро приду. Вот вам музыки навалю. Ай, музыки не слышите. Не навалю. Сейчас приду.
hello, welcome. Let me test if the audio is good here. I actually forgot to close the door. Oh, thanks, Michael. Yeah, so I don't annoy too much my colleagues around here. So for anybody who's currently online, if you can please confirm the audio is good. Let me ask a couple of colleagues here. I know it shall be okay, but doesn't hurt asking. So let me check with my colleagues here. Oh, thanks, one. So you already did. So let me. Oh, sorry, I was showing this window, but nothing really important showed up. Let me make sure I don't have anything popping up. Okay, all good. Okay, so let's go straight
Я
to the
думал, что я
point here.
быстрее справляюсь. Тут же 11.5. Точно.
Let me change. So we're gonna go back to our Quantum 3 starting project that we started developing last week to show as many features of Quantum as possible. So let me stop this thing from prevent this thing from creating notifications. Okay, good, done. Yeah, I put it in German this time, Juan. I was wondering. I actually did it last week, and I was wondering when somebody would notice it. So, okay, let me check. Sorry, I just have a priority question here coming. So. Okay, so this is our project. Let me just press play here and we see what's. I did a couple of offline modifications, mostly cosmetic stuff, but let me list them for you here. So first, we have a checkered pattern on the floor, so this lets us perceive the movement a bit better. I added the character rotation, so now actually the character looks towards where he's walking to. Another thing, when you jump, it doesn't think it's walking anymore. It's not really. I don't have a jump animation, but I can show the change on the animation script. It's really minimal. And I made our camera a little bit more fluid. So first, it doesn't move when you jump, so you can really perceive the jump movement. So the camera does not go up and down. And it's a bit smoothed when you move around. So it feels a bit more fluid, but it's really cosmetic stuff. So we can take a look at what I did here. So the animation view, essentially, I check if we're also grounded to apply the speed stuff. So we will actually only make the character walk if you're grounded. It will not activate the walking animation unless you're grounded. And yeah, that was basically it for the animation. And for the camera follow, I added a bit of lerping and offset positions. I even experimented with an offset position on the for where the camera looks at, but I did not really like the results of that. And because it was not really important, I'm not using that part. So I'm not using the look offset. It did not really work as I liked it to. So this is kind of making the camera look a bit ahead of the character. And if I move down, it would look, but it's kind of annoying. See, I did not, and if you move sideways, it does this. So, well, I could have made it more elaborate to feel better, or perhaps I should make my movement be relative to the camera and do a proper 3D platformer camera and input system, which is a bit like how Super Mario 64 uses camera and input. So well, I could do that, but that's honestly not the point. So let's stop short, and that's it. So these are the modifications I did, just that. So the rotation stuff is super simple. So on the movement system, I just so we have the previous stuff, and what I do is I check the velocity of the character. If it's big enough, I make the character look into the direction of the velocity using some of the quaternion helper methods we have. So it's super simple stuff. Nothing. Let me increase the font size a bit here. So nothing really complicated, not specific to Quantum, more like gameplay stuff. So I'm not gonna focus on that. I just wanted to have something that feels better to demonstrate. Let's go now to the actual points. So point number one, I'd like to start by, I think I can have some internal stuff I was working on here, but let me get my the file. Yeah. So so I have a list of things here that I was planning for today. So I think I have a few more things. Let me grab here from the. Yeah, I have also time slicing that I want to demonstrate. So I also want to demonstrate this, hopefully, and even polling performance. Yeah, that's it. So these are the topics we're going to talk about today. So, but first, I will start again with the asset stuff, because we had an issue on the previous stream when I was talking about assets, and there was a little bug on the asset creation menu, but there was also a misunderstanding from my end, and I'm going to explain that again. So we have here our character prefab, and I explained that we can have this concept of immutable assets, and immutable assets are, in the end, they become Unity scriptable objects. They have the same purpose, only actually in Quantum 3, they are literally scriptable objects. In Quantum 2, with an offset, see, I did not, and if you move sideways, it does that. Platform 4 uses camera stuff is super simple. So on the movement system, I just so we have the previous stuff, and what I do is I check the velocity of the character. If it's big enough, I make the character look into the direction of the velocity using some of the quaternion helper methods we have. So it's super simple stuff. Nothing. Let me increase the font size a bit here. I think I have a few more things. Let me grab here from the. So I have also time slicing that I want to demonstrate. So I also want to demonstrate this. Hopefully, and even polling performance. Yeah, that's it. So these are the topics we're going to talk about today. So, but first, I will start again with the asset stuff because we had an issue on the previous stream when I was talking about assets, and there was a little bug on the asset creation menu, but there was also a misunderstanding from my end, and I'm going to explain that again. So we have here our character prefab, and I explained that we can have this concept of immutable assets, and immutable assets are, in the end, they become Unity scriptable objects. They have the same purpose, and actually in Quantum 3, they are literally scriptable objects. In Quantum 2, we load them inside scriptable object wrappers, but in Quantum 3, they're literally scriptable objects. And you can use inheritance in that and have this. There's a lot of stuff on the documentation too, and on the samples showing what you can do with that, but we had a problem with it. So, but let me show. I'll close everything here and we'll open from the beginning. So to use an asset in Quantum 3 now, essentially, you can have these classes to represent immutable data. So the way to reference them into a predict rollback data structure component is basically now this asset ref with the generic type of the class, asset class you are trying to say. So in this case, our character points to an immutable spec reference object. And you don't have any more to do anything like assets and then declare a type. So nothing like that, because we don't code generate anything for these anymore. They're generic here, they're generic on the C# file. There is no necessity to do any of that. So this is also a perk of being able to upgrade to a greater Unity version. So originally in Quantum, we had to support a very old Unity version. So you just do this. So, okay, here's my reference to a spec. And let me show. So our character spec in this case, this is a fully fledged example that has even an abstract version of the character spec. So we're referencing saying, hey, the character spec is this reference here, but this is an abstract type. So because we're going to demonstrate polymorphic methods here, and any concrete class will come with the base power that is declared here. But let me show you, I added two concrete types. So special character spec inherits that and adds a special power thing. And there is also a variation character spec that I didn't add anything here. I could have added different data. I could have just made the method polymorphic, the update method, whatever type of method you add here. So nothing changed it. But these are concrete classes, so they're not abstract. So we can have instances of these. So then so we have a system to go with it to we can have instances of these. So then so we have a system to go with it to demonstrate how this works. So essentially when the character stats component is added, we initialize some data in the component based on the specs. Let's say you can also reinitialize this on when the character is respawned or something like that. And the only thing we did here is that, okay, we're going to find the asset based on the spec, and this is going to return the generic type, which is the superclass. In this case, it's going to be character spec. We don't know if this is which of the concrete classes this is because the declaration just says it's a character asset, which is the abstract superclass. But it doesn't matter. They all have base power. We can always do this. Or you can even create a method passing as a parameter the pointer to the component, so it initializes the component based on a polymorphic different initialization. But we demonstrate polymorphism here with the update method. So on the update of the entities, we grab again the reference to the spec, and we call update stats. And this method here is the abstract version of it here, but you don't know if it's this implementation or this implementation that is being used. It depends on the concrete type that's being linked to our entity. So So let's show how, so this is how the code works. Data-driven polymorphism, just like demonstrated on the documentation example. And let me just show how the assets can be created here. I actually created one here. I could delete it, but we modified a bit this because that's where the bug was. So now there is a new window for creating assets. Before we had all the asset types kind of like at the end here for the pre-built assets, because a lot of the stuff Quantum, a lot of the configuration things Quantum has, like simulation config, character controller config, nav mesh agents, physics material, a lot of these things are actually Quantum assets as well. So the filter, the system list asset, that's also a Quantum asset. So we had the pre-built ones pre-listed, and we thought that this menu was getting too crowded. So we added Piotr added for us a custom window here that shows all the asset types, that it includes now correctly the inheritance-based stuff, so we cannot actually spawn the abstract one because it's abstract, but we can actually create for the concrete types. If I click here, it's actually going to create it, and you can also search. So spec, and then it shows only the concrete ones that you can do. So it's very convenient, and I'm going to create a variation character spec here. So variation spec. So then this is a variation one. It doesn't add any data. It's just the original data. The special spec one has both the base power and the special power, and they are assets in Quantum. When we're creating our character here on our prototype, we can link the specs. So this link here is type safe. You can only drag and drop here character specs, but of any of the subtypes of the abstract class. So we can either drag and drop this guy or this guy. It will only accept concrete instances on the scriptable objects that are of the special type, the specific types. So I think in this case here, where is the, sometimes the Unity DB, where do I generate the Unity DB? No. Sometimes I don't need to do map data. No, it's not that. So there is a way to generate a DB. Let me try to open the DB. When we have an issue with oh, it's not. Oh, it's okay now. Yeah. Sometimes you just need to regenerate the asset DB, but it fixes itself as well by saving. So yeah, you can only drag and drop these. These are the concrete types. That's all. So if we press play here, I think we're using the special one. Doesn't matter. So if we add the logs there, the code in that system is going to log that we initialized based on the concrete type we could, for example.
Насчет кружки с жабами. Забавная штука, у меня она появилась раньше, чем я начал делать жаб. Друг подарил жаб, и может быть, эта кружка как-нибудь повлияла на то, что я решил делать игру про жаб. Теоретически возможно. Привет, Каскад. Про что видос? Я изучаю фреймворк Photon Quantum, который, помнишь, был Photon Fusion, ну, где я борчиков делал, все остальное. Там еще вообще раньше был Pan, потом Photon Fusion. И вот есть еще отдельный продукт Photon Quantum. И его прикол в том, что игроки передают только свои инпуты, и у каждого происходит детерминированная симуляция игры на каждом клиенте, и она синхронизирована, и тут своя физика. И это вообще целый как игровой движок, который использует Unity для того, чтобы отражать все, что происходит, и получать инпуты. И в теории его можно нацепить вообще на что угодно, не только на Unity. Но под Unity он уже заточен. И я это изучаю, чтобы сделать своих котов-ниндзя, в которых не будет проблемы с тем, что игрок видит, что кого-то бьет, а на самом деле не бьет. И мне нужно, чтобы полная синхронизация была. Пон минимальные данные передаются. В том числе дело не в том, сколько данных передают, дело в том, как игру игроки видят. Они видят именно готовые кадры, которые просчитаны, или предугаданные кадры. Предугадывается, например, не то, где находится персонаж, а предугадывается то, где он будет, если он будет дальше кнопку эту держать. и в итоге выглядеть все должно, вот, ну, задержка, может быть, будет больше при нажатии клавиш, чем раньше, но благодаря этому будет визуал у всех одинаковый. Ну, или там настроить можно будет, если будут слишком большие предикшены неправильные. И это все работает на ACS-ке. У него здесь все свои новые слова, здесь есть даже свой отдельный язык для того, чтобы создавать компоненты. Это все супер производительно, потому что это ACS, все вот это используется. Системы, компоненты, свои приколы, сигналы между системами. Так прикольно изучать. Прям вот во что-то новое влился, и с новой этой идеей буду делать новую игру. Продвинутая тема, да, прикольная. Насчет апельсина ложкой, ситуация забавная тем, что я тоже впервые ем и вижу, как апельсин едят ложкой. Я увидел в холодильнике, у Оли лежит тарелка, и в ней как бы, ну, такая треть или половинка апельсина, ну, как бы жопкой кверху лежит. Вот, и я спросил у Оли, она мне дала этот апельсин доесть, и он выглядит так, как чашка. И я думаю, ну, раз как чашка... Я обычно целый же апельсин ем, там, отрываю, ломаю, все такое. А здесь как чашечка выглядит, попытался ложкой. Не очень удобно, сначала что-то брызгается, потом как-то странно отрывается. В отличие от того, чтобы передавать данный трансформ в каждую секунду. Да, это к тому же минус полный возможность читерить. Это вот файтинги ты видел, как Tekken работает или что-то еще. Они все вот с такой идеей, там, если что-то случилось не так, роллбэк механика, откатывается кадр назад, если вдруг что-то не удалось предугадать правильно. Я уже делал игру тестовую, и сейчас покажу. И потом я скачал готовую ее версию, которая была доделана разработчиками уже без гайда, чтобы посмотреть еще какие-то фишки, которые они там реализовали. Сейчас покажу, как это выглядит. И прикольная часть в том, что вот вся симуляция, ты вообще в игре не пишешь ничего про неткод, никакого неткода тебе больше не нужно. Все уже под капотом работает. Вот то, что я сделал за день или типа того. Закончили делать покатушки, да, месяц там прошел. Критиканс был, видимо, был удовлетворен тем, что я сделал, заплатил и попросил удалить исходники. Все, отношения по этой части с ним закончили. Вот. Но на стримах все еще сидит, говорит, что в процессе. Каким образом помешает читерам? Таким, что все, что остается читером, это только инпуты. Как каким-то образом автоматизировать. Вот как делают ботов для Текена, например. Читеры считывают данные, удалить исходники, да. Читеры считывают данные и нажимают кнопки автоматически. Это единственный чит, который можно сделать. У тебя нет доступа к игре, потому что она вся синхронизируется одинаково, и десинхрон там уже, ну, типа, он не предусмотрен. Если это будет, то все с тем же успехом можно выключить вообще игру, и ни к чему это не приведет. Вот. Насчет этой игры, вот сейчас я держу пробел, и пока я его держу и есть пули, летят пули. Я открывал 2 клиента вместе, и я вижу, как на клиенте, на моем, я стреляю 3 пулями, отпускаю пробел, все, больше 3 пули не летит. На втором клиенте успевает вылететь 4-я пуля. И она понимает, что такое, я фигню предсказала, потому что он 4-ю пулю уже не выстрелил. И эту пуля исчезает, как будто бы этого и не было. Вот такая забава. Ну, читеры, на самом деле, это, конечно, хороший бонус, что читеров не будет, но я на читеров-то особо и не смотрел никогда. Будут, не будут, уже мало интересна эта часть. Но бонус приятный. Как будто в любом подходе так. Ну, вот, допустим, у меня обилка на КД, но я с помощью софта отправляю пакет, что я обилку заюзал все равно. И это не сработает. Квантум спасет, потому что кулдаун обилки хранится не на клиенте. Кулдаун обилки часть кадра игры, который, ну, дальше симулируется. Ты ничего не сделаешь с тем, что отправил обилку, потому что это ни к чему не приведет. Твоя отправка обилки — это будет input, который ни к чему не приведет, потому что кулдаун все еще актуален. С этим ты ничего не сделаешь. Если ты у себя как-то поменяешь свою симуляцию так, что у тебя кулдаун откатится, у всех остальных он все равно не откатится, и в итоге это разве что приведет к рассинхрону, если ты попытаешься что-то с этим сломать. А рассинхрон, скорее всего, тебя выкинет, и все. Я не знаю, как рассинхронно здесь разрешается, наверное, никак. Наверное, тебя обратно дорисуют тебе кадр, который на самом деле был. Если ты каким-то сторонним этим способом поменяешь. Тут я не уверен. Я думаю, что это, скорее всего, будет кик автоматически, если рассинхрон случается у челика. Остановится у него игра, и все.
Что? Ну.
И это так кайфово. Прям вот новый подход. что-то посидеть, поизучать, какие-то новые словечки, свои префабы, тут свои скриптable объекты, своя система флоутов, которая не рандомная. Тут на флоут, когда настраиваешь его в инспекторе, после флоута всего две цифры после точки, не 6. Тут своя математика с ними. Можно вот так зайти и написать что-то типа, сейчас покажу. Чтобы получить какое-то дробное число флотовое, ты не обращаешься, не пишешь число, как раньше мы делали во флоте, а пишешь вот так. FP, и тут есть заготовки, типа 001, 002, 033, 099, и, видимо, потом их можно на что-нибудь умножать. Свой Unity написали вокруг фотона. В этом прикол. Они написали свой движок и используют Unity для того, чтобы отрисовывать эту логику, которая в их движке работает. У них своя физика, свои коллайдеры, все у них вот от себя. Свой поиск пути есть. Свой каллинг. Ну, в смысле, который это очищает, видимо. Вот, кстати, а каллинг это же про камеру. Ну да. Своя каллинг-система. Я не знаю, как она работает, но она тоже своя есть. Свой character контроллер есть для 2D и для 3D.
Тепловизор.
Используют типа рендер Unity. Все так. А вот каллинг-система для чего нужна? А теперь я задумался. И каллингом же Unity сама занимается. Нафига нужен фотон каллинг? Фотон. Quantum Calling. Что же он калит-то? Prediction Calling. Ну, какая-то система каллинга есть. Я думал, это про камеру, но теперь понимаю, что нет, это же фигня, это Unity делает. Куча времени уйдет на изучение. Сколько у них сервера будут стоить? Также бесплатно. Ну, в смысле, также бесплатно до 100 мест можно сделать. Если что, потом доплатить. Куча времени на изучение. Скорее да, чем нет. Я вот сейчас я смотрел сейчас 3-часовое видео, уже после того, как прошел свою первую обучалку. Тут еще 2-часовое видео будет, и потом я хочу весь мануал прошерстить по квантуму. Все, что здесь найдется. И потом заниматься сознанием дела. Может быть, не знаю, неделя, может, уйдет. Всякие сэмплы посмотреть концепты, паттерны. Все вот прям отдельная экосистема. Ходи, изучай. Она еще и в Unity хорошо встроена. Комфортно работает пока. То, что я трогал.
Name.
Можно, наверное, на ней игры делать и не мультиплеерные вообще. Оффлайн режим-то здесь есть. Но вот насколько это удобно, уже отдельный вопрос. На ACS делать игру оффлайновую. По крайней мере, нейросеть говорит, что фигня план оффлайновую делать не так удобно будет, как на обычных Unity приколах. Потому что юнитевские доработки всякие, они с Unity работают. Ну, юнитевские ассеты. Только если визуал. Посмотрим по ситуации.
And now it is the variation character spec, and all the things are being done polymorphically now. So that's it. I wanted to get this sorted. We had an issue on the previous stream on this topic, but it's all fixed. So whoever get the nightly, this is all working.
Он в первом стриме что-то сидел, создавал scriptable object, и у него что-то не получалось. Я смотрю, у меня по-другому выглядит scriptable object создание, не так, как у него. На втором стриме говорит, мы доработали систему, теперь по-другому scriptable object мы создаем. Unity своей ACS, почему неудобно? Не знаю, потому что много работы нужно сделать для простых вещей. Если вещи... Там вот так было описано нейросетью, что если это что-то коопное, казуальное, до 8 игроков, то почти всегда Fusion будет быстрее, проще и дешевле разработка. Видимо, ECS-ные приколы дороже делать в плане долготы. Но сам я не проверял, только вот по мнению нейросети. Про то, что легче, потому что квантум никто не изучал. Наверное, поэтому с квантумом труднее. Куча готовых решений на сцену нужно закинуть, чтобы все работало.
So an interesting example would be jump. So should we constantly read poll data from the simulation and update our view like we're doing here, or should we use events? Events allow us to define.
Подожди, poll data это polling, это типа запрашивать без ивентов, да?
So an interesting example would be jump. So should we constantly read poll data from the simulation and update our view like we're doing here?
Нет, не надо каждый раз ждать. Жди прыжок и потом прыгай. Но как откатиться тогда непонятно.
Events allow us to define little pieces of data that you can trigger from the simulation, and you can add callbacks on the Unity side
Callback'и
to
как-то делать, да.
receive them. And it's
Только
sort
как он
of
будет предугадывать?
convenient and adds and gives us a lot of flexibility into many
Давай
things.
посмотрим.
But there is always a trade-off. So to start with events, let's
Трейд-офф
create a
есть
basic
какой-то.
event here. So let's say, so we have on our stats.
Вот у них свой язык. Сюда пишешь штуки, сохраняешь, и у них автокодогенерация дописывает в C-Sharp всякие boilerplate приколы.
A power thing. So let's say power depleted or something like this. So
Что такое depleted? Типа устал, ага.
let's say we do power depleted, and we're gonna do entity. I think entity ref, entity, and maybe
У кого
this is enough.
и все.
So let's say we get something like this, and let's say power restored instead of power depleted. So let's generate this event here. So that's all we need. So it's an event, and it informs what's the entity to do this. So first, how can we trigger this, and how can we subscribe on Unity to receive this? So to trigger it, let's use our character system thing, and when we initialize the whole thing, maybe I should, although I would have, that's a good point. So I think I should new power, something like this. So I want to use this because I want to use this to exemplify a difference between polling the data and using an event for this. So this is a very good
New power.
thing to demonstrate it. So let's so when this is code generated, we can here go on the system, and for example, I can go frame dot.
Мы идем в систему, и то есть мы на уровне системы создаем ивенты, на которые реагирует вьюшка. Ну да, я так примерно делал.
And it would have as parameters the
Своим
things you
приколе.
defined as components on as fields on the event. So in this case,
F events
it's the
power
entity
restore.
and the power that
Мы создали его,
as the
поэтому теперь он
new power will
доступен.
be whatever is the power on the component now. So that's all we have to do on the event. And here's a cool thing about it. So it doesn't matter if this has been resimulated, called multiple times.
А почему не важно, что он resimulated?
If you call this on a specific frame with specific values, it will be triggered on Unity only the first time this happens.
Только один раз, когда это случится.
And there's a way to defer this to happen only on verified frames. We're going to talk about it soon.
Окей.
So
Пока не понял, как это работает с
at
катами.
the beginning, what we need to do now is, okay, how do we on Unity can subscribe to that event? So let me see if that works, or if I should perhaps add it somewhere else. I need to check, because I think my bind behavior here is verified, so it might not happen right away. Oh, it's non-verified, so it shall work. So I'm reluctant here if I should demonstrate.
Non-verified behavior поведения. Можно сделать поведение, чтобы оно было verified, тогда будет отрисовывать только по факту кадров и будет с большей задержкой идти, да?
So I'm reluctant here if I should demonstrate on an existing script or do another one. I'm going to do on this existing script. So I'll grab the manual here because
Пошел в
we
мануальчик.
do have an entry about events and callbacks that is very handy, and it explains all of the topics about this. So I will not cover everything during this stream,
Александр, привет.
but I'll add a few examples. But here's how we can subscribe to specific events. I'm just going to copy
Quantum event, subscribe.
this here and add to our script, but I'm going to use a specific method, and the name is going to be event power restored. Here it is.
Ивенты
So
как-то
this is the name of our
обрабатываются
event.
так, чтобы
I could just
случайно не
have this
случились.
here,
А если не
or-
случится предикт, он откатится.
or I could create a method to handle it.
Может, они только на verified фреймах
Set here
происходят?
a void,
Но тогда задержка будет странная.
handle power event, and then the name is, we need this guy, and we can just here call, we can call handle power event E. I'll get to Jaden question in a minute, okay? So let me just finish this here. So then we can do E dot, so we have, I'll check if E dot entity is the same as my entity ref, because if it's not, I will not do anything. If it is, I will use unity debug.log new.
Этот код, получается, есть, но на уровне вьюшек, разве что. Проверять, мой это или не мой челик. Не могу найти бенчмарки их, естественно, интересно было посмотреть, насколько оно производительно.
Power
Не знаю,
plus
не интересовался.
dots new. Oops.
Знаю, что там нулевой allocation, и все на структурках как надо.
New power. So we can just log this. I need to check if this is going to work, because I might be dispatching the events after the entities are spawned or before it. In that case, I will use a different script for that, but let's see. No, it's actually working. It's for it.
Что он
I
сделал-то?
need to check if this new new
Debug
power.
log.
So we can just log this. I need to check if this is going to work because I might be dispatching the events after the entities are spawned or before it. In that case, I'll use a different script for that, but let's see. No, it's actually working. It's handling them after the entity is spawned, so that's good. So here it is. We got our event showing it. So so now let's get to the difference. Should we use this, like react to events, or should we use polling from an update method? So both cases are kind of zero allocation, right? So when you're reading our ECS data, this is all no allocating, so it's all clean. But events are also no allocating because although they are classes, they have we have an automatic pool for all these generated event types. So as soon as an event is dispatched and consumed from your method, it's returned to the pool, and it does not cause GC spikes or things like that. So as long as you use them reasonably or do not dispatch like thousands and thousands and thousands of events every frame, it shall be just fine. So the question is, should we use events or should we use polling? It depends. So when you fire an event, you may not have necessarily the same frame available anymore. Because let's say if you are predicting 10 frames ahead and the event happened on the 5th of these frames, this frame is between the verified frame you have and the latest predicted you have. That frame data does not exist anymore. So you either have to, so maybe this guy has been fired from an entity that doesn't even exist anymore on the predicted frame, or maybe, and it may not even have ever existed on the verified frame as well. You may have been creating like very transient entities. So events are good when you can contain the data you need into themselves. The other thing with events,
Не понял?
events are good when you can contain the data you need
Если
into themselves.
into themselves. Contain data they need into themselves.
The other thing, so events are good when you can contain the data you need into themselves.
Ивенты хороши, когда ты можешь засунуть дату, которая им нужна, в них самих. Потому что... Ага.
The other thing with events is that they are not interpolated. So
Они не интерполируются.
if you fire an event on the predicted frame, it's going to immediately be called. And sometimes you want to see things in between two frames. So the reason why the views in Quantum are so smooth is because it doesn't matter the update rate of the quantum simulation. So I can, for example, change here so let me see where my resources are. I think I'm using session config. I think I'm using this one here. So if I'm changing the simulation rate to 20, so Quantum is running at 20 frames per second, but no, I mean, if you see the visuals, it's actually still running at, yeah, you can clearly see now that the frame number is growing up slower because it's running at 20. So, but of course the velocity of character is the same, but not only that, the rendering is definitely 60 Hertz still. And that's, maybe it's even...
Рендер остается даже если это понятно.
It's actually rendering at 900 frames per second or something like that. In reality, 60 because that's the speed at which my monitor is displaying it, and it's the speed at which I am streaming at 60 Hertz. But the point is that we always interpolate between the two last predicted frames. So normally you want to use polling when you have data that you need to be very smooth, and data that you have to read as the latest values anyway. And you use events for stuff that you need to be fired immediately. So sometimes it's good to use events, for example, to track some audio effects or some VFXs that you want to be triggered very, very immediately. And in this case, you're going to use regular frame events for that. So where's my doc here? So you're going to use normal events for that. And there's another case, which is when you want to have something that it's guaranteed to have happened, that you want to have the callback called only when the whole thing is confirmed on a verified frame. So you use what we call a synced event for that.
Synced event, чтобы... Ага.
So here's the keyword synced that explains. So when you have a synced event, it is deferred to be dispatched only when the frame is actually verified. There are a few other things explained here, like you can, if you add a player ref to an event, you can split that at the dispatcher level to say, hey, only dispatch this to my local Unity if it's a local player. Only dispatch if it's a remote player. So you can have this.
То есть ивенты, которые можно только всем другим или только себе отправить. Прикольно.
Cleverly filtered by the dispatcher in an automatic way. So it's worth reading this entry here. It's very useful for understanding what you can use.
Вот он пошел неткодинг, да. Но только на уровне вьюшек. На уровне вьюшек можешь об этом задуматься. А на уровне логики игры вообще никакого неткодинга не будет.
Immediately draw on screen or for stuff that you want to be confirmed that you don't want to have to be reading all the time. But one big question about events is what happens when you will join late into a game, if your game is running and somebody else joins. So because you're not resimulating from the beginning, so this late joiner is going to receive a snapshot, he's not going to he's not going to receive previous events. So you should not rely on events to
Как
do
тогда?
your whole UI all the time. A good approach is to make sure that you can always initialize your UI from an existing frame by polling everything you need at the first spawn. So for example, the on initialize, actually the on, we're using that on the camera thing, I think. Is it on the
Что же
camera?
тогда ложить вообще на ивенты?
It should be-
Пример бы хоть
check
привел.
which view does that.
Может быть, анимацию прыжка включать на ивент?
Yeah, the on activate. So you can, for example, from on activate, initialize the UI that's related to the character or something like that, and then rely on events going forward. But never use only events. Especially if you need to support late joins, you need to be able to initialize your UI from the received snapshot, and then to keep it updated, you can rely on events if you want to. So that's the base thing about events versus polling. So I
Примерно
hope this is
понял.
useful. Again, you guys can ask questions. Let me take a look at the question we have here from Jaden. So, does Quantum work at Unity CS in any way or any photon service? So, Jaden, Unity CS, no. So, Quantum is a game engine, and we have our own ECS that is mature, production ready, that has been used in hundreds of games already. So, we do not use Unity CS. One of the
Мы
main
не...
reasons for this
Unity CS, говорит, не, мы не используем, у нас свои игры.
is that Quantum can run outside Unity also. So you can run Quantum from within Unity, you can run Quantum as a .NET decoupled application to validate replays, you can even run a copy of the simulation on our servers or as a spectator on your own server to store results. So we cannot rely on Unity CS for that because it would be proprietary to run from a Unity build, and you can do that it would be okay for you to run the game, but it would block you from being able to run simulation outside of in other environments unless you would have licenses from Unity and the performance would be dependent on having a Unity build and so on. So we definitely wanted to be independent of that for the simulation, although we are fully coupled and dependent on Unity for the game view and everything. We're not saying that you should build a game without Unity with this. It is totally focused on doing a game with Unity, but you have the ability to run the simulation outside of Unity, and we cannot use Unity CS for that. So with that said, we do use jobs we trigger when running multi-threaded. In our task system, we actually hook the whole thing with Unity jobs. I'm going to demonstrate this at the end of today's stream. It's the last topic we're going to talk about.
Unity Jobs использовать на мультитрейдинге чего? А вот не знаю. Вьюшек?
We have a few customers who have been experimenting in replacing the view part of Quantum with Unity CS. So you can render directly with Unity CS or Unity CS animation. And as Unity matures, this whole tool chain for using ECS for rendering, it's certainly something we want to look into that will let you still implement let's say, the simulation with our ECS stuff, as always, with all the advantages of being able to run the simulation outside of Unity, but perhaps using Unity CS as a lighter weight view as soon as it gets mature. So we have customers doing that, a couple of customers experimenting with that. I haven't seen any major title from our customers going that
Можно
direction.
использовать Unity CS, чтобы получать производительность на уровне вьюшек, если вьюшки будут душиться. Видимо, так.
Yet, but I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. And we're probably going to start investigating that as an kind of official support at some point, but we can't guarantee yet. We're waiting for it to become more mature and more widespread in use, but only in that restricted capacity. I mean, there is not really a big reason for you to jump into Unity CS. We have a lot of new stuff coming. We have a mature system. We're gonna keep improving it on future versions. We have a fully deterministic ECS system that's guaranteed to be cross-platform deterministic with the predictable back and everything. So we can't depend on something that was not designed for this, especially that cannot run outside of the engine. So we must be able to run outside of the engine because that's one of the features our customers really like. So no, we don't use. We may use in the future for view. I hope this answers your question. So let's go to the next topic now. So I'd like to comment a bit on physics settings, components, and callbacks. Okay. So I've been using. We haven't been using a lot of physics. We're using a character controller, but we demonstrated at the very beginning. We actually added a quantum 3D, so you could have a capsule entity, you can have a box entity. So let me add a box entity. Where's that guy? So at the scene somewhere. Here it is. So perhaps I should sky to the left a little bit. Let me rotate it a bit here. Rotate here, something like this. So let's see how that goes. If I press play. Oh. What happened to that? Oh, okay. So that box entity is just a collider. It does not have a physics body. So if you take a look at the entity prototype here, it does have a collider with a box. So that's what we're seeing here. Here's the gizmos for it. But it is not a physics body. Let's make that also a physics body. That means it will have a mass, an inertia tensor, and that kind of thing. So if we press play now, that box is going to fall. Yeah, and we can actually jump over it and do that. Yeah, cool. I think we can push it because we do have...
Ого, можно обби делать игру.
So
Online
we have that now, and okay, cool. So how can you control physics in any way? So let me give an overview here. So First, on the previous stream, I gave an overview about the quantum configuration files, and one of the files is the simulation config, which is a quantum asset, by the way, that we just talked about. So, and in simulation config, which you can use multiple versions of this asset, you can have different games with different configurations and so on, but one of the things you can change the settings for is physics. And you have a lot of control here about how our solver works. We actually have 2 different solvers that we developed over time. You can set the default gravity. We're moving towards using a native version of the physics library. This is it's an optional thing on Quantum 3.0. This is coming with, it's already built for Windows and Android. So a lot of the physics tasks are running in a C++ implementation, but we're moving everything to C++. We expect to have everything moved to C++ when we get to Quantum
Есть ощущение, что решить все эти проблемы, да?
3.1.
Будем играть так, что будет видно, кто кого бьет, без такого, что типа, ой,
Already
а
using
у
it
меня не видно
experimentally, and
было.
it's all cross-platform still. So, but you can set a lot of stuff about
Как в борчиках были ситуации такие. В одном месте схватил, потом в другом месте захват получился.
solvers. You can, for example, when you don't need to use joints,
По стоимости бесплатно, так же, как и все остальные.
you don't plan to use joints on your game or something like that. If you disable this, it actually uses less
Можно 100 игроков одновременно сделать.
multi-threaded tasks in our task system because we do not even schedule the tasks that run the joint solver and that kind of thing. So you have control of that thing. And because, for example, Quantum is a
Что, думаешь, я продешевил все-таки? Надо было еще поторговаться, чтобы они мне платили за то, что я игру делаю на их этой штуке.
stateless predicate rollback physics engine, at least up to 3.0. In 3.1, we plan to schedule the tasks that run the joint solver and that kind of thing. So you have control of that thing. And because, for example, Quantum is a stateless predicate rollback physics engine, at least up to 3.0. In 3.1, we plan to change a little bit that. It has a lot more challenges to stacking.
Stacking?
Compared to a forward-only physics engine, for example. So, although it can do very interesting stacking already, especially if you play around with some of these things, we have that in the documents and all. But one of the things that if you set a minimum value of push on linear velocity, so a body would only start to be moved if the push to it is big, and it's just big enough. If you put a value, I think something like 0.01 or something, it's already enough. This helps a lot to let the object go to sleep. So
Нет, показалось.
Стримеру платил, кстати, либо за то, что он игру пилит на ней. Да, про это я слышал. По-моему, про это Вова говорил. Что ему левый ECS закидывал.
so playing around with the minimal linear
Который Great VV.
integration helps a lot to put objects to let objects rest and go to sleep, and that helps a lot with stacking. So combining this with allowing sleeping can have so sleeping helps a lot with the performance of physics when you have multiple objects around that can rest, but it also helps with getting stable stacking. But so combining these 2 things is possible. It's your choice. And then, for example, by default we do not use continuous collision detection, but it is something you can enable. And then you can define, okay, we're going to start to actually do speculative collision detections when you get to a minimum velocity of these meters per second, and same for the angular velocity. So you can define all this here, and that's when we start to kick in with a continuous collision detection. Because and a few other things, you set the default parameters. So this is it for configuration. I mean, you have a great deal of agency into playing around with the settings. And when you look, for example, at the physics components, oh, I forgot. There's one other topic that's commonly asked, which is, so what about layers? So normally you would import the layer matrix from Unity, or you can manually edit which layers collide with what. So we use the Unity layers naming. So when you define custom Unity layers, we allow you to control the collisions, the collision detection combination, the same way as you do with Unity implementation of PhysX. Oh, damn it! I always think someone. Yeah. Okay. As they are, and
Там, может, еще парочку новых не видел.
get and manually do it from here. So it is up to you how to do it. It's a commonly asked stuff. It's how to handle layers. But then you have here at the physics collider itself, you define, okay, you can either set an explicit layer you want to set this collider for, or you can just import it from the. It's a commonly asked stuff. It's how to handle layers. But then you have here at the physics collider itself, you define, okay, you can either set an explicit layer you want to set at the
Layer
physics
source.
collider itself, you define, okay, you can either set an explicit layer you want to set this collider for, or you can just import it from the game object when you're baking, kind of what we're doing here. It's up to you, and of course you can flip these layers in runtime at any moment. You can always do that. But another interesting thing you control per entity here is whereas this entity is going to receive callbacks or not, because by default entities are not set to receive any physics callback. So if you have 2 entities touching each other, what defines if they're going to receive, if you're going to have a physics callback that you implement being called or not? It depends on the settings of
Режим включен, не беспокоить. Эта награда не беспокоит.
both of them, right? So I'll give an example here. So I'll show this. So I'll demonstrate with one example, and we will I'll demonstrate with one of the collision callback examples, and then the other examples are straightforward. You would understand them. So we have separate events for collision state that we just call collision. But most importantly, we have a difference between when an entity is colliding with another entity that's on dynamic collision, or when an entity is colliding with a static obstacle, like this floor is a static collider, so it's on static.
Прикольно. Не трогать об
And
стены,
of course,
если
you
не
have
надо, или
enter-exit
наоборот.
callbacks as well, and the same will happen with triggers. Also duplicate between dynamic and dynamic static. So I'll focus on doing the dynamic collision enter to show how these callbacks work. So I'll not set the callbacks on this box, and I will not set the callbacks on the character at all, but I will implement the method on a system, so then we can test if it works or not. So let's make our movement system. Perhaps I'm going to demonstrate something else. I'm going to create a specific system just for that. So I'll create quantum system. It will not be a filter system. This is going to be my collision system. I'm going to use the system template. It's the basic system template. This is a system main thread. I'm actually modifying that to be a system signals only. This is pretty cool. It's a system that does not have any update method. It's just a system that you can have that will react to signals if you implement signals in them. And collision callbacks are signals. I signal on. So we're interested in the on collision enter 3D, which is the one I want to demonstrate with. The one I want to demonstrate this whole thing with. So implementing the signal allows us to receive, so info dot. We have entity and we have other. So this is a dynamic collision. So, actually this is the same where this is a dynamic collision.
If the entity is not colliding with a static.
So, actually this is the same whereas if it's a static or not. So if this is a dynamic collision, info is going to have, it doesn't say it's dynamic, so dot is static equals false. So this is a dynamic collision is one that is not static, but of course I can also check the second entity not being default. So the same thing would be if I also test info dot other different than default. So that's the same. Means that we're colliding with another entity. So it's a dynamic collision. And it's the enter. It's going to be called first time the collision happens, not second time. I think in our examples we might hit this multiple times because we're going to be pushing the box in the example, but let's see. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to do log dot info. I'm going to actually show info dot entity. First entity plus collided with, then info dot other. So this shows which entity collided with what. And let's see what happens if I press play here. Oh, our system is not running, so we have to add the system to our list. So our systems, I cleaned up this a bit, so I need an 8th system, and this is going to be the my collision system, the one that we just created. So this is part of the systems that we have. It doesn't run, it doesn't have an update, but we'll run it here. And, well, can already see nothing. So I'm going to touch on this guy, and we don't have any callback. Nothing happens. Why? Because neither my character nor my box have the callbacks flags set to say that they should react to callbacks.
Теперь каждый может знать, он заколлайдился или нет. Как в Unity этого не хватало возможности отдельно контролировать, кому нужно реагировать на коллизию. Посмотрите, ECS мир и значение компонентов менять. Менять не уверен, просматривать можно точно. Просматривать я видел. Думаю, что менять, наверное, можно. Давай посмотрим. Предположу, что можно. Именно, в онлайне. В офлайне. Вот здесь нету шейдеров этих билтиновских, поэтому выглядит непонятно. Сейчас вспомню. Ads Mediation. Что за Ads Mediation? In-app Purchasing, это что-то какие-то свои сервисы. Quantum. Profilers. Task Profiler. Quantum Stats Prefab. Graph Profilers. Setup. Window. Frame Differ, State Inspector. State Inspector, наверное. Вот Local Debug. Есть сущности. Про них тут характеристики всякие. Очень полезно для отладки, пожалуй. Players. Actor ID. Да, похоже, все можно менять. Runtime Player. Ну, что я могу сделать сейчас? Типа выбрать сущность. с персонажем. Transform 2D, например, rotate, что там, position. Нет, не меняется. А, вот, add override components. Менять тут не дают. Можно заменить Transform 2D. Вот заменить можно один компонент на другой. Так что да, менять можно, если что, данные. Не напрямую вот так. Хотя, наверное, и так можно будет. Удалить можно компонент. Но напрямую не дает менять. Можно заменить компонент на другой с новыми данными, как минимум. Может, что-то еще здесь есть. Я пока не изучал все эти вопросы. Есть predicted и verified данные. Прикольно.
I think that shall be enough to trigger the method to be called. So if I touch bank, we have entity 001 version 1 collided with entity 2 version 1.
Название обычно нормального entity
So it already
выдавается.
worked. And if we pay attention, entity 001 is our box, and entity 002 is our character. So the order here means that entity 1 was info.entity, and the second entity, the one I collided with, was entity 2. How is this order defined? Basically, the entity that has the callbacks flag set will receive the callback on
неё.
its perspective.
Угу. То есть со мной кто-то столкнулся.
So, and it would be the entity on the info, and the other one, whatever the flags it has, will be the other. So
А?
if we do the opposite, basically,
Подожди, он кому
entities
дал?
trigger the method, then have the callback flags for on collision enter. I
Он коробки
think
дал,
that
он
shall be
динамик
enough
collision
to
enter.
trigger the method to be called.
И коробка считает, что это с ней
So if I
столкнулся. Ну правильно?
touch bank,
Он и говорит.
we have
Подожди, нет, куб, однерка. Однерка столкнулся с двойкой. Ну да. Я же жду толкания. Я и говорю, я столкнулся с двойкой. Все окей.
entity 001 version 1 collided with entity
Названия не
2
хватает
version
этим
1.
штукам.
So it already worked.
Entity.
And if we pay attention, entity 001 is our box, and entity 002 is our character. So the order here means that entity 1 was info.entity, and the second entity, the one I collided with, was entity 2. How is this order defined? Basically, the entity that has the callbacks flag set will receive the callback on its perspective. So, and it would be the entity on the info, and the other one, whatever the flags it has, will be the other. So if we do the opposite, if we make nothing here on the box, and we get the character collider, and we make this guy receive on collision enter, save the prefab, disable again here, and we press play, we'll get the inverted order. So let me show that. So bang, now we got entity 2. Oh, now, oh no, okay, it's still possible to see. So fortunately, my face is not in front. So now the order is inverted. So we see here that entity 2 is entity, and entity 1 is the other one. So what will happen if we set this callback flag on both of them? So what happens if we set the callback flags on both of them is the callback is going to be called twice. Once for each one of them in the expected order. So we have to be careful with that. So here it is. We got the callback called twice. So we entered the collision from the perspective of entity 1. We entered the collision from the perspective of entity 2. And that's it. And this semantics would be the same for... So let me remove them from here. I don't want to get this here, so let's keep it here. So this will be the same for all the other types of collisions. And so the flags define which ones each entity receives, and if at least one of the entities have the callback flag set, that callback is going to be triggered from the perspective of that entity as the first one, as info.entity here. Okay, so that's a good primer on callbacks and these basic components. Basic overview on the physics body component. So interesting things about, you can set kinematic components that you move manually. You can basically get it to sleep or not, and what can get them automatically awaken or not. And some configurations about inertia and center of mass, if you want to reset based on the configuration, or if you want to manually set all these things, and some rotation freeze that we have, and there's all these little things here. They're interesting because you can also change them dynamically from runtime. Even on every frame predict rollback, it's all fine to change dynamically. So, and one cool one, like for example, is the gravity scale. So this allows you to change the gravity, how it acts on each body dynamically, basically by setting gravity scale. So this is available in runtime as well. Okay, so I think that's good for physics. Let me take a look if I have. So no questions here on Discord. So just making sure I say this again. If you guys have any questions, please ask. If you guys have a topic you would like to me to talk about, please ask. I probably will have time to do it. So let's get into a bit into the topic of performance. So a lot of people start testing quantum and they jump into how much you can squeeze and all that and so on. So especially because people see ECS and they already think about.
Вот, он говорит, типа, многие, кто сюда приходит, думают, о, ECS, нужно проверить производительность. Но это же не про меня, да?
So remember that quantum is a deterministic gameplay engine. So quantum is not really about making a super huge city with challenging rendering on that. It's not. Quantum is about building very fast-paced, twitchy, physics-based games. But they run deterministically on all devices. So you have a performance envelope of what you can do, which is pretty big depending on the platform we're talking about. But you're still talking about running, at least on verified frames only. We're going to talk about the topic of prediction culling. But you're still talking about running the full simulation on each machine.
Не самая большая производительность, судя по тому, как он объясняет. Ну, меня не парило изначально.
The use we do for ECS is to make sure we can very, very quickly roll back and predict again the whole simulation. And this is going to be fast. But in any case, testing performance to understand if you're inside the performance envelope you need is always important. But a lot of people think about performance, and the first thing they do is they plug in the Unity profiler. So that's not how you measure performance, right? The first thing right away. Profiler is for you to analyze where performance bottlenecks are, but it does not help you give you.
Job можно юзать, есть.
What is the runtime?
Отрисовка-то все равно на Unity будет происходить.
CPU consumption of your actual game. Why is that? Because a profiler is expensive. It actually is very invasive and it makes your performance worse, especially the deep profiler, but actually even the normal profiler is. So if you want to measure performance, the first thing you should do is you should not use a profiler. Is actually use some stats to see how expensive the whole simulation is. And that ends up to this. So we ended up actually creating a document just to talk about this. And we really, really recommend anybody to first thing, if you're thinking about performance, take a look at how to profile, how to measure performance, because we have an interesting sequence of steps you should
на Unity будет, если на Unity игру делаешь. Я про GameObject.
Do to try to understand the performance envelope of what you're doing. So normally the first thing you should do is first build Quantum in release mode. In Quantum 2, that meant in Visual Studio selecting a release build profile instead of the debug one. The Quantum is much faster with release builds. In Quantum 3, because it's everything inside Unity, basically you have here a toggle between the DLLs, and by default we start with release, so it's already good, but you can switch to debug, so you can have a more verbose logging and assert certain things for testing, but we have the release one by default here, so we're already on release.
Может в debug режиме можно вручную менять значение компонентов.
By default. So first thing is you go for the release version, then you should do a Unity IEL to CPP build on your target platform. And you should use what we call our graph profiler. So we're even considering adding the graph profiler to the default SDK because it's very, very, very clean and easy to use. It's a drag and drop asset that if you add it to the scene, it would show these. It would add something like this to your UI, and it's a very, very lightweight shader that. Basically, on every Unity update, it collects the stats of the last call to Quantum, and it shows you how long it took to simulate the whole Quantum step, including verified frames, rollback, resimulations forward, and so on and so forth, and a lot of other stats. So how many predicted frames you got, how many verified frames you advanced, what was your ping, when was the last time you actually received data from the network, how long did the render take? So we show a lot of little things. So the first thing you should do is release IO to CPP build, test this. This shows you, especially on an online game, it shows you where your performance ballpark is. If this is all under a nice envelope in terms of CPU of simulation time, not consuming more than 25% of your full delta time, meaning that you have a good room for doing your scripts and your rendering on the view side, it should be all good and you should not worry about performance. If it's above that, then you start to actually use a profiler. So if you do have performance problems, then what you're going to do is you're going to add a profiler so you can see the relative performance characteristics and you check what is taking longer than what else, so you start to optimize somewhere. And for that, you have two choices. I mean, we hook everything into the Unity profiler, and via code that's also accessible for you to create entries. We're going to demonstrate that soon. But we also have a very lightweight profiler that we call task profiler. That does not do memory profiling, does only time profiling, and it's very, very little invasive. And what we like about it is that you can actually go on an NIL to CPP build, use our task profiler, and it's going to give a very, very close to the non-profiler version of the application. It's going to have a value very similar to that. So we recommend you to try it because it's lighter weight than the Unity normal one. But of course, if you're measuring relative performance, you're going to get to use the Unity one at some point. But let me open up the Quantum task profiler here. Let's press play, run our game, and let's start recording and take a look at what we have here. So it shows us. So the whole simulation took, so this is a very interesting number. So our whole simulation is taking 0.1 millisecond. So it's 1/10 of a millisecond. So 1/10,000th of a second. So we could run this whole thing here at 10,000 frames per second, if you think about it, just a simulation. But you can see very, very detailed where the performance is going into. So you see that the physics engine really uses the multiple threads really well. So we're set to use only 2 threads by default here. I could increase this here. I think that's on the runner now. Is that it? I forgot where we are doing. No. I don't know what skin. Oh, an issue with the renderer here. Okay. Not related to quantum in this case. So I thought it's actually in simulation configs too. I am confused with the delta time. So thread count. So I'm going to use 4 threads here, and let's see again the task profile. I'll press play. Record. And here we are again. So now it's using 4 threads. It doesn't make much of a difference because we're actually bottlenecked by the overhead. Our movement system is actually what's taking most of the simulation time from all the systems we have. Well, physics also, because physics has a baseline that it needs to perform. But I think we have our navigation. Yeah, navigation and avoidance system running here also in parallel. We don't need to have the navigation system even running at all, but I added it here just for the sake of it's not taking a lot of time. But anyway, so it's our test profile. It's very interesting. You can save data if you subscribe to Circle and you need to analyze something. You can always save a profile session and send it to us. We can always read that and get some details out of it. So it has some interesting things. So we show on quantum frame by frame case, right? So this is the quantum frame number, and we can group it actually. So when you have rollbacks, it actually groups how long it took on the combined stuff, and you see still the frames separately here. This you cannot do with the well, I think the Unity one will only show grouped essentially, but we have this option to stretch them, which only ours have. But anyway, you can also use Unity. It will also show the use of multiple threads and all. So this is way to analyze. So you're starting to check performance, and you notice that you have some performance to optimize here and there. So how do you actually do this? So the first interesting thing to do is to use some of the default stuff. So I showed here a bit that allowing bodies to go to sleep, using a little bit of minimal linear integration is going to help this work very stably. And I think the physics, so let me take a look at physics performance and optimization. There's an entry for this on the manual that gives a lot of tips on how to fine-tune the broad phase for your expected world size and all that. And yeah, talks about sleeping. I think that, yeah, there's a problem here on the screenshot, so the guys are watching, so they will see. So there are a few tips here that are useful, but Quantum can do something very, very clever, which is what we call prediction culling. So say...
метрики, когда в гид пушил, у меня ошибку выдал, оказалось, там около 500 мегабайт весит. В смысле, готовые метрики сохраняются в один файлик, и если... Я помню, что файлик 100 мегабайт, там больше 100 мегабайт не пускает. Ты сохранил метрики внутри проекта, в котором работал.
This green area here is actually the playable area from the base configuration we have here. So let me take a look at the world size. If we reduce this to 64, yeah, because we have so this is the nav mesh. So if I reduce that, yeah, that was the nav mesh playable size. So if I make, so the nav mesh is the green one and the blue one is the physics world. So let's make them match. So I'm making their dimension match better what I have as playable here, which doesn't hurt. But what I wanted to get to is not really about playing around with these. These is on the documentation entry. It's more like sometimes you have kind of like a bigger game, right? So it is. Even if it's a 20-player game, let's say, you have people wandering around different areas. But what matters in this case for me here, for the context of what we're doing here, is that, let's say your character, you are watching, your camera is focused on where your character is. So, do we need to actually predict and roll back the whole game world?
Нет, калинг, вот он, калинг пошел,
You don't have to keep predicting everything. Prediction is important for physics interaction. So it's interesting that this box here. Oh, interesting. This box went to rest because I enabled sleeping, and I'm not manually putting them to. I think it's still sleeping, and I would have to
Не можешь разбудить куб.
get it to be awakened by doing an overlap here, I guess. So, but anyway, the point I wanted to get to is we're only interested in stuff that's very close to us here, and so how can we do that? So there's a very easy way in Quantum to set the prediction area to only be what you're interested in.
Прикол.
And
Prediction area.
you don't. That's not on the simulation side. You actually set that from the view side. So let me close everything again here, and let me open just my custom camera follow thing. So whatever, because this is our camera, and I'm interested in the where the camera is looking at. So that's the position I'm interested in for the camera side of things. So one thing I can do from this here is that.
Не, речь только про prediction. Насколько я понял, это речь про то, что случится дальше.
Runs only for my local character. I'm going to run from here. Now that I know where the camera is looking at, I'm going to do, I think I have game here, dot set prediction area. And I'm going to set the position to be current look position dot to
В радиусе.
FP version 3, and we define a radius. So let's say 20 meters radius using meters. I think, so with this one line of code here, I'm doing it from the camera script. With this one line of code, we're telling Quantum that we don't care to predict any entity that has a transform that's outside of this area. And that's valid for physics, that's valid for NavMesh, that's valid even for your own code running, that is running, I think if I show gizmos, yeah, I think maybe here. Yeah, I think we're not showing that gizmo. I thought we had, oh yeah, here it is. So this red gizmo shows where the area of interest for prediction that we're running here. So 20 is even a law here. We don't need that because that's a radius. So perhaps I can put something like 5 instead, or 8. Maybe 8. So let's run again with 8. I don't want the gizmos here on the game itself. I want to see on the scene. So here it is. So everything inside this red area is being predicted. Everything outside of this area, if we have entities outside of it, will not be predicted. And this helps a lot contain and control the performance characteristics of the game. So if you have 1,000 entities and only 20 of them are inside this area, you're actually predicting a game with 20 entities. And you are running the 1,000 entity game in lockstep, basically with confirmed inputs only forward. And essentially that means that your game, more or less, your online game more or less performs just like the single-player game. So on these larger games, because we'll be running the full complex simulation only on verified frames with all the entities, it performs exactly like a local game because it's basically a forward-only game. Prediction, and this is interesting when you look at the profiler data. You're going to see that your, especially with the quantum profiler, you'll see that your prediction frames are going to run much faster than your verified frames. And that basically means you're much better protected against ping spikes when you need to predict a bit more because you have a much more controlled performance consumption on prediction. So it is a built-in thing. And then one question people may ask is like, can I have a different geometry primitive for the area? So the reason we went for a sphere is because it's cheaper to check just the sphere with distance check for the entities when we have to flag the entities for prediction or not, than to run something more complex. But it is certainly possible to do so, and it really depends on the game. So we have a sample. It's still, this sample itself is not ported to Quantum 3 yet, but it's not necessary to be because what it does can be done in Quantum 3 the same way, what I'm talking about here. So let me show which sample this is. So people who have access to this thing called vehicular combat. So this sample here actually forwards.
Vehicular, он сказал. Сейчас. Vehicular, да? На самом деле. Английский еще подтянем.
Vehicular.
Vehicular. А если...
Vehicle.
Vehicle. Не vehicle, vehicle. Vehicular. Okay.
Check for the entities as a callback implemented on a Unity script, and this callback basically uses the Unity camera frustum. So essentially whatever is inside the camera frustum is going to be predicted, and whatever is outside of the camera frustum is not going to be predicted. The reason why that works well on this is because this sample does not have a lot of entities, so the frustum check, which is much more expensive than a sphere check, is not called that many times. But it's more important to have that than to have a complex object simulated on prediction. So it's cheaper to do that. So it does that, and I think it's explained here on the suspension. There's a few interesting aspects of no, it doesn't show here on the thing, but in the code it has this example, and it can definitely be adapted easily to the Quantum 3.
Это все логика?
Yeah, no, it
Это часть логики?
doesn't show here on the
Или это визуал? Это все визуалы.
There's a few
Интересно, но
interesting aspects
непонятно.
of
Тут
yeah, no, it doesn't show here
зал
on the
много
thing,
видит
but in the
всякое.
code it has this example, and it can definitely be adapted easily to the Quantum 3. To Quantum 3's, it's the same API for that, so you can use the same approach of a callback. So you can certainly use then a different. So of course you can use a different
Сегодня у меня не зритель-ориентированный стрим. Сегодня у меня обучалка.
geometry check, shape, a different shape for the prediction check. But even before getting there, just mark, just use something as simple as this, which is set prediction area radius from where your local camera is looking at with a decent enough radius. This makes wonders on a game with a lot of entities. It will cut the performance consumption by a lot when running online. It doesn't, by the way, it doesn't change a single thing when running offline, right? So running offline, you are basically moving forward the simulation, and there is no prediction culling to be done. But once you're running online, this is actually making the entities outside of this area not be part of the simulation. And by not being part of the simulation, I wanted to clarify one thing. So, because this is a kind of a complete course, so let me explain things correctly. So if you think about your movement system here, so this is a filter system that is filtering things, and that includes entities. The entity has a transform, and of course, so maybe this entity is called. So what that called on prediction tick. So what does that mean? So it means that on predicted frames, entities that are outside of the prediction area
Если
will not
predicted,
have
то
even
ничего не
this
делать
method
в
called.
системе.
So you are not updating entities on prediction frames outside of the area. So this method is not even called, because this is your custom method. So you don't have to do anything on your code just to save performance from prediction culling if you cull entities with that, because it will happen automatically for any entity. Even if your filter does not include the transform, it does not have to include the transform. The data, the culling flag is on the entity itself in our internal data. So
Тут не
as
понял.
long as transform,
Не
it
буду,
doesn't
кстати, английский учить. Начинал, бросил. Наверное, не было необходимости в
have to
этом.
include the transform.
Острый.
The data,
Сейчас на русском много всего.
the culling flag is on the entity itself in our internal data. So as long as the entity has a transform, even if your filter does not know about the transform, that entity is not going to be part of your
Это же нужно все остальное не делать и увлекаться только английским. Или можно заниматься им одновременно с остальными вещами, но, наверное, это будет не особо эффективно.
system. But there are ways for you to go around the culling. So you
Мне с этим, наверное, повезло в том плане, что я в школе учил английский, играл в игры, тоже на английском общался там с людьми уже что-то в классе в 5, помню, в 6 был, там что-то уже с челиком созванивались, с ником Пампкин он был, что ли, и мы с ним на английском пытались говорить.
can
Он был с Польши.
you can say
Как-то он так удобно в жизнь влился.
that your system
И в целом приятно звучал всегда. Казался чем-то крутым. Как он звучит, как он пишется.
does not use culling. This means that this system is going to ignore prediction and culling, and it will run on prediction for all not use culling. That your system
Use calling.
does not use culling.
И что это будет значить? А рассчитывать, как он все будет?
This means that this system is going to ignore prediction culling, and it will run on prediction for all of the entities that match the filter no matter what. So you have these
Типа система не будет работать на predict, да?
controls
Прикол. Она будет работать только если сейчас реальный фрейм рассчитывается.
that you can go around. The same if you're doing a manual filter. So if you're checking into the manual and you're doing, so let me get here, components, I think filters go in here. No, yeah, filters. So if you're manually filtering for certain components types, like this example here, you can set the filter, this filter structure receive, you can set it to ignore culling, and then when you iterate, like this while here that's iterating over the filtered entities, you can define the behavior you want to do with culled entities or not. Notice that culling, entity culling is only a thing on predicted frames. It never changes the, you never have entities filtered on verified frames. On
Never have entities filtered on verified
verified frames, all entities are always simulated. So,
А как он predicted frame потом дорисует? Потом
but this is always the
непонятно.
number one thing to enable. If your game could benefit from it, do it right away.
Мгм. Prediction calling есть, понятно. Дел много, английский не в приоритете, понимаешь, что нужно. Интерес так себе, в школе на немецком спал. Спал в смысле интерес или в смысле ты спал? Наверное, и то, и то. Понимаю, когда куча задач и есть какая-то... Хотелось бы иметь такую галочку, а делать не хочется, то, конечно,
So, next,
не делать не хочется, ни необходимости нету, еще и свободного времени особо нету. Тогда, наверное, он не вписывается так никуда.
tip on performance optimization is time slicing based on entity.
Time slicing based on entity indexes. Вообще не понял. Я спал. Понял.
indexes.
Хорошо там совпало с тем, что написал. Понимаю, что нужно, но интерес так себе. Спал, типа, упал на немецком.
So let me explain what that
Тем более, если в школе не было английского, это, наверное, самое удобное время, когда чтобы что-то учить, быть ребенком, когда у тебя там все еще супер эти возможности по изучению,
is.
ну,
So we
биологические.
have our movement system. Let's do that on our character system because it's just
Как
an
всё
example
впитываешь.
system. So we're updating our stats with a polymorphic method that's doing something on the entity based on whatever is the spec of the entity. It doesn't matter. But the point is that we're updating here all these entities. And I'm thinking here what I should do because I want to demonstrate. I have a cool thing. I have a cool thing I want to demonstrate now because.
Cool thing. А что там за прикол-то с
So
time
first thing I'm
slicing?
gonna do is I'm gonna make this update stats here. I'm gonna make this method very, very expensive. So for int e equals
Давай.
0, e smaller than 10,000,
Миллион
e plus
чего-то.
plus. I'm gonna do something like filter dot stats dot actually stats pointer power plus equals 1, and then I'm gonna also subtract 1 just to make sure I do something that tricks the compiler.
Видел такой прикол, Арти? Обращение идет к структуркам через указатели, чтобы менять их значение без копирования структуры. Никогда об этом раньше не думал, пока здесь не увидел. Это вот мы unsafe код пишем, чтобы редактировать структуры. Ты мне отнял. Чё это рожица злая получилась? Прикол. Не видел такого в C++ коде, в C-коде, когда обращаешься к указателю, то вот такое вот вместо точки ставится, что ты обращаешься к данным из сущности, как бы из указателя.
Into thinking I'm doing something, so you will not optimize out this loop. So this is a very bad loop. I'm gonna get my concrete implementation of the asset type because that's the one I'm using. I want to make sure.
В шарпах первый... Я тоже
This one here
вчера
has
первый раз
base
увидел.
dot update stats f ref filter. So I want to make sure
Тут же все есть, всякие указатели и все остальное,
all
только в
base
unsafe.
method. So it will be the same. So when we run here, we only have one entity so that has this thing, which is our character, but we're gonna trick it very soon. So let me see here.
В чем прикол-то?
Quantum window test profiler. I only have one entity, so this is still not enough. Yeah, it's starting to
Добавь
show here.
миллион.
So we'll make this thing actually start to show. Because what we're gonna do is I'm gonna remove this character stats from here. I don't care about that in my character. My character doesn't need that. Yeah, it's a character, it has stats, but my point is I'm gonna do something very, very silly here. I'm gonna create a quantum empty entity,
Так,
but I'll make it have a transform.
так.
This entity doesn't have a view, we don't need a view for it. The point of having this entity, I don't need a view for it. What I need is I need to have a transform, and I will add character stats to it. Then I'm gonna use my, whatever, it can be the variation spec. But what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna duplicate this,
Сколько раз?
duplicate, so we have 8
8.
of them. Let's start with 8.
Давай 8.
And
Это 80 тысяч всего
yeah,
лишь.
0, 0, 0. Can I make this guy also? Yeah, it's also 0, 0, 0. So I'm gonna call these entities. So I have 8 of them. They're all in here. So if I run this now and look at it, so I think now our character system, now our character system is taking most of the time. It's like 0.1 millisecond updating those 80,000 entries because we're looping 10,000 times per entity and we have 8 entities with that.
Так сделай 100
So
тысяч.
I'm going to demonstrate 3 different optimization techniques and the impact they have here. So please bear with me. I'm going to make these separate chapters. So this is introduction. We're going to implement 3 optimization techniques here at this system. And we're going to see how they can help. So we're going to check. So to demonstrate prediction culling, I need to...
Это сейчас prediction culling будет, который мы уже видели. Он открыл по time
we'll
slicing.
try to do that. So we'll demonstrate prediction culling. So we'll see the difference. So that's technique number 1. I'll also demonstrate time slicing, which is the next technique, and later I'll demonstrate multi-threading.
Прикол, приколыч.
depending on what you're going to do, we're going to use one, two, three, one of these, or maybe you're going to use all of them combined. So it is always useful to do whatever you need if you want to do a lot of stuff. So let's start with, we already showed how to use prediction culling, but to actually see this making a difference, we need to have even more entities, and we need to spread them apart a bit more. So we check that our character is not close to all of them. Perhaps we're not close to even any of them. So what we're going to do is I'm going to move these entities to this corner here. So something like -8, 8. I'm going to duplicate that, and we're going to make 8, 8. We duplicate that again, and we make -8. We duplicate one more time, and we make this also -8. So we have a bunch of these entities on each corner, and our performance now is going to tank a bit more. It's still not tanking, I mean, this is still just fine to do this, but we'll see that our character system is taking a much longer time now. So it's taking about half a millisecond, just that system, because it's updating. It's stupid. It's a very stupid 10,000 times loop doing actually something, so it is not, don't worry, this is not yet something, it's, yeah, we're doing something very stupid, but it's to demonstrate something. So this is how much it is taking here. So let's take a look at, this is going to be bad online because we're going to be running multi-threading. So let's take a look at, let's run this online. We already showed how to do that, and we have the menu, we have everything. So let me just make sure my my menu is pointing to the systems that have everything. We have collision. Yeah, I have all our systems in here. So I can press play, and let me add the let me show the task profile.
Онлайне будет потяжелее,
Here. I don't need it to be so big.
Потому что будет prediction.
So actually, I just drag it here.
Половина миллисекунды это обычное время.
Сейчас
Сейчас мы увидим время, наверное, с предикшенами.
So, okay, we have the lighting issue that I didn't talk about. So we have to make the scene that we loaded additively. We have to make it the lighting source, so Unity is not going to mess up the baked lighting. So I'm not going to bother with that because that's not related to quantum. But here it is. So here's our performance stuff when running. We're not predicting a lot, so I guess.
Можешь делать больше
I want to do something
Добавь
even more silly.
Кэширование какое-то отключилось из-за того, что передвинул разные позиции или что? Он передвинул в разные позиции, чтобы на углах были обработки через систему. Я так понял, он сейчас будет отходить к разным углам, и у него будет уменьшаться нагрузка, потому что те, кто далеко, они не будут обрабатываться на prediction. Только будут обрабатываться на настоящие кадры, которые уже подтвердились.
Let me get something else to help us. Let's use Clumsy to add on a lot of network lag and see how that impacts our
В фотоне был прям настройка.
I'm going to clear this. I'm going to quick play. I am recording. We have our base timing here. Now I'm going to make Clumsy at something like 50 milliseconds up, 50 milliseconds down. So our... it did not work. Oh, I know why. So I think we're using this port. I'm guessing I should use a Wireshark to confirm, but I can just try. Yeah, now it worked. So we are running at 120 milliseconds ping now because I added 100 milliseconds ping from Clumsy, and we'll clearly see a difference here. So if we look at the whole history, we had a... So it's still pretty fast, but the character system update... So let me group by simulation. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. So... because we clearly see here the moment at which I made Clumsy, I added Clumsy. Oh! Yeah, but that does not have a big impact. You know why? Sorry. We can make this show up much faster. So actually we're seeing it's not impacting much. And the reason why it's not impacting much, we went really, really crazy, and we're running, I don't know how many prediction ticks here, but it's still not, let me change the scale here. It's still not going crazy, and the reason why it's not going crazy is because we're actually doing prediction culling here. So let me make...
Он не выключил...
Let me disable the culling to actually get that to show up. How bad it can get if you don't use it. So I'm going to comment this line here, because if we don't set any prediction culling area,
теперь все уголки будут видно.
No use culling.
Ну, в смысле, уголки будут обрабатываться предикшеном.
Let me bring back the profiler, clear everything, add quick play, group by simulation, because we see the whole time combined now.
А что значит group by simulation? Где отдельно какой это сейчас?
It's still running interactively just fine, but we're not doing culling anymore. The point is that we're not predicting a lot. So if I kick in with Clumsy, yeah, now we're talking. So now we see...
Now we're talking. Все, пошел предикт. У него же голос потерялся.
Now we see...
Да, он офигел. Словил пролаг. До 5 миллисекунд почти доросло. Сейчас звук будет? Алло, алло. Проверять пошел. Сейчас, пацаны, подождите. Пойду поем. Так, ну что, я вернулся. Давайте дальше посмотрим. Это 10 сущностей было. Нет, это было по 8 сущностей на каждом углу, для каждой из которых система обрабатывала цикл в 10 тысяч итераций. Это было по 80 тысяч на каждом углу, где у нас нету радиуса для каллинга обработки предиктов. То есть все эти угловые сущности, все 32 штуки, пытались 10 тысяч раз предиктиться. Каждый раз, когда был лаг, там предикт был большой, сколько-то кадров наперед пытались высчитываться. И они высчитывались с нагрузкой.
What was the last thing you guys heard? Because I don't have a record of that here. I don't want to have to roll. I don't want to have to watch. Yeah, I restarted my microphone here. So, can you guys just give me a tip of when it started to back here? So I'll continue from. So I'm actually here running without prediction culling now, and as soon as Clumsy kicked in, our simulation time jumped from in some updates, some Unity updates, it jumped from 0.5 milliseconds skyrocket to 4 milliseconds. So why? So we'll see here why. Because we're predicting a lot of ticks. And look at this. Look at how long does each frame take. Basically the same time. And this here is a verified frame. Yeah, so this is actually running without prediction culling. Thanks, Luke. So this...
Он сейчас будет мультитредить эту задачу, походу, и будет полегче,
so
да?
This is with prediction culling.
А вот что такое таймслайсинг, так и не понял.
Off. And you see that, I think this would be a verified frame here. And these are the prediction frames. See that they take exactly the same time? And the reason why is that we're not culling anything. We're predicting all those 64 entities doing the silly 10,000 updates on each one of them. So it's 640 times that stupid thing inside a loop. So almost 1 million calls to that per frame. And we're doing in every one of the frames, including verified and including predicted. So let's now add back prediction culling. And we're not going to get to 4 milliseconds at all anymore. We will have still a little bit of overhead on the frames, doing the movement of the character and a few other things in our area, but it would not go as bad as this. So please mind this discrepancy here of performance, and let's minimize this now with one line of code. Set prediction area. We run the very same thing now. I hope I could. I should save this, but I'll save it. So save it here. Editor culling off. Because we can then load and compare if we want to. So now that I saved, I'm going to clear it here. Press play. Quick play. Now we're running with culling. And I'm going to add a lag. And I'm going to remove the lag and stop. See here now? See this here? This difference from this to this? It's almost no difference anymore. Yeah, it does get a bit slower. You do get a bit more spikes, but it's nothing compared to the difference that we had on the previous one. So let's take a look at why. So we're still predicting basically the same amount of ticks here. So this is a very good screenshot here. Look at that. So the previous one, what we had was something like this. So this was the time for the verified frame, and then we would have 6, 7 of the predicted frames taken exactly the same time, and they would just skyrocket in time, right? Now, our prediction ticks are much lighter weight because we have culling enabled, and that means those entities outside of this area are not getting updated until we get close to them. So we can make this go a little bit worse if we get close to those. But remember, I'm doing something just to demonstrate. These are very silly things, like updating 10,000 times on each one of those entities. So it is very, very silly. It's just to exaggerate what you get. But you clearly see here the difference. So let me save this as culling on. And I'm going to load the culling off. Bang. See?
Bang.
So let's get one of those. See here? So this is with culling off. And you see how worse it gets when you add clumsy. So now let's load the culling on with the same scale settings here. So culling on, bang, here it is. This is the difference. So even when you predict a lot of stuff, here's what you get. So it's much, 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 much lighter weight. So this is optimization technique number 1, prediction culling. Let's go to number 2. I'm gonna disable culling, so we're gonna focus on just that. No, actually. No. Thinking here. I'm going to disable prediction culling, then we're going to do the two of them combined, because what I'm going to do here is something interesting. So we're doing something silly, so check, done. Let's go now for time slicing. So because we're doing something silly, so for each of one of those 64 entities, we're doing something very, very, very heavy, which is we're updating 10,000 times something. It's very stupid. But sometimes you do on your game some heavy updates on some entities. So one good example of that is when you're using our bot SDK, and you're doing NPC
Hello?
AI. So one good example of that is when you're using our bot SDK.
Bolt SDK. А, это который этот... Blueprint
And you're doing NPC AI. Depending on the technique you're using, normally the hierarchical finite state machines, they're very, very lightweight. But if you go for behavior trees, they're a little bit heavier. If you go for goal-oriented action planning, that's much heavier. So it really depends on the AI techniques and actually what you do on your nodes. So if you're doing a lot of queries, a lot of complicated stuff on your nodes, AI may get expensive, right? So one cool thing to do is, first thing is that when doing AI updates, one thing you should right away do is that, so prediction culling is normally good for stuff that you still want to be interactive when closed. There's stuff that you right away say, I'm going to update this only. So I forgot that, right? So prediction culling is something that automates the process of deferring stuff to verified frame. But let's say technique number 2 would be to manually defer to verified frame only. So it's something that you don't update at all, so you run certain systems only on verified frames. So that's a common technique as well for AI. Normally AI, one cool thing to do. So common for AI. So common stuff for AI is manually defer to verified only decisions, which is heavy stuff. And you keep predicting movement steering kind of stuff on AI. So you should plan to do your AI into 2 steps. So you have a more heavier AI machine that does decisions, and this one you can definitely defer to verified frames only. But besides that, you keep predicting the movement and then you apply prediction culling. Because prediction culling is going to mean that this part here is also only going to run on entities that are very close. But this one here is already only on verified frames. So this is a common technique for AI. I'm not going to cover that here because we're not doing AI. I want to work on these here because there is one extra thing you can do. So these very, very heavy decision things you can do on verified frame only. Sometimes they're so expensive that they make sense to actually also time slice. By time slicing here, I mean, so if I have 64 entities, what about updating 1/4 of them on each frame?
Если у нас 64 сущности, как насчет обновлять каждые 4, каждый фрейм?
Changing which ones we're going to update. So I update, so if it's 64, I'm going to update 16 of them in one frame, the next 16, then the next 16, then the next 16, then go back. So we're going to update them intercalating like that. And how can you do that? There's a very easy trick to make that happen. And that's what we're going to do here. Because we have this update stats here and have the frame, what I'm going to do is the following. So I'm going to grab, so we have the frame number, and I'm going to call public int update interval. And I'm going to make 4. So it's going to update every 4th frame. But you don't want to do just check if the frame matches every 4th frame, because you don't want to like update.
Я понял. Он не сущности делит, он делит как часто.
And then 64 entities, because that doesn't help. You're going to just get unstable CPU. What you want is actually to time slice, to update 16 of them on each one of the frames and keep those in groups. And the trick is to use mod the remainder of the division with the frame number
Чтобы меньше 60 раз делать,
and the index and see if they match. So what you do is the following. So you
там
get
будет не 60, там будет больше.
the interval value equals frame.number remainder with update interval. And you get frame interval. I'll call frame interval. And then you get the entity interval to see which slice or frame slice. I'll call it frame slice value. So it's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. And what is the entity slice on this one? So it's going to be entity is going to be the entity slice. So what we get is we get filter.entity.index with update interval. And what you
Нет,
do
все-таки
is
сущности. Он то те сущности, то эти сущности будет резать. Прикол.
Frame slice is different than entity slice, you return. I'm not going to update. So I'm only going to update entities by this match. And the funny thing is that when you have a frame number that is going to divide by 4 exactly, we're going to get 0 here. So we're going to update only the entities that have indexes 0, 4, 8, every 4th. And then, so this gives a very good balance, especially when you create these entities in batches. It gives a perfect balance in that case. So we're using update interval 4 here. So this basically means that the update rate of these entities is not going to be 60 Hertz, but it's going to be 15 Hertz. But for AI decisions, this is just fine. So this is a good trade-off to do. So let's take a look at how this behaves now. So I'm going to clear the whole thing.
Не так.
В какой-то кадр сущность не апгрейдится, это не проблема.
I think we have
Теперь это не проблема.
culling disabled.
Он говорит про задачи, которые не нужно делать каждый тик. Например, принимать решения AI-кам, чтобы они принимали решения в 4 раза реже. Таким образом, система работает в 4 раза медленнее. Ну, в плане, что она разбивает свои обработки на каждый четверть аишек будет в один момент, дальше еще момент будут аишки работать. Там и predict фреймы, и verified фреймы будут одинаково обрабатываться.
because we're not changing this. Well, we can change this dynamically. Funny fact. So I'm going to demonstrate this differently. I'm not going to even run online because we're now isolating this test on these verified frames only. So we're running this local. We have all the 64 entities. They're all running. Here's our time that the frame takes to update normal stuff. What I'm going to do now is it's updating. It's actually slicing the update, so it's not taking the full time here. So you see, it was about 0.4. Remember, it was 0.4.
Физкульт пока 0.4. Ну, будем так, по контексту догадаться, что происходит. Пошел поесть. Можно иметь... А это он не в компоненте, это он в данных будет сейчас менять, да, что-то.
Hello?
Только я не пойму, как-то... Он
again,
говорил,
yeah.
что там нельзя менять данные вообще.
Okay.
Почему сейчас
So
можно
we can
менять?
modify these values in runtime. So I think this will let us demonstrate this. So if I start recording, so
можно менять, в смысле, это будет рассинхрон
you'll
вызывать,
see the
наверное.
time
Поэтому
jump.
нельзя.
Yeah, I'm gonna modify this to be 1.
вообще
And
можно.
bang. See how long it takes now? We can clearly see the stuff. So if I make this 10, we can make it go very, very fast. So let's change the scale here so we see. So essentially, when I was using interval, so
Не обязательно выполнять систему каждый кадр. Вот о чем была речь. Систему можно делать каждые 4 кадра, чтобы... Ну, или там каждый сколько-нибудь кадров. Пропорционно. Прикол. До такого сам кому-то хрен догадаешься. Хотя,
Then
ну,
I did a crazy
я
thing and I started
не
updating
знаю
every
такого.
10th. And then
Наверное, пришлось бы задачей такой столкнуться сначала.
back to 0.04. Of course, there's a bit of overhead, so it cannot. It's not. It's linear, but with a bit of an overhead. So, but you guys got the point, I guess, right? So you can, and when you combine this with the fact that you're going to be running things probably only heavy things only on verified frames, some things only on predicted, some unpredicted for close ones. If you combine that with time slicing,
Я посмотрел еще его
you
стримов.
can get a pretty good optimization out of this whole thing. So I'm not going to demonstrate this together with the prediction area because it is kind of like two complementary things. Normally you use the time slicing technique.
Значит, я больше никуда не зайдет, на первый взгляд. Что-нибудь, для чего не проблема идти медленнее. Это ведь только логика будет медленнее. Визуал все еще можно отрисовывать по интерполяции.
Prediction culling is normally for the steering movement part of things. We're just using a heavy thing here on prediction for demonstration purposes. But multi-threading, which is the next topic, is an interesting one. So I'm going to disable the time slicing and the prediction culling for us to test the next technique, which is multi-threading. And then we're going to... prediction culling... Well, I think for this technique here, we again can ignore the prediction culling because it combines with it as well. But I want to demonstrate it individually. So, but I'm going to focus on the update interval and the next technique because they can be combined really well if done correctly, and they add on top. So as I said, prediction culling normally applies to very twitchy thing updates that you normally don't move to verified updates, whereas time slicing applies to heavy stuff that you move to verified frames. So it's already not something that prediction culling helps at all because it's stuff that you're already doing on verified frames. But the next technique can be combined with time slicing, which is using multi-threading. So I did this already for people who watched my stream on FPS.
Комбинировать с мультитрейдингом.
How to do this, but I'm gonna do it again here. So we have this character system that's doing system main thread filter. I hope I'll be able to do it here. So I think I will. So what we'll do now is we're gonna make use of multi-threading. So there is a hidden documentation entry. So let me give
Hidden documentation
for people who watch the stream. So I think. So multi-client, I have multi-thread.
Прикол.
So people who watch the stream, you can type in this manual multi-threading and you get access to this hidden document. We just don't advertise much about it. It explains you how to do multi-threading stuff in the quantum task system. So quick disclaimer here. So using multi-threading in quantum, you have to know what you're doing because it's unconstrained access to the stuff. You cannot destroy, you cannot add entities, add components in multi-threaded systems. This breaks determinism, and it may even break the game. It may just crash, and I mean not crash, but give an exception and stop running the game, the quantum part. But for updating very heavy stuff, it is very useful. But there are a few rules. It depends on the type of task you run. So you can custom design a complex system that does both data parallelism and task parallelism, if you know what these concepts mean. There's some information for you here to read and see what you can do with that. But I'm going to focus here on a very convenient way of doing data parallelism, which is we're going to update different entities using different threads. We have 64 entities with a very heavy update. What we're going to do is we're going to make them be updated at different threads. So there is a very convenient system called system threaded filter that has the same API as the system main thread filter that we have been using. And it has the same syntax for us. So what we're going to do here is that we're going to use system threaded filter instead of the normal system. And what we're going to do here, we're going to replace the updates, the old update with this update, because it uses a different variation of the frame type called frame thread safe. In frame thread safe, does not have the full API of frame, so there are a few things we have to fix. One of them is the asset. I hope I'm going to be able to actually demonstrate this, because I think I've thought, why can't we get assets? No, it is find asset here. Why isn't it accessing this?
Возможно.
Oh, it cannot be inferred. Okay.
А что, было слышно, как я пукал? Думаешь, из-за этого?
Okay. So this one we have to say character spec. I think we have to oh no. Oh yeah. Dot ID. Yes, this works. Okay, so there is a little variation here. So it does not have the full, the code-generated part of the asset finder, but you just manually use the ID and you explicitly say what the abstract type is, and it will work. But our update stats was expecting this to be a regular frame base, so let's fix that. We can make that, because we're doing the frame number and all that. So let's make the thread safe. We're not using anything crazy.
Видимо, было не слышно, да?
You were just getting the frame number that
Чёртово шумоподавление на микрофоне.
Comes from the frame thread safe API. We need to do that on the other types as well. So let's get here the asset type. So character spec, frame thread safe, of course. The concrete types now. So this to be an override. Frame thread safe. Same for the other type. Oh, the other type does not implement the method, so it's fine.
Да, вроде сегодня успеваем. Хотя бы это посмотреть.
We're receiving frame thread safe this time, and that's it.
Тут вроде по мелочам осталось, да? Давай-ка еще раз, что он сделал в итоге?
Variation here, so it does not have the full.
Это я понял.
So let's fix that. We can make that, because we're doing the frame number and all that. So let's make the thread safe. We're not using anything crazy. We're just getting the frame number that comes from the frame thread safe API. We need to do that on the other types as well. So let's get here the asset type. So character spec, frame thread safe, of course. The concrete types now. So this to be an override has to be frame thread safe. Same for the other type. Oh, the other type does not implement the method, so it's fine. Okay, so we're receiving frame thread safe this time, and that's it.
Все? Только меняешь систему на мультитредовую и готово, офигеть. Настолько легко вставить в игру мультитреды.
No, this is not multi-threaded. What is multi-threaded? It is being called from a different thread, but this is multi-threaded. So this, if we have 64 entities, what this is going to do is it's going to create slices of the entity filter. So let's say this is a verified frame only, and this is, so we can also skip here prediction, so we don't care about prediction, as I said. So is predicted, if is predicted, we can just return. We're not updating this now, damn it. So if is predicted, then return. So we don't care on prediction frames. So let's just try to do this. So what this is going to be called is going to be called for for one part of the entities in one thread at the same time for another part of the entities in another thread. So the careful thing here is that when using this technique, each entity should only read and update itself. You cannot update itself and read others. If you're not moving your entity or modifying your collider itself. The thing here is that when using this technique, each entity should only read and update itself.
Каждая сущность должна читать и записывать себя, чтобы на других не влиять, да?
You cannot update itself and read others. If you're not moving your entity or modifying your collider or of the others, so maybe it's okay to query in parallel and read about the world, as long as you don't read on the same components that you may be modifying, because they may have been modified by different threads. So don't do that. As long as you don't do that, you only modify one entity, and the data you read is not being modified by the system, you are good to go. And you can even control how big the entity's slices are for putting in buckets into the threads here. The default for that is 8. Because we have 64 entities, do we have 64 or 32? I did not even...
Привет, Богус. Павел.
Pay attention. I think we only have 32. Yeah, we only have 4. Yeah, we only have 32 entities. So it's going to actually split 8 of them into each one of the threads. So it's now using multi-threading. And remember, it was with our spec asset is using now interval 1, meaning that each entity is being updated every frame. So the difference in performance now is going to be done by the multi-threading. So let's see how that goes. So let me clear all that. So
Что, не так что-то? По-моему,
So-
много.
see that we are, actually I thought it was 8, but I'm now thinking it is 16, because you see, we're not using the 0.4 milliseconds, we're using 0.2, about 0.2 in total, but it is only using actually load on 2 threads. I think it's because it's actually slicing, the slice, default slice is 16 and not 8, so we can modify that by code here.
Huh?
On a multi-threaded system, we can say slide size. I can make it 8, or even 4 if you want. It's a very expensive per entity thing.
Насколько делить?
So it would probably use all 4 threads now, and instead of 0.4 milliseconds per... Yeah, it is using 4 threads now. And instead of 0.4...
Так я не понял, почему он
guess what?
указывает
We're
8,
back
а
to
делится на
0.1
4?
milliseconds. How cool is that? So we're not using time slicing, so we're updating all 32 entities on every verified frame here. But our system is back to using only 0.1 milliseconds, not 0.4 milliseconds. Why? Because we're using all 4 threads. Let's combine the two things together.
Давайте теперь комбинить, говорит.
So we do time slicing and multi-threading. And you know what? Look at that now. We're at 0.0. Whoa.
Гораздо меньше, да.
Is that? Yeah.
Четверть
Yeah,
закатов.
it should be 0.025, but of course we have overhead, and so it's about 0.030 now, not 0.1. So we got a very, very decent speed up here combining the two things. So remember, without multi-threading, without the update interval, we were using 0.1, we were using 0.4, 0.5 millisecond for this system alone. Now combining time slicing and multi-threading, we're down to 0.03. So this is a 10 more than, it's like 12, it's not full 16, it's 12x speed up, which is amazing, honestly. So combining multi-threading, yeah, this is cool, right, Daniel? Because yeah, I didn't plan for this, so this was emergent idea, so cool. 0.4 to 0.03, combining two optimization techniques.
Объясняет, почему
So,
радуется, как я с этим еще не игрался раньше.
So done here. So playing around with this and yeah, 32 slice. So I think adding slice 4, it might add a lot of overhead. But if you have very, very expensive stuff, combining these two techniques, and I would say something more realistic, right? So if you're talking about PC, you can count on having about 4 threads to use. So it's realistic to think about this. Time slicing is always good to use. So time slicing over 4, 5 frames is always realistic to think about, especially for AI decision-making stuff. It's okay for the decisions to happen even every second if you want to. So I would not see a problem in making like update interval 10 here if I have a big number of entities. So I just slice them over time. But if you're doing a mobile game, time slicing, always good. But multi-threading, the thread count stuff on your simulation config, it's more realistic to consider that you're going to have actually 2 cores available. There is a way for you to schedule, to use dynamic scheduling, so you define here in Quantum to use up to 4 threads, but on the script that actually schedules the tasks you on different platforms, you can lower that number, let's say to 2 on mobile. And I think that's on the document, so I think we explain... Yeah, scheduling barrier, here it is. So, sorry. Scheduling barrier is for task-based parallelism. Change amount of worker threads per platform. So there's an entry on the document I shared here that explains how to do that. And you may ask, why would I use 4 threads on PC if mobile is going to be my bottleneck with 2 threads? The reason is that you may want to run so fast on PC to get a beefier renderer. So perhaps your game runs at simulation rate 30 Hz, and you want to make sure your simulation time on PC is so slow that you can run your rendering at 90 Hz, 120 Hz monitors, and it doesn't get any frame skips. So you want to have room for rendering on PC to run very fast. On the rendering side of things. So that's one reason. So you always want to use as low CPU time on each platform as much as possible. But of course, you need to make sure your game runs fast enough for every platform. And if you see these techniques here, so prediction culling applies to everything, time slicing applies to everything. Multi-threading is the one that it's not so universally applied, although for 2 threads it's still fine. Let me take a look at our plan here. Actually, we're done. So this was everything I wanted to cover on today's stream, but I still have kind of like plenty of time for questions. I hope some of you guys may have a few questions this time. There's a bunch of people watching, so if you guys have any questions, please ask now. Otherwise, I'll just be looking at stats here. I can think about a couple of topics here. Let me take a look at the document. Oh, there is one topic I wanted to talk about. Luke, Daniel, do you guys have anything I may have missed that it would be okay to talk about, perhaps? because I do have a topic I want to get to, but I'm really waiting to see if we get any questions before that. So checking on the other channels here if everything is clean. Okay, since I don't have any questions, I'm going to jump into the next topic, which is, let's open a new, oh, sorry, not here. Let me open a new document here to show. Oh, commands and predicted commands. Good point, Daniel. I'm going to talk about commands before we get to the next topic. The next topic is going to be what should be the next Quantum 3 stream about.
А у него еще стрим.
I'll talk about this after I demonstrate commands. So skip that here.
Comments это
Let's
что?
talk about commands a bit.
Event я
So
видел.
good suggestion,
А
Daniel. I
comments
didn't
это
talk about
наоборот,
commands before.
из
So we've been
из
using
вьюшки,
regular
из
quantum
input,
inputs, right? So
да.
which is you define some constructs on input and you poll inputs on Unity, and then you have the frame input available on systems like we demonstrate here on our movement system. So let me get my movement system. So here's our movement system, and we just grab the copy of the input for this player for this frame. But the input struct is a bit rigid, right? So you define the data that goes into the input here. And it's, yeah, you can add a bunch of buttons. Let's say you add 8 buttons. A good point about buttons is that they take only 1 bit when sent over the wire. You bit back the data. So if you put 8 buttons, they're going to make a single byte. And so you add a bunch of data. Normally you use input for direct controls, which is, think about if you have, you can have a virtual gamepad and you have a bunch of, a couple of directions if you have a dual thumb. Maybe one of them you want to be analog, so you have magnitude as well, and a bunch of buttons, which are a couple of analog buttons perhaps. So you map these things that are direct inputs to be this input struct. But in many games you have things like, oh, I want to do this now, and this is like infrequent kind of commands you want to send. So think about RPCs that you send to a server saying, hey, here's I'm by this character here, and I'm looting, and there's a bunch of stuff from it I want to loot from this entity, but not everything, just these 2 things I want to loot. How do you send that as input? So how do you, for example, choose from this particular entity I'm trying to loot this and this and this item from its inventory? So that's where you use commands for. So commands are classes. Let me try to create a command here. So they work just like inputs, but they're reliable. They always get to the server. They will always be adapted they will always be attached to the input stream. But
Сейчас, приду, секунду. О, на месте, погнали. Команда изучить еще успеем.
you can have as many command types as you want, and you send them only occasionally. They only take space on the input stream if you do use them. And prior to Quantum 3, commands were verified frame only. So you would send, and there will always be a delay until the command would reach your client and all the other clients. Starting with Quantum 3.0, commands are also predicted just like normal inputs. So this means that you don't have any delay when you apply a command. You still have the local prediction of it normally. So it's very convenient to you. So let's demonstrate how to use a command here. I'm going to fake something like we're going to loot something from an entity. We don't have an entity to loot from, but I'll just send some stuff to test. So let's say commands on our simulation stuff. Commands. So let's create a C# script. I'm going to call it loot command.
Loot. Vic.
By the way, I requested to have I showed
It's me.
so this thing about having a template for system and system filter was something I requested, and Jonas nicely, kindly implemented here. And we have an input script example and a few other things. So the input script is the polar callback thing. So we just added for entity view components, entity views context, all this stuff that I've been demonstrating. We have these little templates that help you create a minimal thing. We shall have one for commands. Okay, Jonas, it's the next one. So I just noticed here. I think the other one was, I think it showed him another one today. I forgot what it was, that will be nice to have a template for. So we don't have one for commands, but we will. So let's do manually for now. So no using Unity entity names.
Че я зашел? Вспомнил. Хотел посмотреть, когда мне... Ну да, на пару дней хотел.
So this is what the template is going to give us, so we don't have to do it like this. So loot command is going to inherit deterministic command.
Deterministic command.
Why didn't you accept this? We don't need this.
Serialize?
Oh, okay, yeah, forgot about that. So a command has to be binary serialized. So we don't use something like JSON or anything like that. So you don't have to manually serialize the data you want to go into a command. So I'm going to demonstrate something here. So let's say we're going to... So our command is going to have entity ref, the entity we're looting, and our command is going to have a public int array or byte array. So let's say, why byte array? It's because we may loot multiple. We may want to loot multiple items from the entity inventory. Let's say the maximum number of items in a single inventory of an entity is 256. So I'm adding a variable byte array here. So index is to loot, to try to loot. So we have to manually serialize, but it's very convenient for many of the types. So serialize ref entity.
А если одновременно залутает один и тот же объект?
Stream.serialize array. I think ref index is to loot works because byte array we know
Это как в Python, вот уже это
You can serialize any type of array if you provide the serializer for the individual type as well. But this is the easy one. So this works both when we're sending the command, it's going to serialize the data and attach to the bit stream that goes up, but also when the command comes down, it can be deserialized. So okay, here's our loot command thing. So just like all the kinds of input, we need a way to send this type of input from Unity when we press a button or do something like that. And you can also do something like, you need to consume this somewhere. And I'm going to demonstrate this consuming it here from the movement system because we know the player number from the link that each entity has, so we can try to see if this player is sending a command or not. So I will start with this. So because we know the player, so let's evaluate if we have a command. Loot equals frame.get player command. Filter.link.player as loot command. I think this is how we do it now. Yeah. If loot is different than null, then we're gonna log.info loot received and plus I'm just gonna log the loot.entity. I'm gonna log the entity and plus space plus loot.index to loot.length. I'm just gonna say how many indexes, how many things we added to this byte array to make sure we see it in both ends.
Не конкатенация, а экстраполяция. Как называется, когда с долларом строка? Интерполяция? Интерполяция строк.
Yeah. We're gonna see this being logged multiple times because this is gonna happen on a verified frame and non-prediction frames as well. So let's make sure we also add here.
Как это называется? Неужели интерполяция? Что-то я забыл. Интерполяция строк, да. Квантовое программирование в Unity. Ну, Quantum называется движок, который использует Unity для того, чтобы визуальную часть отрабатывать. То, что я здесь изучаю, это движок для того, чтобы делать мультиплеерную игру, в которой вообще не нужно париться за мультиплеер, он сам будет работать. Главное правильно придерживаться архитектуры.
plus f dot is verified. So we know if it's a verified frame or not, because this is going to happen a lot on prediction and then on verified frames if running online. So we can demonstrate that the prediction also happens. So, okay, so that's it for the simulation. It shall already run, but we're not sending any commands, so that log is never going to happen. Let me clear, I don't need to record this. We're not looking at performance anymore. So why doesn't this have, oh. What is that I'm trying to do here that's breaking? Why has a camera follow that does not have a player link? Oh, of course, this guy. Forgot to disable it.
Блин, реально, квантовый компьютер этот изучаем. Сейчас квантовый компьютер себе
errors.
скачаю,
Okay,
буду
давай.
игру делать на квантах.
So no comments, no errors,
Не думал об этом, что оно может так выглядеть забавно, реально. Называется же квантум.
but no comments because we're not sending anything. So let's open a script. I'm gonna open the script of my character itself. I'm messing up with my scripts now. That's not doing clean stuff anymore. Let's use our animation view stuff just for simplicity here. I'm gonna use the regular Unity update here. Public updates. If Unity engine dot input dot get button. I think there is a fire button if I'm not mistaken. If I get a fire button, I'm gonna call game dot send command. Hey, super cool this, right? We can send a command for your first player, or you can send a command for a specific player. If you have multiple players controlled by the same game client. So couch game, multiplayer, you have 2 players in the local game, you can send command for each one of them individually using the local reference slots. So your first local player 0, second local player 1, always reference to your local client. But we need to create a command, so let's use loot command equals new loot command. You can poll these things if you want to. I'm not going to do any
Типа Q, sharp.
pool these things if you want to. I'm not going to do any pooling. So I'll just say command dot entity equals entity ref myself. I'm faking this. I'm saying I'm looting myself. It's not going to be the case. It would be more like you query around and whatever is the closest, or if where the person clicked, it's going to be the entity you're going to loot using a raycast to the quantum physics engine done from Unity. You can always do that. But we're not doing a full game here. So what I want is do this, and then I want to make sure I also add index to loot equals new by array for 4 bytes, just saying I'm looting 4 items into this, and I'm going to send my command, my loot command. Let's call it loot. That's it. Let's also debug.log, which is the Unity log, sending command. So we'll see that we'll send this once. Oh, it's not get button down in this case. In this case, it's get button down. So I want to make sure only on the first time it's clicked. So first time clicked, we'll get that there. But before even doing that, I'm going to clear it here. Oh no, there is no fire. Let's take a look at the ones we have. So project setting, input manager, horizontal, vertical, fire 1. That's how it is called. Sorry, it's called fire.
Это не про байты, это условность для того, чтобы описать, что он лутает 4 вещички. Он договорился сам с собой, что байты будут обозначать, сколько вещей он залутал. Тут нету тонкости про байты. Прямо сейчас, по крайней мере.
So
это могло быть 4 чего угодно.
So we don't. Now click. Oh, I got a. Oh yeah. I know what I made. Where I made a mistake. I'm gonna explain. But we're actually sending the command. But there was an issue when trying to decode the command. It was actually sent and added to the input, but I forgot to tell Quantum that command exists. So different than assets, commands, it's a bit like systems. So systems, you have to tell Quantum which systems to run. Commands, you need to tell Quantum which command types exist, so Quantum knows how to serialize them. And we do this by using the command setup user, and we can add factories.add a new loot command. So now we're telling Quantum that this command type exists. It's a bit verbose in this case, so don't forget because you need to add your command to the factory list, and now you will be able to decode it as well. So the encoding was correct. Let's clear everything here. Bang. So now we send the command, and we received it for entity 34, which is actually our entity, and 4 as the size of the byte array. Decoded everything correctly. If we had sent some indexes on the bytes of which items to loot, you would be able to decode that. Of course, you would check if that actually exists. You would not execute a command if it doesn't, if it would crash anything, so you don't do that. But here it is, it's working. But we're not running online, so this is only running on a verified frame because this is a local game. So let's run now online and see how that looks when run online with prediction and rollback. I'll also make use of our friend Clumsy, so it will run with a considerable lag. So we see a lot more prediction. So let's spawn our guy here. Here it is. And so, yeah, one is enough for us to take a look. So this is...
5 predicted.
I'm bothered with something. I'll get there. So we had 4 predicted ticks with the command being executed locally because it is a predicted command, and then finally the confirmed one came and it was finally executed. So this is expected. We're predicting and rolling back and resimulating all the time, and our entity is inside the culling area, so it is being sorry, yeah, our entity is inside the prediction culling area. We're actually not using culling, so there was one thing here. No. So this is it for commands. Let me disable clumsy. Let me see if we have an extra question. No. So Daniel, thanks for the suggestion. So this gives a good framework for people
Нет,
who wanna
суперпозиции нету.
try to take a look at commands.
Здесь
So
про предугадывание симуляций.
yeah, it was on front. So the
Фотон квантум. Ну, еще и фотон
last
сюда
one was
же,
the
да.
verified frame one. So we have
Квантовая
5
суперпозиция
predictions
фотонов.
of the same
Наконец
tick
что-то
multiple
умное
times
тут
until we get the
изучаю.
confirmed inputs because we're running with a
Буду
single
игры делать
thing,
на фотонах.
and we eventually got the final version of it. So thanks for the suggestion. So this gives a good framework for people taking a look at what commands are. So last thing, as I said,
Фотон-ориентированное
what should I do
программирование,
with the next
знаешь?
stream, right? So
Я придумал.
let's focus on this here a bit. So here's my thing. So
С квантовой архитектурой.
with today's stream, I basically covered most of the most important features of quantum. I did not stress every single possibility, every single thing on each one of these, not even close, and not every single detail, but these are like already 2-3 hour streams, which is more than enough of time. And so we might create a few smaller streams or videos talking about specific topics. So I plan, so I have one that I want to do about, so with Quantum 3 being on Unity, how can you still keep the simulation decoupled? Can you still export the simulation? Yes, as I discussed at the beginning, but how do you do that? Because it's all done inside the Unity scripts now. And we have, so the SDK comes with an assembly definition setup that basically does not reference Unity from the quantum
И
simulation.
сейвить игру можно будет
So
легко.
I'm going to talk a bit about like what are the
Наверное.
basic rules and patterns you should use to keep your simulation thing very decoupled from Unity, so you're going to be able to always export it. And the simulation exporter actually would show a compilation error if you make one of the mistakes I'm going to talk about. So this is going to be in the future a separate stream. It's a very special topic about exporting simulation to run from outside of Unity. But what I actually want to do on the next stream is I want to develop a game prototype. Because for these 2 streams here, I actually focus on showing what the features are and how you use the features. But I want to now focus on a more, let's say, usual use case, which is you have an idea, you want to prototype something. How do you do that with quantum? How does it turn out? How do you use these features to your advantage to realize your prototype? And because I want to have that, the actual question is, what should be this prototype? And I'm leaving this as a question here, so please feel free to tag me on our public or circle Discord if you have an idea or something you would like to see about what should I prototype. So this is an open question. I have some stuff I like to do, but I'm not set on any particular idea yet. And so I'm open to suggestions. And I will make my considerations, and based on the suggestions I make, come up with a mashup or some combination of a mashup of different ideas and some stuff I think about. But something that requires us to do a much fit doing straight, challenging to do in single player. That requires craft, time, creation, and inside the Android. And
Ну, пойдет.
see you all next.
На сегодня захавал информации. Все, пойду отдыхать. Виктор еще здесь? Ребята, кто-нибудь купите награду, называется «Подождать». Кто еще ее не видел? Может, кто-нибудь есть такой? Еще не успел заценить. Отличное окончание для стрима, по-моему. Живые тут остались еще с 500 баллами. Баллов. 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 А если нет, так в другой раз. Как эту штуку сворачивать? Не совсем понял, что туда вводить. Напиши туда конец стрима. Или что-нибудь такое. Что-нибудь для конца стрима. Твич не алё. Сейчас, Павел, сам увидишь. С Ютуба, что будет. Почему так странно? Присоединиться.
Завершение